All right. Tuesday morning. Good morning. Let's get right to it. What has Mark said over the years? I'm a sore loser.
No.
No, I'm a good loser, but I'm a bad winner.
I'm a bad winner.
You're a bad winner.
I'm a bad winner.
You're a bad winner. Well, I think you're kind of a sore loser, too.
How so?
Well,
I'm not a sore loser.
not sore, but you begrudgingly accept defeat.
I take defeat with great grace. It's just that I don't ever take it. I mean,
oh, really?
Hardly ever.
What about when we do Tell Me Why I'm Wrong? Maybe we'll do that tomorrow.
How many times have I been wrong?
Well,
almost never.
Well, that I would say is more a byproduct of you refusing to admit defeat.
No, that's not. That has nothing to do with it. Most of the people that come after me are dumb. And so
okay.
Here's. Well, I don't know what we should. We don't usually take live callers, so I'm not suggesting that we kick the live lines. I'm not suggesting we do that, but I will be graciously accepting apologies all day long.
Here we go. All right, here it is. Let us get it over with. Without further ado, Mark Schlereth, I told you so moment. Go ahead.
You are all giddy about the speed and athleticism and look how fast we can run. And look, Stink, we run as fast as the Kansas City Chiefs. We're winning everything. Look, why won't you accept the fact that just because we can run, that means we're a really good football team? Why don't you accept the fact? Why don't you praise Elway? Why don't you? All right, here we go. I don't care how fast you run. If you can't block people, you cannot win. End of story. And, and I get the opting out. I understand the concerns. I get all of those things. But you did not plan for your franchise's future, and you're going to pay for it. You knew going into this year, in the richest wide receiver class in the history of the NFL draft, spoken by many draft experts, you decided to go Jerry Jeudy in the first round, and then you decided to get a 5'3", 112-pound slot guy in the second round. When there were ample offensive tackles available, and all I heard from Dove Valley was, well, we didn't think those guys were ready to come in and compete and start. Doesn't matter. Because you need depth there. You need to build an offensive line. And, oh, by the way, even though you hadn't announced it yet, you knew you weren't picking up the fifth-year option on Garrett Bowles because he's not good. I don't care what he did in the last 5 games. If you put on the film, he still wasn't good. All right, so he eliminated some of his holding calls. He still wasn't good. And Jawan James doesn't play unless he's 100%.
All right, well, that's the part of it I want to get to next.
One more thing.
Oh, yeah, because he's not done. Go ahead.
And Elijah Alexander, you knew had a foot problem.
That'd be Elijah Wilkinson.
Same thing, doesn't matter. He has a foot problem. All the Elijahs do.
Yes.
They always have.
It's running rampant among the Elijahs.
It's like Oedipus. They all have foot problems. And here's the deal with that. The deal with that is you knew going in. And oh, by the way, you watched him play last year, and you know he's not a starter. And I'm not bagging on swing tackles because swing tackles are valuable. You need them. But the reason they're swing tackles, Mike, you know why they're swing tackles? Because they're not good enough to start.
You mentioned he's a 100% guy. That was the word on him coming out of Miami when the Broncos signed him to the richest contract ever given to a right tackle. That he was a guy that played to the whistle, and that was about it. Not even to the whistle. He had kind of a clock in his head, and he played for those certain amount of seconds, and that was pretty much it. And then we saw last year, this is a 100% guy. Even when he was medically cleared to play by all the Bronco trainers, doctors, he still wasn't ready. It led to the now famous Vic Fangio. He's just not mentally ready. Do you This is a slippery, a tricky wicket here, if you will. Do you accept 100% his reasons for opting out, or is there part of you that thinks this is a guy who's just kind of looking for an excuse not to play football and still get paid?
Well, I do think it's tricky. And I would tell you that, one, what he signed a $52 million, 4-year, $52 million deal, but 32 of it was fully guaranteed, I believe. So, I mean, he made multi-generational money. All right? He's a guy that many people said, listen, he's a super talented guy. There is no question. We saw him when he played for that Houston game, the 30 snaps or whatever he played in that Houston game, how exceptionally talented the guy is. There's no question about his talent. But, the question was, will he play beyond the whistle? Will he play when he doesn't feel 100%? I mean, he missed half the season in Miami in 2017 because his hamstring, he had a sore hamstring. I mean, I've never heard that's the first time I've ever heard, it may have happened before, but an offensive lineman missing, 8 weeks with a hamstring. Most of us are too fat to run fast enough to hurt our hamstrings. So, I don't know. I don't know what that injury was either, but there's a reason that the Miami Dolphins didn't pick up his fifth-year option. That sorry franchise didn't pick up his fifth-year option. But here's the kind of final nail in the coffin that says, I don't feel like the organization treated me right. And if you look at his statement that he put out about the coronavirus, why he's opting out, all these different things, there's one thing that really resonated with me, and I just have to find it here.
The false narrative comment?
I know you don't know me well. He's talking to the fans of Denver. And the false narrative that was painted of me last year due to comments made about my injury. But I have invested in the city and my team. I have told you on this program several times that the thing that concerns me about Vic are some of the things that Vic says that you cannot say. We had this conversation, 2 days ago or Friday, or I don't know if it was yesterday.
Yesterday.
And you were like, well, I kind of like
the honesty. Yeah.
Kind of like the honesty. And I'm saying there's certain things you can be honest behind closed doors, but you cannot do it. You cannot splay a guy out in public. You can't say that he's emotionally unready to play. He's been cleared by you cannot say that publicly. There are certain things that you did last year. You cannot criticize Von Miller, who has done nothing but hang pelts on the wall, and then praise Garrett Bowles, who's done nothing but tackle people. Because that permeates your locker room. And it makes guys not trust you. And you cannot tell me, reading this letter, that there isn't a trust issue from this guy, whether you like him or not.
Well, but how credible is he to say that there's a trust issue in that locker room? Oh, is he a credible source to say, well, this is how everyone else feels? I mean, this is a guy who many of us thinks doesn't really have a passion for football. So should he be the one that we should be pointing to as, well, there's proof that Vic Fangio has a trust problem inside that locker room? Let's talk about that more coming up. Right. We'll do that. Also, did the final piece of the Rockies juggernaut, I mean, do we have to start calling it that, click into place last night? That's next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Schump BMW, where it's always one price, one person, 1 hour. And you got to hurry to Schump BMW for the Summer On sales event where you can receive up to $1,000 off BMW models. Guys, BMW has recently been awarded, the Schump BMW, been awarded the 2020 Center of Excellence Award for delivering quality experiences for their guests. And I've experienced it firsthand, guys. For the first time I drove up to Schump BMW to buy my daughter a pre-owned vehicle, and there was nobody hanging on my door. They weren't fighting over my sale. I mean, I walked through that whole experience with one salesperson, and they're telling the truth. One price, one person, 1 hour. I didn't need to negotiate. I wasn't in a comfortable position. It just worked smooth. It was just wonderful. With Schump BMW at-home platform, you can shop their entire inventory, calculate payments, self-select incentives. You qualify for your complete paperwork at home, save time in the store. I tell you what, it's such a great experience. That Schump BMW, guys, they've been with me through this whole thing. Absolutely love them. Absolutely, they are exactly what they say they are. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can buy online at Schump at home. Guys, Schump BMW, my championship dealership.
Well, apparently, whatever disappointment, anger, frustration you as a fan may have with Juwan James doesn't come close to your reacting to Mark telling you that he told you so. On the RamosLaw.com text line, a little sampling from Sean. Give it a break, stink. James didn't play at all last year. He was a nobody. Didn't even come into the equation. You didn't want to draft a new right tackle. You wanted a left tackle, idiot. The right tackle that just opted out was in a brand new contract. I like this one. Good thing you are entertaining because you are an unbearable tool, stink. Oh, this is mean. Now, this is just mean. This goes way below the belt.
Okay.
God, Mark sounds like DMac with quarterbacks.
Oh, wow, that is way below the belt.
I knew Stinky's I Told You So tour was going to be brutal, but please don't make it the whole show. I love this. What else? Oh, from Mark. Give me a break, Mark. Juwan James is a crybaby. I'm glad Vic called him out. We live in a snowflake era. Nobody can handle the truth.
Oh, no, see, that's stupid. Again, that is dumb. You can handle the truth. This is no different than when I was playing. You can handle the truth behind closed doors. You wanna close the doors and eviscerate me, or in front of a team meeting. You want to close the doors and do that? That's fine. That is absolutely A-okay. One of the greatest meetings I was ever a part of in my entire life. I'll tell you. Team meeting. I'm with the Skins. Special teams meeting. We lose, whoever, I don't remember. Our special
Rookie
teams,
year? Second year?
Fourth year.
Okay.
Something
All right.
like that.
So you've been a while. You've been around for a while. Okay.
So we sit in there. Our special teams coach is Wayne Sevier. God rest his soul. Great special teams coach. Great man. He gets in, and he is literally standing in front of the team almost in tears. And he says, he starts the meeting by going, I don't take, this is how he taught, I don't take the Lord's name in vain, but I'll say, bleep, 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 bleep. And then he goes, Kirk Gavea, you could kick my ass. He's looking around the room. He goes, Brian Mitchell, you could kick my ass. And then he goes, Raven Caldwell, you could kick my ass. He goes, but you blankety blank, I think I could kick your ass because you're nothing more than a P word. Get up here, right? I mean, in front of the entire team. That's how it went. Did he come out to the media and say, hey, this particular guy on special teams lost it for us because he's a straight P? No. Because you can't do it. It can't be done. And when you do it, it ruins your credibility within the locker room, regardless of who that guy is. And in the same voice or the same breath, if you're calling that guy out, you're saying Juwan James isn't tough enough to play for us. Juwan James has been cleared medically, but he doesn't mentally, he can't clear that hurdle, and he's not tough enough, and he is, straight up a sissy. And the same breath you say, boy, Garrett Bowles is really getting it done. You have lost 100, listen to me now, listen to me clearly, 100% of your critique, like you've lost 100% of your credibility when it comes to critiquing players inside that locker room.
Okay, all right,
100%.
Let me counter that because I got a story of my own.
Great.
All right. Early 90s, I'm right out of college, and I'm working in the Boston area, and I'm covering Patriots training camp. I'm covering the Patriots. Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
What a treat that was to cover him.
Sure.
Learned so much about football.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a rookie wide receiver named Terry Glenn.
Yes.
From Ohio State.
Remember it well.
Very talented. And he had missed a good chunk of training camp with a hamstring injury. So it is one of those days at training camp, and it's, time for the coach's press conference. And, of course, the question comes up, hey, Bill, how's Terry Glenn doing? He pauses, And dramatic pause, and he says, "Oh, she's doing fine."
Right.
I mean, that goes 100% against what you just said you can't do. But that was Bill Parcells.
Right.
He seemed to do okay.
Yeah.
His reputation, his ability to coach and connect with players seemed to be unaffected by that, because my guess is he had enough of a good read of that room to understand that there were enough other players frustrated by what they were seeing with Terry Glenn that they had no problem with the nuclear option of putting it out there, hanging the dirty laundry. I would think that, now you tell me if I'm wrong, I would think that a coach only goes to that extreme if they've already tried to do it behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still not working. And now you're left with, well, let's try to shame him publicly, and maybe somehow that'll embarrass him enough to get out there.
Still, like, it's a bad comparison, because you're talking about Bill Parcells, 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Giants, who used to bring a couple of his guys along that would basically be filters between Bill and the rest of the team. Pepper Johnson always played on his team. Steve Diassi always played on his team. He always had a couple of those guys that followed him around that could basically, like, quell the uprising. You know, that, because that's who Bill Parcells was, and because he won those championships. Vic Fangio doesn't have championship, like, he does not, he's not a Super Bowl winning champion coach in multiple situations.
But he's been around the league for 30 years. He's got credibility.
Sure, he's got credibility. He's a great defensive coordinator. But again, a different era too, right? Different time too. You understand that. But still, there's still, and when he said that, did I laugh? I was playing at the time. I remember it. Did I laugh? Yeah. Did I also think, you can't do that? That's wrong.
Oh, okay. So you thought the same thing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I thought it was funny. Of course, I thought it was funny. But it's a bad road to go down when you start publicly calling players out, and it just doesn't. It just ruins your credibility. And it's one thing to call a player out, but it's another thing to praise a player that's playing like garbage, and nobody, and inside the locker room, his own teammates don't respect his game.
All right, coming up, we got the morning brew for you, and keep those texts coming in. They're very entertaining. I'm enjoing them.
Mike loves that.
RommelSaw.com text line 303-713-1043. I don't even have to do much wedge driving. You just, Mark's just, he's splayed out in front of you.
Yeah.
Have at it. But we got the morning brew for you, and the Rockies do it again. Observations from their win last night, including, are they picking the right guy to be the new closer? And can Michael Porter Jr. be the Nuggets' third guy during these upcoming playoffs? That's all next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Apple Air, a proud member of Mark's All Pros referral network. Please check us out at marksallpros.com. And if you've been thinking about replacing your AC, now's the time. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot for a long time. And my friends at Apple Air just extended their famous Christmas in July promo through August 16th. That means Santa's coming early this year. I'm talking about 0% interest for 60 months. 5 years of interest-free financing, guys, available now on select systems during the Christmas and July promo. And how about a free humidifier? Saves you money on heating costs. They're great for your wood floors, your furniture, your skin, and nice to have in our dry climate during the winter. That's exactly why Apple Air is giving one away as part of their Christmas in July promo going on now through for August 16th, guys. That's appleair.com. Check them out. Apple Air with an E. AIRE. AppleAirInc.com. A trusted Mark's All Pros company. 303-733-2813. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 303-733-2813.
for your morning brew.
Things are gonna get weird.
You're gonna eat lightning, and you're gonna crap thunder.
Okay, this guy needs coffee and crullers stat.
You know what could really help you sort through these important issues?
What? Orange mocha frappuccino!
Damn, Jimmy, this some serious gourmet.
Let's get it on!
Well, that's all dependent upon Juwan. You know, he's cleared to play, but we got to get him ready to play. You know, he's got to get mentally ready to play, emotionally ready to play, and be able to go out there and play good, not just go out there. So that's part of that equation.
Well, there you go. That was the now infamous quote from Vic Fangio that I believe 100% Juwan James covered in his statement yesterday where he said, quote, "I know you don't know me well, and a false narrative was painted of me last year due to comments made about my injury." So when you look at all the reasons why Juwan James is deciding to opt out, how much of it do you think is he wants to stick it to Vic Fangio?
I don't think that's it. Like, I want to stick it to Vic Fangio.
Is it part of it though? Did it have an influence? Come on, it had to have an influence.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you sit there and go, "I'll show them," but I do think, why am I going to go out here and sacrifice coronavirus, injury, everything else for an organization that doesn't truly respect me? That basically said that I wasn't emotionally or physically tough enough to play, even though I was cleared. Because that's, as a player, listen, if anybody said that about me as a player, I'd want to fight you. It pissed me off.
Yeah, but you'd also, well, wait, but hold on a second. You would never have the same mentality that Juwan James had and has been accused of even before he got to Denver.
Well, correct. But if anybody ever said it, those are fighting words. Let me tell you this, Mike. I'll give you a perfect scenario. Why was Drew Lock not played earlier?
Because they didn't think he was ready.
Right. They didn't think he was ready. Did they give any specifics on that? No. Oh, that, you know what? It's the right way to handle it. He hasn't practiced. He's not ready. Now, that big armband that he wore would be an indication that he couldn't spit out the plays in the West Coast offense. He was struggling with calling the plays. That's understandable. There's so much verbiage in that. That's understandable. There's so many formations, so many motions, so many shifts. That's understandable, right? So he wasn't ready. Now, if they came out and said, "Hey, listen, Drew Lock, listen, he had all this time to be on the sideline and learn this stuff. He's just not smart enough to absorb it all, so he's not going to play for a few weeks. He's not versed enough in our offense to get it." You don't say things like that.
All right,
and that's exactly, to me, there's no difference. If they would have said that about Drew Lock, you piss off a guy, you ruin it. You don't do those things. You say, "Hey, he's just not ready yet." Right? Juwan James, hey, man, he's been cleared to play, but he's not in football shape yet. He's not ready yet. You could leave it at that without saying, "Hey, emotionally, he's not ready." What you did was you essentially called him out for not being tough enough. You didn't say he wasn't tough enough. You alluded to, you insinuated that he's not tough enough. And I don't care who you are. Doing that, I said it back then, you can't do that. It's wrong. It was wrong by Vic Fangio. It was wrong by the organization to do it. And here we sit.
You almost think of it almost sounds like you think of Juwan James as a victim in all this.
I knew if Juwan James was coming in, so I'm not do I think of him as a victim? No, I think he's got the right
to. All right, how about this? How about a sympathetic figure?
I think he probably still would opt out had he just been hurt all year and they never would have
said what they said.
Right, said what they said. But I think there is certainly, like, if you're teetering on the line right now, you're standing on that razor's edge going, should I or should I not? That one's the one that gets you over the top.
Next on the Morning Brew.
There shouldn't be a stigma if you do choose to opt out. If there is a legitimate reason for you to be opting out and you don't feel comfortable, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for your family, you're making the best decision for yourself and for your family. And if we ever get to the point where we're shaming people for dropping out of a sport because they want to protect the health of their family, then we're in a tough spot.
There's J.J. Watt. The deadline for players to opt out is coming up this Thursday. Mark, did the NFL make a mistake in making it almost too attractive to opt out? Players can make upwards of $350,000 to not play. They can still get a year of service time accrued for, pension and things like that. And whatever their contract is for this year rolls over to next year. Is this almost too attractive for a lot of players to turn down? Does it call into question whether or not these decisions to opt out are based entirely on what's going on in the world today?
I think that you have to create a work environment. You're asking these guys to take the majority of the slings and arrows when it comes to health risks. And you have to give them an opportunity to make a decision that's best for them and best for their family. So, no, I think the majority of guys, how many guys have opted out total?
I think we're still in the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not many.
You're talking about, with practice squads, you're talking over 2,000 players. 40 guys have decided that it doesn't make sense for them. Now, granted, most of those guys have made a lot of money. The majority of those guys have. But I think you have to give them the opportunity to walk.
Do you think we'll see a flurry between now and Thursday?
It depends on how you define a flurry. I don't think you'll be.
Will we see another?
You'll see a handful.
Another 50?
No, I don't think that. I think you'll see another 5 or 6, 7 guys maybe. I think most guys that are in. They're committed. I think there's very few guys that are still standing on the fence. The guys who are committed. So I think that's kind of where we are.
Next on the Morning Brew.
High fly ball, deep left field. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. That's the Nolan we know. 29th career home run against the Giants. The Rockies are within a run.
So AT&T Sportsnet there with the call. With the now very familiar tag to it.
Nolan absolutely plastered that high fastball.
Well, that's the thing. Of all the good things that were happening to the Rockies, the one thing we kept waiting for is, when's Nolan going to click in?
Yeah.
So if he's now ready to take off, wow, look out. But the Rockies just shrugged off an early 4-1 deficit, scored 5 in the 6th, held on for a little bit of a nail-biting save from Diaz, who takes over. Jairo Diaz takes over as the closer. By the way, of all the intriguing power arms that we've seen out of the bullpen early this season, would he be your choice to go to as a closer now to replace Wade Davis? Or would you go with somebody else? I was thinking it was going to be Estevez. A little bit more experience.
I think, honestly, even though Estevez can run it up to 98, 99, I honestly think the best off-speed stuff out of the bullpen, the best slider, the best off-speed stuff goes to Jairo Diaz.
Okay.
And I think you look at the philosophy. I heard Bud Black talking about pitching backwards and being able to set people up. Being able to kind of they call it get you in a rocking chair, as a hitter, but being able to throw off-speed stuff, good off-speed stuff in a hitter's count. And don't add a lot. Jairo's that's a different role, that closer's role. It's going to take a little bit, it takes a little bit of adjustment to get your mentality right. But don't look at yesterday as, Jairo's got great stuff. So, I don't have any problem with him being anointed the closer.
Next on the Morning Brew.
Yeah, first of all, I love playing with Yoke. I think he's learning to play with me just because Yoga's a facilitator first. Obviously, he took over like he was supposed to at the end of the game, but he loves passing the ball. So when I'm cutting like that, I give him a big target, and I think he enjoys that.
Oh, it was sweet to watch Nikola Jokic and Michael Porter Jr. work together yesterday. Huge games for both. Jokic, ho-hum, triple-double, 30 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists. But the story here, Michael Porter Jr. Showing, again, the remarkable talent and potential that he has with 37 points and 12 rebounds on 12 of 16 shooting. The issue for MPJ has always been consistency, as evidenced by the wild fluctuation of minutes that Michael Malone has given him. Malone clearly doesn't trust him.
Mm-hmm.
But, Mark, now that they're in this scenario where, seeding matters, I guess. I mean, it really just comes down to, in the first round, who do you want to play? Utah, Oklahoma City, or Houston? But can you really manipulate that? Not probably until you get right down to the last couple of games. Can you do that? So what's more important when you're playing all these neutral site games? We talk about this all the time. They got to find a third guy to go along with Jokic and Murray. They got to find that third guy. And whether it's Gary Harris, who it's becoming painfully obvious it won't be him, maybe Will Barton, but could it be Michael Porter Jr.? It could be. But the only chance you have of that to happen is no matter what, you got to keep running him out there over these next 6 games and just give him loads of minutes with the hope that he can develop that kind of consistency that you can rely upon come playoff time.
Anything about that sound that made you feel, hey, I'm Michael Porter Jr. and I'm blissfully unaware? Is there anything?
Well, over the last week, I think you've seen indications that he is young, immature, like a lot of us were at that age, and maybe, blissfully unaware, blissfully ignorant. Yeah, sure.
Because I listen to that sound and I think, hey, listen, we understand you're a big target. We understand that Jokic is a facilitator. The reason that you spend so much time on the bench is because you only play one facet of the game. Like, I would much rather hear him say, offensively, there was production tonight, but I have got to improve on X, Y, and Z.
He'll get there.
Will he?
Maybe not this year, but he'll get there.
All right.
He'll get there.
I mean,
but hey,
let me just say that I have absolutely zero my faith that he becomes that third guy
for this year is slightly above the zero faith that I had in Bol becoming that guy. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Bol is a project. Okay, he's a project.
I understand.
Porter is not a project. He is just.
Hey, listen. I understand. I understand that he's a project, but listen, he had that game against a bunch of high school scrubs, and we had guys Zach and DMac ready to anoint him, off the bench, our number one guy off the bench.
Talk about Bol.
Yeah. So, and I'm like, he's going to be the tall guy with really long pants sitting at the end of the bench.
Right, you're right about that. But Porter during the season has shown flashes of this against real NBA competition.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. So,
first coffee slurp of the day, everybody.
So he's got more, in my mind, he has a bigger chance, a better chance than Bol does.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's only slightly above that. If he doesn't play, I know Mike Malone well enough to know that if that guy doesn't commit to playing defense and the rotations and doing the things you have to do on that side of the floor, that he is not coming off the bench.
Well, and that's the way it should be. I do believe minutes should be earned, and I've heard that argument all season from folks who have said, well, you just got to play him. You just got to play him. I'm like, whoa. I went down this road once before with Paxton Lynch. I don't want to do this again. This notion that, well, you got him, you got to play him. Well, what if he's not earning the minutes? What if he's not being professional? What if he's being the last guy in, the first guy out? Doesn't matter. You just got to play him. No, you don't.
Right.
It's incumbent upon the athlete to earn and to work in a way where you earn the minutes. So Is that, by the way, does that qualify?
I
Yeah, I
see-
think that
well, no,
qualifies.
wait.
Yeah, that extends. No.
I've got a little point of order.
That extends it. Day number 2033.
I've got a point of order, though.
Yeah. We got Mike Kliss waiting. Go ahead.
You kind of smeared Michael Porter Jr.
By comparing him to?
associating him to Paxton Lynch.
No,
So
it was no. I was smearing the Michael Porter Jr. fans out there who say, "Well, you just got to play him no matter what."
Right.
Because that's the same thing I heard with Paxton. So those are the folks I'm smearing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let that. I'm gonna let it slide because Mike Kliss. I would probably go deeper into argument with you here.
We can
but
revisit that certainly.
Yes.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure
Okay.
you'll bring it up. Mike Kliss, our 9 News Bronco insider, joins us on the Fireball Hotline. See what you've waded into, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, I stay up, Porter Jr.
Hey. All right. So I gotta start off. With the Broncos. Where do we go from here, Mike? Where do we go? We ignored this tackle issue that we knew was going to be an issue. We knew we weren't going to, weren't going to pick up the 5th-year option of Garrett Bowles. We knew that Juwan James had an injury issue and didn't play last year. Elijah Wilkinson coming off a foot injury, swing tackle, shouldn't be a starter. Where do we go from here?
Well, where you go is Elijah Wilkinson's going to be a starter at right tackle, as he was last year. For the injured Juwan James, I think you'll see the Broncos try to pick up a veteran swing tackle that can play both sides, and that's where they go from there. And then remember, guys, Drew Lock has good mobility, so no panic here.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
I'm glad you're not panicking.
Any possibility that they take a guy like Dalton Reisner or Glasgow and move him to tackle?
I suppose. I mean, this is just that's not the plan right now. That all those type of things. With Dalton Reisner, they drafted him. They looked at him, and with the idea of moving him to guard. And he did pretty well there. I think they're going to keep. I think they want to keep Reisner there. Glasgow's played a little tackle. He's played all over, but he's more interior guy. You don't want to do to him what they did to Ron Leary, which was pay him all that money and then shift him to a different position. In Leary's case, I think it was moving him from left guard to right guard. That first year to accommodate Max Garcia. I think, Elijah Wilkinson played 12 games last year, and I know he struggled there as well. In fact, there's some people out there that grade offensive linemen, Pro Football Focus. Garrett Bowles graded much higher than Elijah Wilkinson did. Bowles got, he was received the vitriol of the Bronco fan base because of all the holding penalties, and really rightfully so. He's got to knock that off. But Elijah Wilkinson gave up a lot more sacks. So, yeah, it's a tough deal. But the problem, guys, goes back to when they signed Juwan James. That's the problem. They made him the highest paid tackle, $27 million over 2 years. $10 million now gets pushed back to 2021, and I'm not sure you want Juwan James at $10 million next year. By the way, after missing 2 consecutive years, I mean that doesn't sound like much of an upgrade. So, they got to look. I think inside the Broncos building right now, they're looking back and saying, what did they miss? What could they have done different? Why did they sign this guy? When the COVID decision is they're kind of separating. They respect that. That's a personal decision. They understand a guy doesn't want to play football in the midst of a virus pandemic. But overall, this guy, you have to question how much this guy has wanted to play football with the knee injury last year and now opting out. So I think they're disappointed in the overall signing as opposed to merely the fact that he opted out.
I was pretty critical of Vic Fangio, even last year when he said, hey, he's been cleared to play, Juwan James been cleared to play, but he's not, physically or emotionally ready, to which I said, you're basically calling him soft, and you can't do that. Yeah, but you can say it behind closed doors, but you can't do it publicly. Juwan James actually addressed it, saying there's been a false narrative that was painted about me last year due to comments about my injury. How much do you think that has to do with him opting out of this season?
I mean, I don't think it does. I think it was strictly a matter of, as far as his decision to opt out. A little context here. I had heard that Juwan James had been thinking of opting out for the last 2 or 3 weeks. And, he just was concerned. First, he put out a tweet, if you go back like a July 19th. He put out a tweet that there's no protocols in place. We want to, I have a son that was born in May. So his son is 2.5 months old. I think that was maybe a factor. He had a family member that came up with COVID that apparently had a real battle there. That affected him, his decision. I don't think the Fangio comments had anything to do. I think he probably didn't like that, and he even admitted he didn't like that. I think he also admitted that Bronco fans aren't too pleased with him right now. At least he was candid enough to mention that in his statement. But, while, Mark, what you said, whether Fangio should have done that or not, that's definitely fair. But I think, the virus by itself was what Juwan was talking about. What he said in that tweet on July 19th, we want to play. He did the hashtag that was going around. Well, the Broncos, because the protocols weren't in place. Well, the Broncos definitely put a mountain list of protocols in place to the point where they get that hand sanitizer, that full body hand sanitizer before they go on the field.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's as safe as possible, and he still decided he didn't want to play, and that's just out of fear of contracting the virus when he has his newborn child, and I think maybe another family member might also have a precondition type of deal. So.
Mike, can we go back to? I want really quickly. I want to go back to the draft and the time before the draft, and the idea that was there any sniff? Was there any inkling out there among NFL teams that these opt-outs could be a possibility down the road? Because if there was even a sniff of it, it further calls into question the wisdom of not drafting a tackle in the draft.
Yeah, first of all, free agency, you couldn't go get one because you had so much money tied into Juwan James. When you sign, that's the deal, guys. When you sign Juwan James to that type of contract, you are living with Juwan James for 2 years. And now you got to figure out for 3 years what to do with Juwan James when you sign him to that kind of meal. You can't trade him away. No one's going to take him for that money. So you had to count on Juwan James. When going back to the draft, everyone wanted to draft a tackle to play left tackle for Garrett Bowles. I think the Broncos in the draft, what happened was they did I think they really liked Austin Thomas, the guy from Georgia. And, he might have been in play had Thomas been there at number 15, but of course he wasn't. He went way earlier than that. But after that, they saw a bunch of right tackles in the second round. Ezra Cleveland was more of that the Kubiak type guy. And they didn't like the guys in the second round because they were right tackles, and they felt like they had a right tackle in Juwan James. So here we are. It's they were counting on Juwan James playing this year. Elway had heard a couple weeks ago that Juwan James might opt out, and he looked into it, and he called his agent and was told that Juwan's planning on playing. Everything the Broncos had heard is that Juwan James was planning on playing. You got to adjust. Belichick's got 8 guys that opted out. I'm sure he wasn't planning on that. It's a different kind of year, and we'll see how it turns out. But yes, there's now some concerns there at both tackle positions going into the season.
All right. Mike, as always, appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Kliss, our 9 News Bronco Insider on the Fireball Hotline. Coming up next, what does this James debacle say about the way that John Elway has handled the offensive line during his tenure? That's next. A perfect mix of fantastic selection, easy access, terrific pricing, and exceptional service is why Silt Tahar Motors has been leading the Colorado auto industry for an amazing 60 years. Silt Tahar has 5 dealerships in one: Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, Volvo, and Maserati. Incredible inventory that will satisfy whatever you're looking for: cars, trucks, SUVs, including the popular Ford F-150 and Lincoln Aviator. Silt Tahar has buying options that you just can't find anywhere else. They offer one of the only used car leasing programs in the state, and they'll bring the dealership to you with free delivery on vehicles for a test drive or after purchase. And they do all of this while maintaining the strictest cleaning and distancing standards. Put it all together, and it's no surprise. Silt Tahar Motors has earned 19 President Awards as a national top 4 dealership. See for yourself at sthmotors.com. sthmotors.com. Silt Tahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership. All right, welcome to it. Yeah, keep your composure. We can't freak out. I mean, I don't. It's not good when the Ja'Wuan James opt-out news comes out and ESPN describes it as a huge blow to the Broncos offensive line. It is a huge blow. And I've heard some people try to soft pedal the news by saying, well, you only had him for 53 plays last year. It's not like you really could count on him. Yeah, you were 7-9. Maybe part of the reason why you were 7-9 is the guy you gave the richest right tackle contract ever only played 53 snaps. That was a problem. And by the way,
right,
without any argument, there's no debate out there that, I mean, everybody will agree on this 100%. The best offensive football that you played the entire season was the first half against the Houston Texans, where Ja'Wuan James played.
Right.
And you know what? Played really well.
Yes.
We did the fan film room breakdown of Ja'Wuan James, and that's the game that we focused on. And that first half, he was just locking everybody up. And it is not a coincidence that they had the best half of football offensively that they had all year. So to just blow this off as, well, you didn't have him in last year anyway, so how big of a deal is it? It's a big deal.
Right. I love how orange color glasses fan can take something like this that is a huge deal and mitigate it or minimize it by saying, well, we didn't have him all year anyhow. You didn't count on him. I also love, well, they viewed everybody as a right tackle. Who gives a rip? You need depth. You need tackles. Like, again, that whole excuse, Mike, that whole excuse of, well, they didn't like those guys because they viewed them as right tackles is negligent. You just had your guy that you spent all that money on to play right tackle miss the entirety of the season, minus 50 or 60 plays, that you called out for being soft. And you so enamored with a 5'4", 112-pound guy that can run fast that you go in that direction as opposed to addressing a glaring weakness on your football team. Glaring. In the deepest wide receiver draft in the history of the NFL, where you've got 3 third-round picks, they're littered. They'll be littered with wide receivers who can play. It is, in my mind, again, I have a philosophical difference in belief, but it is failure by John and by the organization.
Well, that leads to something else. I know that John has faced his criticism, justly so, about his inability to find quarterbacks. And that has been well documented. But I would argue that during his time here, he's been even worse when it comes to building and evaluating offensive lines. For all the talk about the quarterback, I would say his handling of the offensive line since he got here has been worse. And, go back and look at it. Look at the free agents that he's brought in. Ronald Leary didn't work out. Ja'Wuan James hasn't worked out. Both big money guys. Donald Stevenson, Jared Valdir, Menelik Watson. Need I go on? You look at the guys that he has drafted since he got here. All right, he got Orlando Franklin, but how much of that was John Elway and how much of it was oh, God, I'm drawing a blank now all of a sudden on who was here.
Xanders?
Brian Xanders, right.
Yeah.
How much of that was Xanders? Okay, let's go beyond 2011, the 2011 draft. These are the offensive linemen that he has drafted. Philip Blake, Michael Schofield. Let's see. Boy, he hasn't even drafted that many. Never mind missing on them. Max Garcia. The only ones that he has drafted that actually, worked out were Connor McGovern and Matt Paradis. Nice players.
Mm-hmm.
Nice players.
Got nice.
Now he looks like he's got a good one in Dalton Reisner.
What do you think about?
But in the time that he's been here, A, he hasn't drafted that many offensive linemen, certainly not high up. And B, the ones that he has drafted, very few have worked out, on top of all the free agent offensive linemen that haven't worked out. So all this talk about, hey, wow, John Elway really struggled finding a quarterback, it's worse when it comes to the offensive line. And for a guy, come on, let's be honest, was 0 for 3 winning at Super Bowls, didn't break through and win a Super Bowl until he had what?
TD and a great running game.
And a great offensive line.
It's a good point.
So you would think
it's a good point.
He, more than anybody, would understand the importance, and it's kind of staggering to me how, I mean, we just laid the record out. The record is, the facts are the facts, folks. I mean, he has been awful when it comes to building offensive lines.
It hasn't worked out real well, that's for sure. And, the bottom line to me is there was a certain amount of hope being your strategy. I hope that Garrett Bowles quits holding people. I hope that Juwan James decides that he wants to play. I hope that Elijah Wilkinson's foot's okay. I hope that nobody gets hurt. It just, again, there has been a lack of attention to that position. I learned a very valuable lesson when my wife and I first bought furniture. Learned a valuable lesson.
What's that?
Well,
I'll tell you what. Hold on to that.
Yeah.
I got to hear this one.
Yeah. Okay.
I've heard most of your stories.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, this is a new one. So we'll find out what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And did the final piece of the Rockies playoff puzzle click into place last night? That's next. All right. Dad bods, unite. Here's the call. Dad bods. Here we go. We know who we are, right? We got the dad bods. Hey, nothing wrong with that. But hey, we got pride, we got ego. We'd like to look better, have our clothes fit better. Absolute Beauty Solutions is helping me lose inches in the places I want. And here's how they do it. They use red light wavelengths to target fat cells and trick them into opening up. The fat gets released and is digested naturally through your body. It's FDA approved, and it'll help us, guys, get rid of that unwanted belly fat, for example. Helps us look better, helps our clothes fit better. Plus, it gives us extra motivation to work out more, to stay more committed to that diet. Started talking about Absolute Beauty Solutions yesterday. I got a text from a woman who says, Good for you guys for finally realizing what us ladies have known for years. You guys should do this. Well, we are, and I am. Absolute Beauty Solutions guarantees you will lose 2 overall inches on your first session, or the treatment is free. I lost 4 inches on my first visit. I'm pumped up. Can't wait to see how this is going to go, and I'll take you along on my journey. So call Absolute Beauty Solutions and set up your free consultation, 303-420-5558. That's 303-420-5558. Or go to AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Will's Wellness and Estate Planning, a proud founding member of Mark's All Pros Referral Network. You can find them at marksallpros.com on that. Hey guys, being confident in what happens to your family should something happen to you is more important than it's ever been. Tomorrow is certainly not guaranteed. I tell it to you all the time. Tomorrow's not a guarantee. You need to take care of tomorrow today. And the best place to do that is consulting with my friends at Will's Wellness and Estate Planning, 720-266-8190. It's your responsibility, guys, to make sure that if anything happens to you, your family is going to be protected. The consequences of not having a will in place can devastate a family. Please go to willsandwellness.com, watch their free video on planning for your family's future, then call them and let them know you'd like to set up a video call to get your estate plan in place. Don't procrastinate any longer. They can do it over that video call today. Guys, use the virtual meeting option to get 10% off. That's Will's Wellness and Estate Planning. Call them, 720-266-8190, 720-266-8190, or find them online at willsandwellness.com.
One thing I got to give you, Stink. Man, you come up with some interesting analogies. So when last we left you, same bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah.
You were getting ready to tell us how shopping for furniture early in your career with your wife compared to this Juwan James situation.
Yeah.
So without further ado, go right ahead because I'm fascinated.
Yeah. Well, it is fascinating. Well, obviously, you know that my wife is a tremendous cook, right?
Oh,
And
yes.
she does a lot of quote unquote cooking and entertaining. Like whether it was with the Skins or with Denver, we had a Bible study at my house every Monday night, and she would cook like a banshee, and everybody come over and eat, and we entertained. And same way when I was in Washington. Well, when I was in Washington, in my first year, we bought a house, and we had like zero money. We had borrowed furniture, and things of that nature. No, we bought the house, and we didn't have the money to furnish the house. We could just have the house, right? Eating off of boxes, like literally eating off of boxes and folding lawn chairs. That was the dinner table type of thing, right? And we're going to buy this couch. I'd played for a while, and I became a starter, and so, we're going to buy this couch, and she wants to spend legitimate money on something of high quality. And I'm like, we can't spend, it was, whatever it was, $3,000 on a couch or whatever, right? I no, there's absolutely no way. And so I find this sectional sofa that I really like. Yeah, it's got one of those little flip things so your feet come out, like this is fine. This will be great. And it was, on sale for $800 or something, whatever it was, right? And so she's like, this is not going to last. All your friends weigh 300 pounds. Like, this is just not going to be. I'm like, nope, we're not spending it on that, right? Sure enough, we bought the couch that I wanted. A year and a half later, we're replacing it because the cushions literally looked like sheets of cardboard. Like they had been pushed down so much. They didn't hold their form. Obviously, everybody's big. And it was torn up, and ultimately, like, you get what you pay for. That to me is as a lesson. If you keep shopping at the dollar store, you know what you get? Products that are worth $1. If you keep going down, not that Juwan James was that, but what I'm saying is the Donald Stevensons, the Menelik Watsons, the Jared Valdiers, if you keep going down that road, hey, I don't know if you know this, but a future Hall of Famer left tackle was available on the open market for a 5th-round draft choice named Trent Williams. You didn't want to spend the money that it was going to take to re-sign the guy or give up the 5th-rounder. And now you know where he's playing? In San Francisco. And he is going to be a huge difference maker for the 49ers.
But was the decision to go after Juwan James a bad one? He got the richest right tackle contract ever given. Somebody was going to give it to him, right? It wasn't like the Broncos were negotiating in a vacuum here. Somebody was going to give him a very rich contract, and based on the very small sample size that we saw of him, when he's out there, he's a pretty good player,
right?
So, I mean, do you really blame the Broncos? Do you really blame John Elway for taking a swing at this guy?
I think you can go back and you can look at evaluations, okay? And to answer your question, no. To a degree.
They shouldn't have.
Well, no, I'm saying...
Oh, you can't blame them.
I'm saying, no, to a degree, no, you can't blame it.
Right.
But the issue, Mike, the issue that you start to look at is how are you evaluating players beyond their talent, beyond their athletic triangle, beyond what they do on a stopwatch? Because you drafted Garrett Bowles in the first round, and you can talk to multiple people, multiple sources around the league that took him off their board after interviewing him because they just didn't think he had the requisite above-the-neck ability. You can say the same thing about Paxton Lynch. So my question to you is, what are you guys doing? multiple teams. I have talked to multiple teams in both Bowles and Paxton Lynch that took him off their draft board because they didn't think he had the requisite above-the-shoulder skill set.
Is it desperation or is it arrogance? And let me define the two. Desperation is, hey, we gotta take some chances. We gotta take some chances because we're in decline. We've hit the skids. I mean, we got to take some chances. Is it desperation or is it arrogance? Hey, we recognize all the red flags that are out there, but it'll be different with us.
No, I don't think
he'll be different with us. We'll get more out of this guy than anybody else would. What is it? Desperation or arrogance?
I think it's more desperation than it is arrogance. I think here's what happens to you as a football organization. I've always believed this. And you know, like you could say this about Mike at the end of Mike Shanahan's tenure here. When you miss in free agency and you miss in the draft, you know what ends up happening to you? You neglect positions of strength. Why? Because you can't continue to build there. So you just say, hey, screw it. We're still good there. We have to go after this position again that we keep missing on. We have to go after this position. And eventually, if you keep missing while you're trying to solidify those areas, guess what? Those positions of strength, we open your eyes one day, 2 years later, 2 seasons later, and now that's a position of weakness. And now you look at your whole football team and you go 5-11, 6-10, 7-9. That's what happens to you.
Hey, desperation's a powerful thing, and it can even cause a very intelligent football builder like a Mike Shanahan to be lured in by a Dale Carter or a Daryl Gardner.
Because they have
there's a sense of desperation.
Right.
Start like we gotta stop this. We gotta fix this.
We gotta fix it. And listen, that's the other issue is that talent. Oftentimes, talent really makes you, as an evaluator, it ruins your evaluation of the player because the talent is so extreme that you look at it and go, wow, if we could just get this talent to play, if we could just get this talent to understand, if we could just get this. And so because you have desperation, you feel like, well, we can fix it. Like for us, it'll work. And I think that happens. And so I'm not bagging on Mike or I'm not bagging on John. I think it's the way it happens. And when you and it's happened to everybody a time or two. But when you make bad picks and you make bad free agent acquisitions, then you're chasing those same picks and same acquisitions.
Yep.
And then that's when the desperation, like we have to hit. And so then instead of saying, hey, let's just get the best football player and we'll just, you go, well, let's get the flash. Then you start to look at, hey, we need not only a good football, but we need some sizzle. So you start to evaluate sizzle as more important than steak.
And you're willing to overlook red flags. And you look past the red flags, too. Real quick, text line. Guys, did that just qualify as the Paxton Lynch smear campaign entry for the day?
Already did it.
Oh, we are so far ahead of you, Texter. That was already taken care of about an hour ago. Okay, 4 Down Territory coming up next.
First Down.
Well, that's all dependent upon Juwan. You know, he's cleared to play, but we got to get him ready to play. You know, he's got to get mentally ready to play, emotionally ready to play, and be able to go out there and play good, not just go out there. So that's part of that equation.
There is the now infamous quote from Vic Fangio last year in talking about Juwan James, where when you look at Juwan James' statement about deciding not to play this year, you can't help but wonder if this line is directed at Vic. Quote, "I know you don't know me well, and a false narrative was painted of me last year due to comments made about my injury, but I am invested in this city and my team." Now, let's look at this from the Vic Fangio angle. We were talking the other day. In what ways does Vic need to be different, better in year two? He had kind of a mixed bag when it came to some of his public comments last year, being tepid, lukewarm in his assessment of Von Miller, out and out, questioning Juwan James, while calling Brandon Allen a gamer and continually defending Garrett Bowles. What does Vic need to do differently this year when it comes to talking to the media about his players?
I think that ultimately you can't publicly criticize. You could publicly criticize your team or effort, but you can't single out players in that. You just can't do it, and that's something they're going to have to deal with. That's something that Vic will have to be better at.
So he's got to be less honest.
In press conferences, hell yeah.
He needs to be more like Bill Belichick.
Yep.
Or maybe more like John Fox.
Yeah. He didn't have to be that behind closed doors. He can rip whoever he wants. I will tell you, we put, asked Mike Kliss some questions, and, Mike Kliss came out and said, well, as of a couple of weeks ago, am I misrepresenting this? Because make sure I don't misrepresent this. But as a couple of weeks ago, John Elway reached out to Juwan James' agent, and the agent said that Juwan was going to play.
Yep.
And then I see this statement where Juwan James says there was a false narrative that I'm not invested. Right? There's a false narrative about me painted last year, comments made about my injury. I am invested in this city and this team. So I don't care what anybody says. That plays into your decision to not play this year.
Next in 4-down territory.
Second down.
There shouldn't be a stigma if you do choose to opt out. If there is a legitimate reason for you to be opting out and you don't feel comfortable, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for your family, you're making the best decision for yourself and for your family. And if we ever get to the point where we're shaming people for dropping out of a sport because they want to protect the health of their family, then we're in a tough spot.
There's J.J. Watt. We've had over 40 players have decided to opt out. We've learned a lot more about what the opt-out includes for players, that they can be guaranteed upwards of $350,000, still accrue a year of service time, which plays a big role in pension and benefits and things like that, and have their contract for this year rolled over to next year. You just heard what J.J. Watt had to say. Are you 100% convinced that players are opting out for legitimate reasons and concerns, or are some of them saying, you know what, this ain't a bad year to sit out and make a good amount of cash and still know that I have a healthy amount of money guaranteed for next year?
Well, the next year money, you got to make the team, so you got to come back and make the team.
Yeah, but if you got guaranteed money.
Well, if you got guaranteed money, you're going to get that money regardless.
Right.
So, I think for the most part, guys are doing what's best in their particular situation for their families. I've seen a lot of guys who have, just have newborns or just are pregnant and are going to have a baby or have a family history of something going on. So most of the guys that I have seen opt out have those conditions. And And then also most of the guys that opt out have already amassed a truckload of money. So, and I don't begrudge them of that. Like, hey man, this is what I think is going to be best for me and my family, and this is what I'm going to do. So, listen, I get it. And they've got to make the best decision for them. So, good for them. If they can make that decision, good for them. I'd miss the hell out of being in the locker room. Yep. I'd just miss shooter. You know, we were quarantined for a couple months before you and I could work together. We're still in separate studios. And I called all the time, when can I come back in? When can I come back in? I want that interaction. That's part of is what energizes me as a person.
Next in 4-down territory.
Third down.
We have all of our weapons on the offense and defense, and even our ballers on special teams. We have the team that, in my mind, is the team to beat.
Cam Jordan on Good Morning Football on the NFL Network says that Tom Brady and the Buccaneers are, quote, fighting for second place in the NFC South. He went on to say, yeah, they've got the second greatest quarterback of all time right behind Drew Brees. And now we've got a head-to-head 2 times a year. We got our work cut out for us. But this is a team that's fighting for second place. Do you still consider the Saints the team to beat?
Yeah.
In that division?
Absolutely.
Why?
Well, they do have a ton of talent. And they've got a system that they've been running forever with a coach and a quarterback that are completely in lockstep about how they want to run it.
Yeah, I would say the Bucs are more talented. Now, they may not have the same continuity. They may not have the same quarterback-coach relationship. But I think they're more talented.
I don't think. I think they have more talent, periphery talent.
You loved their defense last year.
Love it.
And so that defense is back, and the obvious upgrades on their offense.
Correct. You know what I love?
I think the Saints will win the division, but by the end of the season, Tampa Bay will be the team that absolutely nobody wants to play.
All right. See, you're falling into this trap.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're falling into a
trapped.
Right. Did the Broncos increase their talent level this?
Whoa. Do not compare the Denver Broncos talent to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers talent.
I'm just asking you a question.
Yes, they upgraded their talent. Yes.
Okay. Do we have concerns about them being able to block people?
Yes.
Okay. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their O-line and their O-line situation is so far from what the Saints roll out there. You talk about talent. I'll tell you that Armstead, their left tackle, is as talented as any player in football. I'll tell you Ramczyk is as good a player as there is at the right tackle position. I'll tell you they are a talented group up front, which makes them formidable. That's all. You know, you're enamored with yourself, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin, as you should be.
Yeah, but I also understand that when you have a quarterback like that, he is going to make your offensive line. If it's an average line, he'll make them above average. If it's an above average line, he'll make them great. Saw it here with Peyton. I'm a little bit surprised at you.
I'm
surprised at you.
I'm surprised 5 years together you still haven't learned anything.
Okay. Coming up next, our Rockies insider Patrick Saunders will join us, and the final piece of this newly minted Rockies juggernaut click into place last night. That's next. Ideal Home Loans is making owning a home so good right now. And with all the uncertainty and bad things that are happening out there, being a homeowner, this is good because you can take advantage of crazy, crazy low mortgage rates. So the first step is to reach out to Brent Ivinson at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. That consultation's free. You go over what your goals are, and then Brent and his salary-based specialists go to work to make it happen for you. So maybe you want to refinance to a lower rate while keeping your existing term, saving tens of thousands of dollars over the life of the loan. Use the equity in your home to do that special project you've been putting off. Maybe refinance so you can get rid of that pesky credit card debt. And Ideal Home Loans is doing most all of this digitally. It's done efficiently, securely, organized, and most of all, it is safe. Ideal Home Loans has been serving Colorado since 2001. Let them help you get the most out of your home. Call Ideal Home Loans at 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000, or apply online at idealhomeloans.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Xfinity. Get the ultimate entertainment experience featuring the Xfinity Sports Zone, the best way to catch all the live scores, all the live highlights, and baseball is in full swing. And I don't know about you, but I have been watching so much baseball. It's so fun to see the game, even without the fans. Doesn't matter to me. And Xfinity has been a lifesaver during this quarantine. Not only the super fast internet speeds that keep me connected, keep me doing TV, keep me on the radio, but also just watching movies with my granddaughters, hanging out, watching the live sports that have started. It is absolutely unbelievable. And with the Xfinity Voice Remote, it's so easy to check out your favorite games and your favorite teams and make sure you keep up on all the things going on. Get the ultimate sports experience with Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com or call them 1-800-XFINITY or visit a local Xfinity store. We're here to help you discover the products and services to meet your connectivity needs. Restrictions apply.
O'Reilly. Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts are designed to meet the electrical demands of today's vehicles. Get dependable power and performance from a Superstart battery for your car, truck, motorcycle, lawnmower, boat, and more. Our professional parts people can help you find just what you need. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Foot odor throwing you off your game? Stick to a winning game plan with odor readers featuring 3 advanced odor and wetness fighters. The lineup provides long-lasting odor control plus more to keep your feet on their game.
Odor Readers powder provides outstanding moisture control. Clear drying spray is the MVP in preventing athlete's foot, while insoles work continuously to manage wetness while adding a layer of comfort. Pick up today at Walmart, Target, CVS, Dollar General, or other fine retailers.
Odor Eaters. Destroy foot odor with the best in odor defense.
Patrick Saunders set to join us in just a second, our Rockies baseball insider from the Denver Post. Rockies just continue to roll along. Fall behind 4-1 last night. No biggie.
No big whoop.
No big whoop. 5-run inning. Little dicey at the end, but Jairo Diaz, the new closer, shuts it down, and another win. They march on. Patrick joins us now on the Fireball Hotline. Good morning, Patrick.
Hey, guys. How are you?
I'm doing great, Patrick. Hey, apparently I've been watching Brian Shaw. It wasn't Coors Field, but you know what? That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into it right now. Hey, this Rockies team, walk me through Jairo Diaz, because I was telling Mike, even though there was a bit of struggle in the close last night, I think he has got, in my mind, not only electric fastball stuff at 94, 96, but I think personally, he has the best slider or the best off-speed stuff to fill that closer role. Why did they go in that direction?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, he does have electric stuff. If you remember when the Rockies first got him, and this is before he had Tommy John, I mean, he had a reputation as a 100-mile-an-hour pitcher who at one point, if I'm right about this, I think his fastball at one point when he was with the Angels organization clocked at 103. So, I mean, he brings the heat. Even though he had Tommy John surgery. And I agree with you. What I think the reason they're going with Jairo, I think they like his aggressiveness and his mentality. I'm not sure Bud Black is particularly wild about the inconsistency, however. I mean, last night was the first time he's given up any runs all year, but it's been a high wire act for him so far. And I think they have a little bit of faith in him. But he can't keep living on the edge like he has been. And truthfully, if Scott Oberg had not suffered blood clots again, which is just an awful thing for Scott, he would have been their best option. But, you know, cross your fingers. It's either Jairo or it's Carlos Estevez, and the Rockies are going with Jairo for right now.
Okay, so it's his turn right now, but it's by no means a commitment. Is that how you define it?
I think that's fair. I think Buddy's leaning toward him, and Buddy likes to have a committed ninth inning guy, somebody that is his closer. But if he keeps living on the edge like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlos Estevez get a shot too. But so right now, I think Diaz is closer 1. Carlos Estevez is probably closer 1A.
When you look at this Rockies team, I mean, yesterday was the first homer by Nolan, and I mean he just absolutely smashed it. But you know, we're gonna hit. Everybody says we're gonna hit. How surprised have you been? Pleasantly surprised, other than Gonzalez's start last night, with the starting pitching and what they've been able to accomplish so far, especially Freeland.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit I was wrong, at least from the early going. I did not give the Rocks a chance to make the playoffs because I didn't think their starting pitching was going to be good enough early on, deep enough early on to get them to this kind of start. And it's been remarkable. I mean, Freeland looks like Freeland of 2018. Antonio Sensatella has taken a huge step forward. We already knew Herman Marquez was great. And I don't even think we've seen the best of John Gray. But to answer your question, I've been pleasantly surprised. They've been, they've been aggressive. They're throwing strikes. They're working really quickly, which I know guys like Nolan and Trevor Story love. They love the tempo of the games. And the starters keep going like this, guys. The Rockies are going to be in the playoffs.
Visit with Patrick Saunders. Matt Kemp, we knew the moment that they signed him, his history at Coors Field. But even knowing that, he's been a pleasant surprise, because this is a guy that was basically out of baseball, and yet he's been a huge lift. Have you ever talked to him about the psychology of why he does so well at Coors Field, why he's so comfortable at Coors Field? I mean, we've seen hitters before. They have their favorite ballparks. Why has he been able to put into words why he just does so well here?
Yeah, I don't know Matt at all. I've talked to him on Zoom calls, and I think I've interviewed him once or twice over the years. But I know he said one thing. He loves the batter's eye at Coors, the hitting background with the pine trees and everything in the background. He loves that. He's an aggressive hitter. He knows he's got quite the launch angle, and that plays at Coors really well. And he's a lifetime 280-something hitter. He's a really accomplished hitter, but, I know we all criticize Jeff Bridich a lot, but...
Not on this show!
But picking up Matt Kemp off the scrap heap, so to speak, and Daniel Bard as well, and even Chris Owings so far. Yeah. Three very, under-the-radar pickups for the Rockies, and right now, all three of those guys are playing monster roles for this team. You got to tip your cap. You talk about Brian Shaw, Jake McKee, and Wade Davis. That's one downside to the front office. But, man, the Kemp signing is looking like a genius right now.
Yeah, we've been talking about crafting an apology letter to Dr. Bridich, so we're working on that right now. Hey, the tempo of the game, you mentioned tempo of the game, and I saw you interview over your Zoom call with Buddy on Sunday, I think it was, Buddy Black. I heard you ask a couple of questions about pitching backwards and all those things, but how much has not having fans in the stands affected the pitcher's ability to stay on those tempos, to pitch backwards a little bit in those counts, those fastball counts, to throw their slider or their changeups like we've seen with Freeland? How much has not having fans in the stand, do you think, affected tempo of the game and this starting pitching rotation?
Well, the tempo of the game, I think it has helped. I don't, the guys I've talked to about this and asked this question, John Gray, Freeland are the two I think I've asked the question. They don't seem to really think it matters one way or another. Both of them indicated to me that once they get in the game and are on the mound, they focus in tightly and they don't think about the crowd. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Bud Black was talking that when they were on the road in Texas, late innings, and there was no crowd noise, and Jairo Diaz and some of the other guys were dealing with a lot of traffic, Bud was speculating that maybe no crowd noise, no pressure from the visiting crowd, maybe that was a blessing in disguise. But I don't know if it's affecting the starters at all right now. I think that remains to be seen. I got to admit, when I'm out at Coors, I'm not traveling to road games, but when I'm out at Coors, yeah, it's weird. And the empty ballpark is completely different feel. But I got to admit, by the time the game gets going, once you're starting to pay attention to it, I start to forget myself that there's no crowds at times.
I think we've all experienced that kind of as fans. So once you kind of get used to it, then you just settle in and your eyes just drawn to the game, and it's just the game. And plus, you know what? I got to admit, the way that they pump in some of the crowd noise, it does kind of help. I don't find it jarring or anything like that. I think it kind of helps, especially if I'm listening to games on the radio. You really notice it on the radio.
I agree, and I think when they first started out, when the home opener last Friday, I think they were still really experimenting with it, guys. I thought the crowd noise, the volume was way too low on the home opener on Friday, and I think they've increased the volume. I think they're doing a pretty good job with all of it. It is weird, though, to have all the bells and whistles and in the stadium on the scoreboards and stuff, and there's nobody to get involved. But on the plus side, there's also no dinger, so that's a good thing.
Great point. Excellent point. Patrick, thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Guys.
Patrick's walk-off moment right there.
Yeah.
That was a good walk-off moment there from Patrick. Okay. Patrick appearing on the Fireball hotline.
throwing fireballs at
Dinger.
At Dinger.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
So Yeah.
We got a new laugh, by the way.
We got a
Did
new
you hear
laugh.
that? Let me
You
hear
hear
that
that?
laugh again.
All right, let's see. He now goes into the Laugh Hall of Fame, joined by, go ahead, Benny. All right, there's Chris Harris.
Jr.
There's our pal Zach. There's Kawhi. Yeah. There's Lisa. Yeah. There's John. And there's
That's me.
And there's you.
Snidely. Are you not entertained?
That's right.
Rockies are exciting, man. They're fun.
I'm enjoying it.
I was locked in when they're down 4-1. They get a couple runners on. I think Tony Walters hit a single, and then maybe Chris Owings hit a single, and they got runners on first and second, and then Nolan goes yard, or was that I don't know exactly how it went down, but when Nolan went yard, we were upstairs watching the Rockies game because Lisa loves to watch the Rockies as well. And I'm like, gosh, this would be a great time for Nolan just to launch one, right? He gets that high fastball. And I tell you what, he put it up on the concourse. That thing was as soon as he swung the bat, that was a no-doubter.
Well, that's the thing. They've built this 7-2 start without anything from Nolan.
Yeah. He was hitting, going into the game, he was hitting like 220-something. Or
wait until he gets hot. And this stretch, we talked about it. 13 out of 16 at home. Take advantage of it. Put your foot down. Do something that Rockies teams haven't typically shown over the years. Have a real sense of killer instinct. And understand you can set yourself up nicely to be a playoff team.
Right. In their first four at home,
I didn't predict anything.
No. In their first four at home, what are they, 3-1 in their first four games at home?
Yep. And we said this 13 out of 16 stretch. Next 16 games, 13 are at home.
Mm-hmm.
And we said pretty much you want to be at least 10-6 in these 16 games, right?
Yeah.
They're 3-1 so far. Good pace. By the way, how does this 7-2 start translate to the whole 2.7? Each game is worth 2.7, so that would mean they're like.
Wait a minute. I got my calculator right here.
Hold on.
All right. So you're talking about seven wins.
Each one's worth 2.7.
2.7 is equal to their 18.9.
Right,
so 19.
And then
2 times 2.7 is equal to 19 and 5. 19 and 5 and
so
a
this
half.
7-2 start is the equivalent of a 19-5 start in 162 games.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that.
It's big.
Huge. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. we're getting more recommendations for laughs. Do we still have Drew Goodman's stoner laugh? Do we still have that one?
I don't.
That's a good one.
I don't even remember that one.
Oh, I do. And somebody said made recommendations for Troy's laugh, Troy Rink's laugh.
We're gonna have to get him laughing about something.
So, we gotta get Drew's in there. That was a great one. Question mark is presented by Brakes Plus. And let's find a good one. Mark, do you think it's possible that these NFL opt-outs have been influenced by what's going on with baseball?
How so? Like because guys have contracted, like teams,
right, and players have had it, and you got a guy like Eduardo Rodriguez of the Red Sox who had it, got over it, but apparently had complications with his heart from it that has now shut him down for the entire season.
Correct. I think that there are some. I think there are a few that baseball would affect, but I don't think many, Mike. I don't think it's many guys that are affected by what's going on in baseball. I think ultimately baseball, to me, the biggest effect baseball will have is, hey, if you guys go out and do things. I mean, did you see the our boy Jeter explained that, a couple guys went out for milk and cookies and, and to get coffee, and everybody got coronavirus. Like, all right, can we settle down with that gift basket? Like, let's calm down a little bit. Okay, let's calm down on that.
You just called Derek Jeter gift basket.
Well, I mean,
those are fighting words to a Yankee fan.
Well, that's fine, but come on, stop it. All right, so I think that this is a unbelievable opportunity to understand that what we're asking you to do to get this season to go off without a hitch is going to be incredible self-sacrifice. You're going to have to really sacrifice a lot of what you've been used to doing as a human, especially you single guys. Urges. You're going to have to sacrifice your lifestyle to get this season to go off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think all you have to do is point to baseball. I heard the part of the St. Louis Cardinals deal was they went to a casino. Did you hear this?
Yeah.
Went to the casino.
Right.
Come on, guys. Like, don't we have to be a little bit smarter than this?
Meanwhile, hockey and basketball in the bubbles, no issues thus far. Knock on wood. I'm knocking on wood all over the place. Hockey just had another round of tests. 0.
Right.
0 positives.
Because you're not allowed to go anywhere. I mean that's what it...
Well, you're in Edmonton. You're in Toronto, but Edmonton especially. What are you going to do?
Yeah. So, I mean, all that stuff is... Like, Lou Williams goes out, does his thing. He's basically quarantined before he can get back in the bubble, right?
Right.
They just quarantine him. Say, hey, you can't come back in now. So, they certainly seem to be doing it right. I think like I've said many times, I think it'd be virtually impossible to quarantine the whole football team or the whole league for any length of time. But I think there's certainly things we can do to protect ourselves, but it's going to take incredible sacrifice from every guy in the league to understand what it's going to take to get through this.
Now, the good news is, as a Rockies fan, you want this thing to continue. The last thing you want is baseball to shut down because we got something kind of special going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's got our curiosity. At least it's been limited right now to just the Marlins and the Cardinals.
Right. And I think it's limited to the Marlins and the Cardinals because those are two teams that had knuckleheads that didn't really take it seriously.
And I think the NFL is going to have to go through that kind of a slap-to-the-face wake-up call as well. That there's going to be, I'll call it right now, I think there'll be at some point during training camp, once they start to, or maybe even early in the season, but more like early in the season, once they start to travel, okay? Because when baseball was in their training camps, you didn't have much of an issue. It was when they started to travel. I think when you see football teams early in the season start to travel, we're going to have a Marlins or a Cardinals type story.
I don't think it has anything to do with – I think it has very little to do with traveling.
Well, when I say traveling, meaning
going to a different city and getting on Tinder? Is that what you're talking about, traveling? Because if that's what you're talking about, traveling,
I was going to say traveling and going out, but yeah, if you want to take it to there, okay, sure.
Yeah,
okay.
If that's what you're talking about.
I was going to go traveling and going out to dinner or traveling and going out to a casino, but if you want to go traveling and then swiping right, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if that's what you want to talk about, then yes. Yeah, you're probably correct.
And you don't think football?
No, I know. Hey, listen, I'm not dumb.
Right.
I know what some of the things that go on. So I get that aspect of it. And again, it takes self-sacrifice and it's going to take maturity. And honestly, more than maturity, Mike, it's going to take good policing by your organization. Ultimately,
especially since you're talking about double the urges, double the amount of players.
Right.
On a football team compared to
Which
baseball.
Would be double the urges.
Double the urges, sure.
Henceforth.
Everything's doubled.
Yeah.
This is the legendary Troy Rank laugh that I think has to be added to the Hall of Fame.
I'm here.
What did I say?
Oh,
Troy Rank. No. Drew Goodman. Drew Goodman.
I didn't hear that one.
Oh, you never heard that one?
No, I hadn't heard
that's
that
a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes.
That's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that goes into the
we're
Fan
building a
Laugh Hall of
library.
Fame.
How are we going to get Troy Rank to really just a good belly laugh?
I know. We never get him.
We got to come up with
It's a challenge. We'll have him on
we're
tomorrow.
Gonna have to come up with
we got to work on this. We'll get our comedy writers to work.
You know what we're gonna have to come up with? We're gonna have to come up with some cheesy cliche that he hasn't thought of.
Right.
Right.
Because he's the king of the cheesy cliches.
Right.
They're good though.
No, they're great, but they're he has a
talk about somebody's heartbeat as being lower than a polar ice cap or something like that. I mean.
Hey guys, I know what we could do.
What's that?
Who's
this guy? Who's this voice? Who's this guy?
Scott the Huff. How are you?
Scott the Huff, you're still with us?
Yeah. We'll get somebody to do a Jim Tracy impression.
Oh.
Jerry Schimmel. I love you, Jerry.
Yeah, that's not gonna
But let's not do the impressions.
Let's leave the impressions to the Huff, shall we?
And Mark.
Yeah. All right. We'll just maybe
now I can't think of
maybe we'll have Cowboy DeHuff come on and ask Troy Rank a question, try to get him to laugh.
Yeah.
Hey, Troy, you got big balls?
See, that would work for us. I don't know if it would work for Troy.
I think that would just be an awkward silence.
Now I can't even think of some of the this guy's got more than he always says this guy has this guy sniffles. It would be like Paxton Lynch crying on the bench. He got more sniffles than Flonase, It's always but now I can't think of one,
but I know there have been a million.
There's a million of them.
Yes.
Maybe somebody on the text line can help us with it.
Yeah, we need some good Troy Rankisms over the years. 'Cause I'm drawing a complete blank, but as soon as I start to hear them, I'll be like, oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that was a great one. Okay.
Yeah, I just can't.
Let's get to the text line.
Okay. Have we done question mark yet?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
Must have been brilliant.
I agree with players opting out to protect themselves. Just from what I've seen from James, he doesn't like playing football and is using this as an easy out. He has had a bad attitude and acts like he doesn't want to be here. James is soft, plain and simple. That's from Johnny. Hey, look, I can't go so far as to say he's just using this as an excuse and that he doesn't have legitimate concerns. That would be just wrong. But everybody, I think, can understand why it is a bad look.
Sure.
And why I can understand why people would be skeptical. He's created that narrative around himself.
I completely understand the frustration and disappointment, but anybody that makes it and actually plays in the NFL, which he's played a lot of games in the NFL, there's levels of toughness to players in the NFL. There's some guys that are extremely tough. There's some guys that are less tough than others. But for anybody to text us that's never played and say that he has no toughness and he's soft, I just don't think you have the right to say that.
Well, wait a minute. Whoa. I don't think the folks on the text line are necessarily just creating this on their own. I think they're sort of taking their cues from guys like Vic.
Sure, I understand.
And even to a certain degree, guys like you who are, obviously an expert on this, and you have said yourself that the word on him in Miami was he wasn't always a max effort guy.
The word that I said was, you watch him, he'll play on a body clock.
Okay.
I said, what did I say? He's exceptionally talented, took good sets, understood concepts, understood where help was coming from, but far too often his guy will make a play because he blocks him for 1,000, 1,002, and I am done.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the wrap. And then 100%er.
Right.
If he doesn't feel 100%, he's not going to jeopardize further type injury. That doesn't make him not – it doesn't make him soft. Like saying soft is just that's a dirty, dirty word. And just if you make it in the NFL, you're tougher than 99.9999% of the people walking the planet. That's all. So now there's a different level of toughness within the context of playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a difference between maybe these are semantics, being soft, being scared, and saying I won't play unless I'm 100%.
Okay, I want you to listen to this. Okay, here it is. Listen, please.
Well, that's all dependent upon Juwan. You know, he's cleared to play, but we got to get him ready to play. You know, he's got to get mentally ready to play, emotionally ready to play, and be able to go out there and play good, not just go out there. So that's part of that equation.
All right, what was Vic Fangio thinking at the time he said that?
This guy should be playing, and he's soft. I understand where it comes from. And here's what I've said about Vic Fangio. You could have stopped before you got into the players' urges. You were perfect all the way up. They're going to have to be unselfish. They're going to have to take care of one another. They're going to have to go out there and battle for one another. You know, they're going to have to all these things. Stop. Next question. But instead you went stop, pause. But, players have urges, right? So the same thing could be said with that soundbite. You know what you could have said? He's been medically cleared to play, but we have to get him ready to play. Boom. Next question. Well, what do you mean by getting him? He's got to practice. He's got to go out there and get ready to play and be efficient. We can't put other people in harm's way because he's not 100% ready to go. Just like they did with Drew Lock. As an organization, sometimes you have to, even if you don't like a guy, you have to take the slings and arrows. That's all. There's a way to do it. There's a right way to do it, and then there's a crossing the line way to do it. And they have crossed the line on different occasions that I just promise you, being in a locker room for most of my adult life, it doesn't sit well. It just doesn't.
Even if you as players look at the guy and feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear what Vic Fangio says and say, yep, absolutely. Oh, I totally agree with that.
Right.
And then in the same breath say, but he shouldn't have said it.
Shouldn't have said it, yeah.
So so Vic is saying publicly what all of you in the room are thinking.
Yes.
Privately and are probably sharing in conversation with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But the mere fact that he took it outside the locker room is an absolute no-no.
It's taboo.
Even though he's right, and in this case, Juwan James drives all of you crazy.
Right. Now, I don't have my finger's not on the pulse of how guys felt about Juwan James.
No, I'm using this as a...
Yeah, but just in general,
I feel pretty confident in saying for Vic to go there means there had to be enough of a buildup where everybody understood it and saw it to the point where he had no problem going public with it.
Okay. So
he didn't feel like he was making something up.
Right. But let me just give you kind of the contrarian viewpoint or why. So let's say that everybody felt that way. Okay? Everybody was on board and you're sick of the guy, right? And you feel like this guy isn't giving it. And I'm not saying that they felt this way. I have no idea how they felt about Juwan James, right? But let's just say that was the prevailing thought in the locker room. Why is this guy on our team? And I've been there. I've had some guys. I've had a few guys that I played with that I thought, why in the world is this guy on our team? He doesn't deserve to be on our team. And you let go of a good football player to keep him because you hoped that maybe at some point the light goes off. And there's a part of you that resents that. But you know what I'd never do? I'd never stand in front of the mirror and say, or in front of the media and go, that guy doesn't deserve to be on our team. I wouldn't do that. But here's the point. Let's say that everybody felt that way, okay? You could get away with pointing it out. And guys would just be like, well, kind of serves him right. That's who he is. But then multiple times you've gone out of your way to praise the Garrett Bowles, that everybody, and I'm talking about, I have had plenty of guys pull me aside and say, I cannot believe what we're dealing with. And you've gone out of your way to mama cat that guy to the media, 100% of my respect gone. Sorry.
Yeah, that is a bad look. I could see how that would be received in the room. But I here's where I just, as a fan, and you know how fans react, and we've been, getting plenty of texts, hey, I give Vic credit for calling out these, soft-ass billionaires, that kind of thing.
Like Brian Shaw. Shaw back in the day. But you know how that went over? Like a lead balloon.
Okay, but
yeah.
But I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding why he's telling us something that everybody in the room already knows, and you're all upset about it. You're all frustrated about it.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly all the talk behind the scenes hasn't really changed anything. So what's wrong with kind of like a last recourse? I got nothing else to lose as a coach. Maybe I'll make it public, and maybe the understanding that everybody in the public now knows how we feel about you, maybe somehow will kick you back into gear. I just don't understand why that's considered so taboo.
I would ask.
I mean, what do you got to lose?
Let me ask you this. I would ask, well, what do you have to lose? You have to lose the respect of the players that you have.
Really? Because then I would look at it and say, you know what? If a player in that room who already feels that way, agrees with me in the room, but has a problem with me voicing it publicly, well, then that's somebody that I probably can't trust to be a pro the same way. Because I would like to think that if I have the right guys in the room, they're going to understand why I'm doing this. And if all my guys in the room are handling their business the right way professionally, why are they going to be bothered by it? Because if they're doing everything the right way, they're never going to have to worry about me talking about them that way.
I think there is a certain amount of distrust between management and players that will never, ever go away. And I think all players, and you see this every year, in what's that thing they put on HBO? Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, yeah.
Right? Guy busts his ass, comes down to the final cut, gets released, comes up to the coach's office. Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate the opportunity. Take my hefty trash bag full of crap and I'll get out of here, right? I mean, guys handle it pretty well. Most everybody can take their butt chewing. Most everybody. We used to say all the time, there's no virgin meat on my ass. It's all been chewed, right? There isn't. That's fine. You want to rip me a new one? You want to do that in front of the group? Like, I'll own that. I'll take that. But don't walk out of our room and broadcast it to the media. To me, those guys haven't earned. Those guys don't get to have that. That doesn't get to be a part of. Like it shouldn't be consumed publicly. And that's how. It's one of those, Mike. You can say whatever you want. It's an unwritten rule in the NFL that he violated.
I know. And it's not just the NFL. Right. It's all sports. I get it. It's an unwritten rule, but it's just one as a fan I don't get.
No,
because it's if the criticism that you get from your peers That can be the most biting criticism you'll ever get. I mean, we've all been there, okay? Right. I don't care what level of sports you played at. Just hearing criticism from your friends, from your peers, I mean, that stings more than anything you maybe even hear from a coach or teacher, sure. Right? So if I'm in that room and players are getting on me, players are calling me out, teammates are calling me out, coaches are calling me out, front office guys are calling me out, and I'm still not getting it, and all of a sudden the coach goes out and tells the world, tells my fan base that I'm not playing hard enough, I'm not bringing the requisite amount of intensity, that's supposed to make me mad? That, oh, you went too far. To me, that's just more revealing of the person that's receiving the criticism more so than it is violating some taboo unwritten rule.
Let me
I mean, to me, it's a point. If you've gotten to the point where you've exhausted all possibilities in the room and the guy's still not getting it,
right?
At that point, I look at it like, what do you got to lose?
Okay.
Because I probably already got a pretty good feel about what this guy is and isn't, when it comes to his makeup. What do I got to lose?
What you have to lose is the respect of the other players. Like you don't, that you have.
But the other players are with you. They've been saying the same thing in the room all this time.
Okay, exactly. So you know what you do? You bench said player. You don't play said player. You make said player go down and you make him give scout team reps. But you don't splay him out in front of the media. There's ways to deal with that don't include letting the whole world know exactly he's not playing hard enough, he's not smart enough, he's not whatever enough, he's not this enough. There are ways to be humiliated. Like if your lack of preparation or your lack of effort or your lack of production, right, isn't enough, and the way people feel about your lack of all those things isn't enough to motivate you, well, going out in front of the media and telling everybody that you're not very good is not going to motivate you either. If you can't do it for your peers, the guys beside you that are busting their ass, then you're not going to do it for anybody. So the best thing you can do is cut the dude. Say, hey, man, we can't have that here.
But when a texter says to me, Mike, it's not sports, it's any business, call them out amongst their peers, not to the entire world. Like Mark said, it'll cause distrust amongst everyone else. See, here's how I would look at it. If a guy, in my work is the Juwan James, for example, okay, of this office, and he gets called out publicly, I'm going to be like, we've already been saying that inside these walls. And you know what? I don't worry about it. I don't feel like I can't trust the people in charge anymore, because you know what? I'm not going to do what that guy did. I'm going to handle my business. I'm going to be professional. I'm going to bring a certain amount of focus and intensity. So to me, if you're one of those guys in that room and Vic decides to go public with his criticisms, I would think you would look at it and say, well, he's never going to say that about me because I'm never going to give him a reason to say that about me.
Right. I just think, again, we had this conversation a week ago, or partly. Again, it comes down to more, you have to think of a team as more of a family. And there's certain dirty laundry in your own family that you don't broadcast publicly because your wife will leave you. I mean, that's just the way it is. You just don't, you deal with it behind closed doors. You try to get, if it's your kid, you try to get your kid the help that your kid needs. And you don't broadcast to the neighborhood. Guess what? My dumb ass,
Right. No, I get it. No.
So,
I mean.
Anyhow.
I just, well, we've certainly gone on around on this. And I respect where you're coming from. You know the dynamic better than anybody. I guess a lot of us outside that dynamic just look at it and go, just don't understand why that's so taboo. But okay.
Yeah. There's some things you just don't need to understand. You just got to understand.
Yeah.
Like you just got to go, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, I'll just trust you on that one. All right. Much more. Tons of reaction, including one of the what's the best way to put this? I guess I haven't seen a text like this that has really vented in a long time. We'll share that with you. And is Michael Porter Jr. set to be the Nuggets' missing piece for this upcoming playoff run? That's next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. So many great programs out there, custom term mortgages to get you in the right financial vehicle to get you to pay your house off quicker, save some money on interest. There's no question about that. How about their mortgage rate guarantee or their interest rate guarantee? If within 2 years of your loan it goes down, I think it's 0.75%, they'll redo your loan. I mean, there's so many different reasons that I've been working with Ideal Home Loans for well over a decade. It's because they base themselves on integrity and doing things the right way. And there's so many reasons you should take a look at Ideal Home Loans as well. The interest rates are at all-time lows, guys, for crying out loud. Take advantage of these interest rates. Maybe it's consolidating that credit card debt, getting you out of that credit card debt, have you saving hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars a month. They can help you with that, guys, as well as loans. But if it's a new house, maybe it's a home equity line of credit, whatever the case may be, they can help you through it. All you have to do is call 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000, or find them online at idealhomeloans.com.
Well, this Juwan James story has
bang
brought out the best in our textures. Whew.
Really?
Talk about fireballs.
I'm sure.
Can I get the fireball sound? Here we go. All right, here we go. So NFL players are big babies that can't be called in public. Okay, I guess they will have to lay on their bed of cash and cry into $100 bills. This entire conversation makes all football players sound soft. If one is in a job where poor performance can end up costing actual lives, whether it be firefighting or oil drilling or the military or whatever, then the obligation is to point out underperformers as loudly as possible. This locker room dynamic, as it is being described by you guys, sounds a lot like an old boys club where everybody talks about accountability, but only to a point. Come on, guys, move on. The guy has no heart, and everyone knows it. He will never play another snap for the Broncos. Who cares who calls him out and how it's done? James is the worst decision Elway ever made. James is laughing all the way to the bank. Oh, there's more. Let me see if I can find this one I wanted to get to here. You want to respond to something there? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, a lot of these texts, like if your boss came out in a huge company, let's say you work, your office is an office of 300 people, and your boss came out in front of all 300 people, and you're in a big giant conference room and ripped your ass because you're an underperformer and you stink, you would probably leave the meeting crying. And I'm sitting here saying, that's fine. That happens all the time in the NFL. Those things happen all the time. We're big boys. We can handle it. But what you don't do to a player is you don't go publicly in front of that podium and rip you don't do that. It's not the way it works.
I want to let this texter vent a little bit.
Okay.
I think he's earned the right. This is from Dr. Josh in San Antonio, listening on the app. I get it. I'm salty and tired, but when I think about the fact that James made 3 times more per snap than I did all of last year, and he wants to opt out because of fear of exposure to disease I come face-to-face with 80-plus hours a damn week, they get paid to entertain me. He goes on to say, to be clear, I don't begrudge other guys for doing what they feel is best, but this one makes me roll my eyes. What a perfect opportunity for him to continue not playing football while still collecting all the money owed to him. This guy is a quitter. It's that simple. He's the kid on your team growing up who always had a great excuse to not be out there.
Well, see, what we have done now, and this is case in point. This is case in point to why what Vic Fangio did in calling him out and questioning his toughness and his emotional availability is wrong. Because none of you know Juwan James. None of you that are texting in have ever met Juwan James. None of you know how bad that injury really was. You don't. And yet you're all drawing conclusions that he is weak-minded, that he is not tough, that he is a sellout, that he's only in it for the money. And let me just say, now I have a great relationship with the trainers during my time and a great relationship with the doctors. I have seen multiple injuries go undiagnosed or diagnosed incorrectly, only to find during the exit physical, oh, there really was something wrong with you. I played in the NFL long enough to know that what we're asked to do when it comes to injury is not what the general population is asked to do. You would never, ever, that all the doctors that take care of us would never ask their own kids to do what they ask us to do. It just is, that part is fact, Mike. I have seen, over the course of my 12-year career, I have seen multiple injuries that weren't diagnosed or that were like, no, we can't find anything wrong, that upon the exit physical, we went back and looked at your MRIs. And guess what? It turns out it wasn't a sore groin. You actually have a hernia. We just didn't see it the first time. Oh, how convenient. So you mean I played half the season with a hernia that needed an operation, and you just let that happen? So just understand that what you're doing is you're using the narrative from the team that came out to assess a toughness quotient on a player that you don't know anything about, and you don't know anything about the injury.
But this wasn't a guy who had been out for a week or two, and then the team decided, hey, you're good. You're good to get back out there. He played 3 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
He was out a significant amount of time. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he out long enough that they had enough time to look at his injuries, test him, find out what was really going on, and then arrive at a point where they said, he's ready.
Yes.
He's cleared. And enough for the coach to come out and say, he's been cleared.
Right.
We've cleared him.
Right. And what I'm telling you is that I've been around long enough to see plenty of players who are cleared that play the entirety of the season, and they go back in hindsight and look at it and go, well, you still had this significant ailment. I know a guy that was cleared that played 2 years on a completely torn PCL that never got, posterior cruciate ligament, was never diagnosed. You're fine. It'll heal up. It's good. Like there are plenty of these things that go on. And I've counseled guys from other teams. Well, they said I only had, this. Well, that's why part of the negotiation in the last collective bargaining agreement was to be able to go get a second opinion from a doctor of your choosing to make sure that opinion is congruent with what you're getting from the organization. When I was in Washington, I went outside of our doctor to have microfracture surgery from a guy in James Andrews that literally helped invent the surgery. And when I came back and I was rehabbing and my knee was swollen and stiff and I asked for anti-inflammatory, the Redskins told me, why don't you talk to your doctor about getting anti-inflammatories? That's how salty it can be. I know that it's gotten better, Mike, but let me tell you something. It's not pleasant. And, you get the best medical care in the world that you can get based upon you got to still be able to go out and play hurt and injured. And that's part of the deal. And some guys are better at playing injured than other guys.
Training Camp 2020 locked and loaded. Of course, we're breaking it all down thanks to Mountain High Appliance. Check out all of our training camp content at 1043thefan.com/camp. Much more on the text line. Good stuff. Great opinions from both sides. We'll get to that. Also, can Michael Porter Jr. be the missing piece for the Nuggets in this upcoming playoff run? That's next. For 60 years, man, think about that. 60 years. 60 years is a long time when you start to think about it. Well, that is what Silterhart Motors, that's how long they have been around. Now, of those 25 of those 60 years, they have helped those going through very difficult financial hardships. It's their zero down program helping people going through bankruptcy. The name says it all. Zero down and no payments for 45 days. Silterhart's mission is to customize a payment plan that fits your situation. So if you're going through tough times right now, there is a solution. Go to sthmotors.com, chat with a representative, and get a direct quote on the trade value of your car. Also at sthmotors.com, check out their huge inventory of over 1,800 cars. Silterhart, 5 dealerships in one, Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, Volvo, and Maserati, and is conveniently located right off Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Again, if you're dealing with bankruptcy, please reach out to the Zero Down team. Call 720-446-9222 or go online at sthmotors.com.
Hey, guys, you thinking about selling your house? Now might be the best time to sell your house. The market, full swing, interest rates, all-time lows. Every day you wait to list your house could be costing you valuable time and money. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, the guy I recommend you give him a call. Troy, so committed to getting you the most money. He's the only agent I've ever heard of anywhere I've lived to guarantee to sell your house at your price. If he doesn't, pays you $5,000. Who else makes that deal? Nobody is the answer. Troy can make that guarantee because he has so many approved buyers that want to close on a house this summer. He simply doesn't have enough houses to sell. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy Hansford will buy your house all cash. You can close in as little as 7 days. There is absolutely no reason you should wait to call. Call Troy now, 720-900-4433. No risk, no obligation. Call Troy. Sell your house. 720-900-4433. That's Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Call Troy now. Get your house sold. 720-900-4433.
I do want to get to Michael Porter Jr. here in a second, but some of these texts. Mark, my wife worked 6 weeks with a torn ACL before her surgery. She makes 1/20th of what you used to make. Take the skirt off. You're a snowflake.
Yeah, but nobody comes to watch your wife work. Right? Nobody's paying to watch her work, right? Because then she'd make a lot more money.
Maybe they do.
Watch out, Tiger. I mean, this is one of those topics.
Huh?
This is one of those topics that people will never be able to empathize or sympathize for a player that makes more money in a season than they'll make in a lifetime. And I understand that part of it. I do. I get that part of it. So I understand that, that bothers. There's a lot of you that will never be able to get past that aspect. You'll never be able to see the human side of being a player because you look at players as robots because they make so much money. And you'll never be able to get past hey, they're human, they've got feelings, there are certain things, that you just can't. And I get it. I mean, you can't get past some of that, and like I understand that part of it. So I'm not going to sit here and bag on you for that. I think it's wrong, but I understand where you're coming from to a degree.
Chris says, can't tell Mark he's wrong. Wish I could, but he isn't. Fangio isn't a good enough leader and thinks by calling James soft, and basically Vaughn as well. Also calls Bowles great all year. Stink is right.
Listen, I don't have to. I mean, I appreciate that. We try on this show, and I think we've done a good job of this. Not to pat ourselves on the back, Mike, but we just try to be really honest with the situations. Give it to you, give it to you kind of straight, no chaser. This is the way it is, and it's not always popular to do that. The truth is not always a popular thing. Oftentimes, putting on pom-poms and doing some cheerleading and having state-sponsored takes and all that kind of stuff is more popular. I understand that. But I'm paid to give you my opinion based upon what I believe wins championships, how you build organizations that have that aren't a flash in the pan, that actually survive. I've had the great opportunity to be a part of two organizations that were world-class organizations that won world championships. I have been a member of two offensive lines that were considered the best offensive lines in the game and some of the best offensive lines in the history of the game. Mm-hmm. That Redskins offensive line from 1991, 19 games, a world championship, 9 sacks. Never been duplicated. Think about what I've had the opportunity to do. And I'm not sitting, patting myself on the back and saying I was great. I'm just saying I was part of some great teams. I don't have any hesitation in saying I was part of a great Broncos offensive line that had Zimmerman on one side and Tommy Nail. I was sandwiched by 2 Hall of Fame players. I'm not a Hall of Fame player, but I was sandwiched by 2 of the best. I know what it looks like. I do. And that's what I'm tasked to do here. I'm tasked to give you the truth, not to give you, like I said, a cheerleading view or a state-sponsored view.
All right. Good conversation. Love all the texts on it. A lot of passion. A lot of well-written, well-thought-out text. We appreciate it. Real quick before we get out of here. Mm-hmm. All right, let's talk some more truth here. Do you see some similarities between Michael Porter Jr. and Paxton Lynch? Hear me out on this, okay?
Oh, gosh.
All this season, I've heard whenever Michael Porter Jr. would have a flash of brilliance type performance followed by, where'd he go? Why did he get a DNP CD? Did not play coach's decision. And it would be Michael Malone's obvious frustration with, you don't know where you're going on defense, or you're not making the requisite effort, all that stuff. And people would always say, you got to play him. You got to give him consistent minutes.
Right.
You got to let him play through this, which is what we heard from the Paxton supporters. He's not showing up early enough. He's leaving early. He's not putting in the requisite amount of work. Doesn't matter. You drafted him in the first round, you got to play him.
Right.
That used to drive me crazy.
Yeah.
And the same thing drove me crazy from the Michael Porter Jr. supporters as well. I trust Michael Malone enough to know that he feels, as he should, that you got to rightly earn your minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so on the heels of what Michael Porter Jr. did last night, and understanding that if the Nuggets are going to go anywhere in these playoffs, they have to find a third guy, right? They got to find a third guy who on any given night during the playoffs is capable of going off. So did Michael Porter Jr. do enough last night to say over these next 6 games, you just play him? You don't have to really worry about seeding in home court. You got to use these 6 minutes, play him as much. Even if he's doing some things out there that get you annoyed, you got to let him play through it, play heavy minutes, with the potential of what he could deliver come playoff time. Do you do that?
See, that's interesting because that's different than you have to play him in the playoffs.
Right.
It's a different conversation.
Or even back during the regular season before
Right.
all this began, when you were literally playing for seeding
Right.
and home court and all that. Yeah.
See, that's a different question. And it's actually interesting, Mike, because although I do believe when the playoffs actually start, you play the guys that earn the minutes.
Fine.
You play the guys that play both sides of the court. But can you, in these next 6 games, get him to a point where you're getting both sides of the court,
right?
Reps, and you're getting him to understand the value. Like, hey, dude, if you're going to play for me, if you don't play this, there's something in my DNA that will not allow me to get you off the bench if I don't trust you on the opposite side of the court, because you can knock down a bunch of jumpers, you can knock down a bunch of shots, but at the end of the day, your plus minus will be in the minus. And I can't win like that. So it's interesting how you pose that, because in these next 6 games, I would say yes, play him.
Yeah.
And see if because we know he's got those moments where, like last night, 37 points or whatever it is, and offensive juggernaut. We know he's got some of those nights in him. But, Michael Malone wants to see a complete player, because he knows ultimately, and let's face it, with this team and the other teams you're going to face in the Western Conference, you're not going to the promised land if you just play one side of the court. It's just not going to happen. Those other teams are, whether it's the Clippers or it's the Lakers or it's the Rockets, they're too talented to allow that to happen.
Yep. No, come playoff time, there are consequences to how you play. Absolutely. Best guys play.
All right.
But right now, these next 6, come on. Let's just call it for what it is. They're just playing these last 8 games just to satisfy some TV deals around the country. That's all it is.
Right.
Okay, and give teams some warm-up games to get ready for the playoffs. So if that's what it is, then you got nothing to lose. Play him. And he'll do something that, as a coach, Malone will be like, and it'll just be like, calm, serenity now.
Right.
Serenity now. Keep playing, Michael. You got this. Go get him.
But they're great.
Play through it.
Right. They're
Play through
great
it.
teaching moments to sit there and say, hey, listen,
Right.
here's what's going to either keep you on the bench or going to get you off the bench. You play defense like that. Hey, you play on that side of the court that way. One of 2 things: you're not getting into the playoffs, or you've earned yourself some playing time because of that. And that's what it's got to be. And I hope he understands that, because Jokic is a real facilitator, and he saw me wide open, and I was knocking down buckets, and it was like me talking about me.
I can see how you would be drawn to that.
Yeah.
All right. We are done. Thank you so much. Great stuff on the text line. Love when you get involved like this. Love the back and forth. So good stuff. You keep it up with Sandy and the Big O coming up next.
Hey, guys, do you live with constant back pain, constant neck pain? It's debilitating. It can just flat ruin your life, check you out of life, check you out of doing the things you want to do, spending time with your family, spending time with your kids, all those things. Well, I've got a great option for you guys. You know what? If you're having that kind of issue or that kind of pain, call my friends at Spine One. They can see you today, 303-367-2225. Their doctors take a comprehensive approach to spine care. They offer no-cost MRI reviews. That means they'll look at your existing images whenever they were taken and then create a treatment plan for you. They'll look at those free of cost and create a treatment plan off of that for you. Guys, I tell you, they've changed my life. They got me back on the golf course, got me back in the gym, got me back to working out and feeling good once again. My back bothered me for 20 years. It was debilitating, and it just checked me out of life. They got me back. They can do the same for you. All you have to do is call them. They can see you today, 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK, or online at spine1.com.
And good morning. Welcome, Sandy Clough, Orlando Franklin on Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. We're still working on these transitions now because you got to remember, Schlereth and I guess Brandon Stokley, and who is it in the afternoon? Do we know? Who's been operating at least outside the main studio? Has it been Tyler?
Stoke has been outside. Oh, you're talking about the night show.
The Drive. The Drive.
I think at one point, both of those guys, both of them were at home at one point. And I think DMac's been the one that was back in studio first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they both as it were, opted out, right?
yeah,
at one
opted
point.
out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're still mastering the transition, and we've all forgotten our passwords. I mean, it's been 4 months, and this is day 2 after a 4-month hiatus. So I was glad to hear I forgot my password. Stink's forgotten his password. We're all a mess, but we're here to serve you for the next 3 hours.
Did you hear last week? I think Stink had a day last week where he came into work and just left his cell phone at home, and he's talking about how he has all his passwords in his cell phone.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, man, I feel your pain because literally I have in my notes, I in my notes section in my phone, I have a page that has literally everything, passwords for alarm system at home, the camera system at home, a password to get on the computer here, just everything, Gmail, whatever the case, Workday,
I
whatever.
try to keep the same password as much as I can, but they're old passwords that I haven't had a chance to change. So, in any case,
yeah, I was like that at one point too, but I ended up.
But you can put it in your phone.
Ended up getting hacked with one of my accounts, so I had to change the password, and then, talking to people saying, "Hey, you know what? You need to have multiple different passwords." So now I got to write them down because if I don't write it down, I could easily forget them.
Well, yes, we can all easily forget passwords. The hackers have their own methods. I guess you have to be popular to get hacked into, though, right? I mean, that's not much consolation, I understand. You have to be pretty popular to get hacked into. But I want to start today, and we'll get to the Juwan James business later on. And we had more of an opportunity yesterday because it was a breaking story during our program. We had more of a chance to talk about it. What do we have? About almost an hour and a half, almost half the show was available to us as we reacted to this breaking story, which happened about 10:30, 10:45 yesterday. And we had Mike Kliss on the previous hour. Remember, we said we had him on an hour or two early. And then we got Mike back during the 11 o'clock hour for about twice as long as we customarily have Mike on the air. And he broke everything down for us, especially from a financial point of view and how the money will be distributed, and Juwan James is going to get all his money. But I want to talk about something, and this isn't necessarily a defense of James. I thought Mark Schlereth did a magnificent job just about 35 minutes ago of breaking down the entire situation. And Orlando, I know your experience here from a medical standpoint was pretty positive, but you've talked about the one injury you did have, that high ankle sprain in 2013. You weren't just playing hurt, you were playing injured. You missed all of one game.
Yeah.
One game. And that's the only game you missed during your 4 years here in Denver, including 1 year as a left guard in 2014. And I want to talk specifically about the right tackle position because I made the point yesterday it's been kind of a revolving door, and people were adding names. Some of the names weren't specific to the right tackle position, but we get the idea. But especially at right tackle, I'm just talking about right tackles here. In the 41 years I've been here, 1979 through 2019 is 41 Denver Bronco football seasons. They have had 18 starting right tackles during that time. And I'm picking one for every year. There have been some years in which a couple of guys have started multiple games at the position. But I took the primary starter for each year. And I want to throw this out on the RamosLaw.com text line. Orlando, you and I were talking about this a little bit before the show. 18 right tackles in 41 years. Only 2 played the position for more consecutive years than you did. Only 2. And my question to the listeners, and you can respond preferably on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Who are those 2 guys out of the 18 who played longer than 3 straight years at the position? My point being, that it isn't Juwan James' fault that right tackle has been a revolving door position for the Denver Broncos historically.
Yeah.
Not his fault. And he also didn't sign himself.
Yeah. I would think
John
that
Elway signed him.
I would think that when you look at 41 years, and for me, playing with the Broncos, 3 years here. So what's that? 48 games at the right tackle position. Missing one game. I would think that there would be a lot more than only two people.
You guessed 5.
I ended up guessing 5. So, with that being said, it's a lot of turnover. Not a lot of guys staying here. Not a lot of guys being retained. And that's what's been my issue with the Broncos, where I've seen some really good players walk out and, sign with other teams and go have careers other places, where it's when you're drafting well, that's how you're building your team. But you got to find a way to retain those guys. You can't continue to just completely overhaul or bring other guys in. And that's where the struggles have came from for the Denver Broncos over the last couple of years. So it's not surprising to me, because when you now tell me this stat, now it's not just the last couple of years. It's historically, right? It's been decades where this has been going on.
Only tackle on the right side to play the position in the John Elway era more than a single year was you. You played right tackle. 2014, Luis Vasquez was the primary starter at right tackle when you moved to left guard. 2015, Michael Schofield. Ryan Harris began the year. Sambrailo got hurt. Harris moved from right tackle to left tackle. 2016, Donald Stevenson. 2017, Menelik Watson. 2018, Jared Valdir. 2019, Elijah Wilkinson. Maybe Elijah will make it 2 years in a row. He's been activated from physically unable to perform. Maybe Elijah will make it 2 years in a row. We love Elijah Wilkinson. He is not a starting caliber NFL player. Mark Schlereth gave me a name that I had forgotten, who was, during the Super Bowl years, an all-purpose swing player on the offensive line. His name was David Diaz-Infante. If you had put David Diaz-Infante at any one of the 5 positions, and he could play all of them, as a 16-game starter, that line wouldn't have been nearly as good. He was not a 16-game starter at one particular position. He could fill in at any one of the 5 spots, basically.
Yeah.
Now, Dalton Reisner is a higher level form of David Diaz-Infante, but I don't know. I heard somebody speculate, either in print or on the air, that, you solve the right tackle problem, just move Dalton Reisner over to right tackle. Well, then you're weakening the left guard position, because the left guard you replace Dalton Reisner with isn't going to be nearly as good a player. So there are a lot of branches to this story. We'll get into it more at 9:45 when we continue. Michael Porter Jr. and Nikola Jokic were magnificent in the clutch down the stretch in securing a Nugget overtime win against Oklahoma City in the bubble down in Orlando yesterday. Porter posting a career high of 37 points in 44 minutes, and that's not all he did. He had 12 rebounds. Jokic had a triple-double, 30, 12, and 10. We'll talk about the Nugget win and what it means. We'll hear from Michael Malone and Michael Porter Jr. next. Sandy Clough, Orlando Franklin, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. We've had a few guesses on our question. Some have gotten one of the two guys. Ken Lanier from 1982 through 1992 out of Florida State. Never a Pro Bowler, never an All-Pro, but a very steady right tackle, an Iron Man of sorts for the Broncos for those 11 years. Basically, his career, with the exception of 1 year, developed under Dan Reeves as a head coach. And the other, of course, was Matt Lepsis out of the University of Colorado from 1999 through 2003. Now, some have guessed Dave Studdard. Dave Studdard played right tackle for 3 years, as Orlando did, from 79 through 81, but then he moved to left tackle after that. I'm talking just about the right tackle position here. During my 41 years, Dave Studdard, 79 through 81, Ken Lanier, 82 through 92. So two pretty durable guys, fixtures at the position. Then the revolving door began. You had the likes of Russ Freeman, Kirk Scrafford, Broderick Thompson, Tony Jones. And then Jones moved to left tackle after Gary Zimmerman retired, and it was Harry Swain in 1998. Then you had Lepsis, 99 through 03, George Foster, 04 through 06, Eric Pears, 2007, Ryan Harris, 2008 through 2010. And as Orlando has explained, you succeeded Ryan Harris in 2011. You took his job. And he's still a close friend of yours.
Yeah, Ryan's a really good friend.
You came in and took his job.
Well, I mean, Ryan was had some injury issues, was banged up. The year before it came in 2010, he was scheduled to be the right tackle. I think he missed majority of that season, right, or something like that, where Zane Beadles now had to start at the right tackle position. So I think with Ryan, it was more of, how healthy can you stay? And his injuries were back injuries, right? So with those type of things, you look at a guy's rap sheet, right? Something that we talk about the upper management should have did with some of these people, right? Especially with a Juwan James, especially with a Bryce Callahan. You should look at the rap sheet, look at the injury report, and if a guy has some injuries that are a little bit harder to come back from, you have to make a tough decision at that point. And I think the Broncos had to make a tough decision on Ryan, but we had ended up getting Ryan back here later on that year, in my rookie year. I think it was before Coop went down. I don't know exactly what the circumstance was, but he came back my rookie year. I remember that. And then he obviously came back the year the Broncos won the Super Bowl as well and played outstanding at the left tackle position, a position that he's never played at the NFL level, but did an amazing job for the Broncos that year with Clady getting hurt in OTAs and tearing that ACL in them. Ty Simbrero getting hurt as well that year. But Ryan played awesome for them. So I just think that in 2011, when the Broncos ultimately decided to go in a different direction and drafted me, a lot of it was because of just his injury history and not knowing if he would be or what he would be when he came back from that back injury.
All right, I'm getting instructions here. We'll get to the Nuggets in just a moment. What was your primary, and we'll get back to the Broncos and Juwan James in just a few minutes and the whole business that right tackle has been a position of instability for the Broncos, though Juwan James was among 4 tackles taken in the first round back in the 2014 draft. He was the last of the 4 taken. Remember who the other 3 were? Oh, off the top of your head?
2014?
Yeah, this would have been 2014. And there were 4 tackles taken in the first round of that draft. One was taken second overall.
Tell me team, Sandy.
Okay.
What team?
St. Louis took a tackle at number 2.
Greg Robertson.
Right.
Out of TCU.
Atlanta took one with a 6th overall pick.
Matthews.
Jake Matthews.
Yeah.
Boy, you're on top of it. And a guy we talk about a fair amount who played against the Broncos last year.
Tyler Lewan.
Out of Michigan at number 11. Taylor Lewan.
Yeah, Taylor Lewan.
And Juwan James was taken 19th overall, right around the time Garrett Bowles was selected in the first round. And I know people say, well, you don't want to take tackles, or the Broncos at least don't want to take tackles as early as 5th pick overall, 10th pick overall, even 15th pick overall. They'll take them in the latter half of the first round. Sometimes you miss on those picks too. Would you agree? Robinson's been up and down. Matthews and Lewan have been pretty good players.
Yeah, Robinson has sucked since he's got in the league.
So it's being generous.
Drafted to the Rams, got kicked out of the Rams. Last year, Robinson was with the Cleveland Browns.
Yes,
and you
that's
see
right.
what Cleveland did, right? Went and paid Conklin at the right tackle position.
That's
Drafted Jarek Willis out of Alabama to go play left tackle.
Yep.
And you saw the rapid decline of Baker Mayfield. And with all the talent around him, right? Odell Beckham, you got that running back committee, right? I mean, Chubb, Hunt. You got Njoku at the tight end position, Jarvis Landry at the other wide receiver position. That team was all stacked up and loaded, but guess what they did in the Odell Beckham trade? They traded away Zeitler to New York, their guard that played in Cincinnati for many years that they gave all that money up for, and they got worse. You paying guys that should have been out the league. Greg Robinson, a guy that should have been out the league, and that's why they had to make the upgrades that you saw them make this offseason.
Well, we have some people throwing in some names. Claudie Miner has always been a favorite of mine. Claudie played left tackle when I got here, 1979. I know he had played on the right side before, and a few of these guys shifted. Studdard went from right tackle to left tackle. Tony Jones, as we mentioned, went from right tackle to left tackle. Matt Lepsis went from right tackle to left tackle. Ryan Harris in 2015 went from right tackle to left tackle. Orlando Franklin went from right tackle to left guard. Luis Vasquez was naturally a right guard, played right tackle primarily in 2014. All right, we'll get to the Nuggets here. And a very simple question, though. You saw the game. What stuck out more to you? The Nugget finish, in which for the last 3:23 of regulation in the 5-minute overtime, they outscored the Thunder 25-10? Or was it that the Nuggets got lucky when Chris Paul missed a free throw with just 2.9 seconds to go? Otherwise, if he makes both free throws, the Nuggets lose the game.
Definitely the free throw with Chris Paul. You know, you're thinking that's automatic. Game time situation.
He's a great foul shot.
Yeah, clutch, put it to bed, put the nail in the coffin type of situation. Gets up there. I'm like, here we go. This is over. But, him missing. So that definitely stuck out the most when I look at those two situations, because he's just not a guy that normally misses that. And that's why you have the 8 games, right? Guys are trying to get back on track. Guys are trying to get back into the swing of things where
he's 5 for 6 from the line. That was the one he missed.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks, I think if you were in the same scenario a week from now, I think he's 6 for 6 in that situation. So that definitely stuck out, especially he's made a living, knocking those things down at the line, at the free throw line, and
with the game on the line.
Yeah.
And he makes one, so he makes the second one, which is actually tough after you miss the first, and you've got to make the second one or you lose. It wasn't like he made the first and missed the second. It was the other way around. He missed the first of the 2 free throws. Monte Morris, just a few seconds earlier, had made 2 free throws. Now, our man John Simmers says, well, you can't talk about Chris Paul being at the line because he shouldn't have been at the line. He didn't get fouled. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll grant that possibility. Maybe it was a missed call. But the fact of the matter was, Gallinari is a great free throw shooter. He missed a key free throw. They missed some free throws down the stretch. So the Nugget free throw defense is very good in this game. But I don't think you can forget that the Nuggets were down with 3:23 left, 103-96. And you're thinking they're dead. At that point, I'm following the game on the internet, and ESPN keeps percentage chances of winning the game up. They were at 91.9%
losing
to lose.
Yeah.
The Nuggets were at that point. Not even a 1 in 10 chance of winning the game. Down 7, 3:23 left. Porter comes out of a timeout. knocks one in from close range, and down the stretch, Jokic scores 5 points in the final 3:22. Morris and Porter each score 4. Morris, I thought, outplayed Chris Paul yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's another thing I look at. That's not usually going to happen. And right now, according to the seedings, the Nuggets would play Oklahoma City in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
the Nuggets are third, and Oklahoma City is number 6 in the standings.
Especially with Monte Morris playing 39 minutes. When does that happen?
Never.
And just
if those three guys aren't out, as they were yesterday, we said Murray was questionable. He didn't play. We knew Harris and Barton weren't going to play. So Morris gets 39 minutes, 17 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal, 39 minutes. I thought down the stretch he was just as important as Jokic and Porter were.
Yeah.
In the game yesterday. He was terrific.
I thought he took the next step, especially with how this return to play situation is. 8 games. Now the Nuggets only have 6 games, and then they're going to be right into the mix of playoffs. And obviously you're going to have more of a surrounding cast and more guys are going to come back. But for Monte Morris to go in there and play 39 minutes, I thought that was huge. I thought the 5 for 5 at the free throw line, that was huge as well. Him to go out there, him to knock those free throws down, that was it. Everybody could sit down, and we always talk about football, right? Everybody knows the plays when it's 72 degrees and you're sitting in the AC, right? And with free throws with a basketball player, everybody knows, hey, free muscle memory, free throw. But when you're playing those excessive amount of minutes and now you're a little bit more tired, can you go knock down those free throws when they count? And I thought Monte Morris played excellent. I thought he played a style of basketball where when you look at when this thing does ramp up, when the playoffs do start here in a couple weeks, he's going to get more time because of it. And that's just because of how he handled himself yesterday with the 39 minutes and being able to knock those free throws down, but also playing real well off of his teammates that were on the court as well with him.
One of the differences in the playoffs, and maybe a hidden advantage that the Nuggets didn't have last year with Morris getting all these minutes, Morris didn't do much in the playoffs last year. He had been very solid off the bench as a reserve during the season, did not have a very good playoff against either San Antonio or Portland. Getting all these minutes, now you can maybe play him, assuming that everybody else gets healthy. You can play him with confidence for 20 to 25 minutes a game if you have to. You can play him with Murray. You can play him with Harris. You can play him with Barton. And know that you're not just relying on Troy Daniels. Nothing against Troy Daniels, but it's what we were talking about before. If Troy Daniels has to play 30 minutes, you're in trouble.
No.
You get into the law of diminishing returns. After a certain period of time, his weaknesses start to show up more than his strengths. I will give the Nuggets credit on this count. Jokic had the triple-double, but he had 13 in the fourth quarter and the overtime combined. So he was clutch, 30, 12, and 10. And Michael Porter was magnificent yesterday. Question is, on whom can the Nuggets count? The Michael Porter we saw Saturday or the Michael Porter we saw yesterday? Which one do we get? And I understand he texted Malone between games and talked about how he understood he hadn't brought his complete game, hadn't brought a complete effort to the proceedings on Saturday, and it wouldn't happen again, and so on. Here's Malone after the game yesterday talking about Michael Porter Jr.'s massive turnaround.
Well, he was outstanding. Obviously, you go out there and you get 37 points on 12 of 16 from the field, 4 of 6 from the three-point line, and 9 of 9 from the free throw line. And my biggest disappointment with Michael in the Miami game, Katie, was a rebound. He had 1 rebound in that game. And I think we've all grown accustomed to see Michael rebounding at an elite level. And tonight he did that. That's who he is. He's got tremendous size, length. He can score the ball. He's got soft touch. He does so in a very efficient manner, but he can also rebound at a very high level. And tonight we saw all those things put together. And then in between games, it was, I got 3 texts from Michael hitting me up, saying I have to be better, I can do better, stay with me, all those things. And I said, Michael, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay with you. You're a hell of a young player, and you're going to continue to grow. silver lining of having guys out due to injury is guys like Monte, guys like Torrey, guys like Michael get a chance to start. And tonight, Michael Porter Jr. took advantage of that and helped us to a big win.
I love the fact that Coach Malone touches on the rebounds because I'm a, big believer when it comes to basketball with certain guys, how they elevate their game is by playing two-way basketball, crashing those boards, getting those second opportunities. And when I saw the stat line, I'm sitting at home and I'm watching some of the game, and there's other things going on because it's not a night game, so there's other things that I need to be doing. But when I'm seeing him, step into those threes and knocking those down, I'm like, oh, he's having a good game offensively. But now when I look at him and I see him crashing those boards and getting those second opportunities on the offensive glass and crashing the board, on the defensive glass and being able now to get off and outlet and transition and move fast, I'm sitting there smiling because now I'm saying, hey, he's going to have a great game. When it's all said and done, you're going to look at this thing because everything is flowing. And I just think that when your teammates see you doing all these right things, that's when, hey, you know what, you're coming down the court and they're just dishing you the ball, and they don't mind you popping that three, or they don't mind you coming down the court and jacking up a three-pointer or trying to go to the hole and take it by yourself. It's when you're not playing defense, when you're not, hustling and trying to grab boards. They're like, well, what are we doing here? And they're not giving you the ball as much as you normally would get. So love that Coach Malone talked about the rebounding, because I thought that was the huge game changer, which allowed him now to have 37 points, but also the reinsurance, right? I mean, that's another great thing. That's why head coaches are head coaches, because sometimes you're going to have guys that are down in the tank, and a head coach needs to be a master of policing multiple different personalities. And however you do it, some guys need to be yelled at and some guys need to be, cursed out, basically. And it's rah-rah, in-your-face type of guys. Some guys just need something, hey, text messages where it's, hey, you know what, I'm not giving up on you. I'm here still. Thanks for reaching out. Different little things like that where now the player, the athlete, a light bulb might go off in their head and says, hey, this guy really cares about me. Let me try to buy into his system a little bit more. And that's what I thought. When I saw yesterday, I said, man, if Michael Porter Jr. could continue going down this route, continue to buy into Coach Malone and what he's saying, he could be an absolute stud in this league.
Well, he's better than he looked on Saturday. I don't know that we can count on 30 points a game and making three-quarters of your shots from the field, but they needed everything he had, especially during regulation. They needed all the points, they needed the rebounds, they needed the shooting efficiency, and Porter feels now without these three starters in the lineup, he has an opportunity.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is a big opportunity for me. Obviously, we can't wait for Will and Gary and Jamal to come back, but for me to be in that starting position, I worked really hard, and so now is a good opportunity for me to really show what I can do. Obviously, I'm going to be getting a lot of minutes right now, so it's a great opportunity for me, and I got to take advantage of it every night and not have off nights in terms of effort.
It's exactly what
off nights in terms of effort. No, you can't have any of those.
It's exactly what he is. He's doing what we should have seen, right? You look at the Orlando game, one rebound, plays 20-plus minutes, and you're like, what are you doing? Are you kidding me, right? And now he gets on the phone, he's texting the coach, right? And then comes out, has a big game, is able to play two-way basketball, right? Play offensively and defensively, being a very reliable source for his team and contributor, right? But it's exactly what he's saying, right? Right now, you have the biggest opportunity. You're playing against competition. It's 8 games, and now we're starting the playoffs. This is your opportunity now to extend your minutes in the postgame. So you have to be doing all the things right. So it's great that he started to text the coach, and he's realizing, hey, I screwed up against the Heat. I didn't play that well. I got to let the coach know that I acknowledge my mistakes, that I need to get better, right? And now he comes out and has the game that he had yesterday. So you look at things like that, where it's like, okay, man, it looks like maturity. It looks like it's step in the right direction. But it is a huge opportunity. You're going to get the best opportunity right now because when those other guys come back, they're going to play. But now you could control how much time that you could get in the playoffs now. Because when those other guys come back, they're going to, like Jamal Murray starting, Will Barton starting, going to be out there. Those guys are coming back, and they're not coming back to sit on the bench. But right now you could change the perception, the opinion of some of these coaches where they're saying, hey, you know what, instead of maybe 5 or 10 minutes a game, no, we're going to play Michael Porter 15 to 20 once the playoffs start because of how he's handled himself during these games and warming up and leading up to the playoffs.
First 44 and a half minutes of the game, I didn't think the defense was great. 103 points scored. The last 8 minutes, 22 seconds, the Nuggets giving up only 10 points to a fairly explosive offensive team with the likes of Gallinari and Paul and Jesus Alexander, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. He's a good player. They have people who can score, and the Nuggets shut virtually all of those people down in almost the last 8.5 minutes of the basketball game. Rockies coming from down 4-1 in the sixth inning to win again last night, tying their best 9-game start in franchise history with a 5-run sixth inning headed up by Nolan Arenado last night. Buying or selling the Rockies at this point in the season? Is their hot start more impressive because Arenado, even with the big hit last night, has been slumping? We'll talk about that next. Sandy Clough here for my friends at SCL Mortgage. Family and veteran owned and well equipped, better equipped than anyone to operate during these pandemic times with historically low interest rates. Maybe now's the time to get rid of any consumer debt you have, whether it be car loans, credit cards, student loans. That interest isn't tax deductible. Your house payment is. You may want to get some cash out to add to your savings account. They've been serving Colorado collectively for decades. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Here for you, whether it's their bank statement loan program for the self-employed or a VA conventional or FHA loan with FICO scores down to 580, sometimes lower. If you need a bridge loan, SCL is the only place to go so that you can buy that new home while your current home sells. The interest rates are terrific, but you do have to call 303-790-2222 to know what your options are. You can also visit their website at myspecialmortgage.com. SCL Mortgage, regulated by DORA, license number 1200716. How about them Rockies? Down 4-1 in the sixth inning, a 5-run sixth, propelling them to a series-starting victory over the San Francisco Giants, running the Rockies' record to 7-2. They win it 7-6 and 0 as you follow the Rockies rigorously through their best start. They've had a 7-2 start on several other occasions, but this matches their best start ever through 9 games. Are you buying what you're seeing as an example of a playoff caliber team?
I am, Sandy. I like I said before, I've never claimed to be a baseball guru, but from what I've seen and in learning this sport, it's been exciting. Each and every day. When you were gone, we had James on, right? I was like, James, when you watch Rocky games, do you
James
sit
has
there?
won about 40 games.
Yeah. When you sit there and you watch Rocky games, do you sit there and you tune into the whole thing? And he's like, well, no, I have it on and kind of doing other things. Sandy, from the second inning on yesterday, I watched the whole thing. And largely, I didn't watch the first inning because my son was still awake and we're playing and we're doing our different things and we're getting ready before we start the bedtime routine. But as soon as my wife brought him upstairs and started his routine, I watched from the second inning all the way till the game was over. And I enjoyed it. I'm buying in for multiple reasons. I'm buying into the Rockies because aside from last night, you had got virtually nothing offensively from Nolan Arenado. And you watched yesterday where he hits that home run and you see Trevor Story where he's like, yeah, Trevor Story's in the dugout. He's just excited for his boy because you could tell that they're always at bat in practice. Those guys work really well with each other. They have the chemistry. They have a great friendship. It's more than just baseball. So now to see a guy like Arenado hit one out of the park, it's exciting to see. But just other things that I'm noticing while watching this game that I've really enjoyed, like Trevor Story. Trevor Story, man, that guy is so athletic. He's unbelievably athletic. Just watching the 9 games that I've seen so far where I've never looked at baseball players as athletes. I just have never just said, hey, you guys hit the ball, you guys run to first base, you guys stop. That's really it. But watching Trevor Story has been really nice to watch. Daniel Murphy, I like his cockiness. I like how he acts. I like when the ball gets thrown to him, even when he's throwing the ball to the pitcher and he's making the smoking sign out of his hand. I'm loving all of that. So I'm loving all the noise. But I do want to ask you this because I told myself that I was going to ask you this, Sandy. Yesterday, do you pay attention to the amount of pitches that the pitcher is throwing out? Because yesterday, when I did tune in the second inning, I think Chichi Gonzalez was up, and at that point, he had pitched somewhere in like the mid-teens. But then the other pitcher for San Francisco,
Cueto,
he was well over, like he was in the high 20s. So
well,
do you watch that?
Cueto threw 85 pitches in 5 innings, which is actually pretty good. And he was fine until he got to the 6th, and he couldn't get anybody out. Then you had Gonzalez pitching for 3 innings. And I understand it's the number 5 starter. You don't expect him to perform like an ace or a middle-of-the-rotation guy. He's a back-end-of-the-rotation starter. He gives up 3 runs, 5 hits, walks 1, strikes out 3, but threw 51 pitches in the 3 innings. That's a little bit heavy, but the bullpen to me has been the story, and I guess your new favorite Rocky is Jairo Diaz, who's
Baby
the new
Manny.
closer.
Yeah, Baby Manny Ramirez. I'm watching the game last night, take a picture of him. I sent it in the group chat because he looks like Manny Ramirez. So I thought that was hilarious.
The football Manny Ramirez.
Yes, the football
the
player,
baseball
the center that I played with here with the Broncos. So I thought it was hilarious. Sent it in the group chat, and everybody agreed. So I thought.
How many of you guys are bigger than Jairo Diaz?
How big?
All of you.
How big?
I was surprised. You're telling me how almost everybody in your little group is under 300 pounds now, including you.
Yeah, we got a couple fatties still in the group. JD's a little bit. JD's at his playing weight still, right under 310. So 308, 309. Lou's lost some weight, but he's still above 3. That's Luis Vasquez.
Yeah.
Because we do weight checks, Sandy.
I know
weight
you
check,
do.
fatties check in. That's exactly what a text message gets sent down and says.
I just want to make sure JD and Lou understand that I'm not calling you. You're calling me.
No. It's all in good fun. But literally, the biggest person is Manny right now. He's in the 350s. We actually did this last Tuesday, and I quote, he said, 357. What he said, 19% body fat, and it's Taco Tuesday. That's what it was his reply to the message. But aside from that, there's been some guys, like Ryan Harris is really small. Ryan's probably like 255. Chris Cooper's probably about 255. The most shocking is Chris Clark. Chris Clark just retired a couple months ago.
Yeah,
and he played
That's
last
impressive.
year in with the Texans, and he was playing in the playoff game. Chris Clark is down to 263 already, and he was playing at 310 in January when the Texans were in the playoffs. So he's lost a ton of weight. But yeah, it's for me, it's just nice to not be like one of the last three biggest. I'm lighter than Clady. I'm lighter than Zane. I'm lighter than Lou. I'm lighter than JD. Manny. So there's a lot of guys that are heavier than me at this point. So I'm excited about that.
Bronco right tackle Juwan James is opting out, and we'll talk about the ramifications next. Hour number 2 underway on Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Sandy Clough with Orlando Franklin. Training Camp 2020, locked and loaded. We're breaking it down thanks to Sport Court of the Rockies. And yesterday, Orlando, we spent almost half the show talking about Juwan James' decision to sit out for the entire 2020 season. We've had a chance to sleep on it now. Any new thoughts from you on this situation?
During the pandemic, everybody has the right to do what they want to do. But it's just hard for, just me as a former player, as a guy that's been in those same locker rooms that Juwan James has been in, right? And those same meeting rooms, and it's just hard for me to now look at what he contributed to this team last year, and now just be able to move on from his decision. I thought that it's very frustrating, because when you look at him this past year and you look at all the different things that happened, and him getting hurt at the start of the season, and then ultimately coming back for the Houston Texans game, and now plays the first half, doesn't play the second half, doesn't have ice on his knee, comes out with the team, and at that point, when guys get hurt in games, Sandy, guys get banged up, coaches shut them down. Hey, you're going to stay in the training room, you're going to ice, go take a shower. And I didn't see that in Juwan James's case. So I just saw very little last year, especially getting paid $17 million. Didn't really help this team out. It breaks down to over $250,000 a snap that he took last year. I think it was like $269,000 per snap, as far as what he made all year. So that's going to be frustrating for anybody. But the thing that really frustrates me about Juwan James is when you weren't allowed to do these 11-on-11 drills, or you weren't allowed to meet up as an offense. Juwan was one of the people that were reported out there, running these offensive drills and meeting up at the park. And why are you out there? If there was ever a doubt in your mind, why are you out there? Because for me, if I'm a GM, I'm saying, hey, this guy's all in. If I'm John Elway, this guy's all in. We don't have to worry about that. Last year was a thing of the past. But had he not been out there, I think the perception would have been, man, you know what? We actually do need to go get somebody in the draft. Man, you know what? We do need to go trade for an offensive tackle, because we don't know. But during this pandemic, when you're hearing these reports of the Broncos at the little local park, and you're hearing that Juwan James is out there. But that was
after the draft, right?
Yes, but
these gatherings were after the draft.
It's after the draft, but at that point, you do whatever you need to do to go trade for a guy, right? If I was the Broncos and I knew that Juwan James wasn't out there, I can't bank on Juwan James. I can't bank on Garrett Bowles. Garrett Bowles was getting ready to be rotated last year.
Right.
But now when I'm hearing after the draft that he's out there, Sandy, I'm saying at that point, hey, he might be out here for the season. He's recommitted himself. He's dedicated himself.
Elway said last week, though, he had heard rumblings. He was asked about Kyle Pecco opting out. He said, well, I've heard rumblings about one or two other guys. Then I'm reading yesterday, according to some of the accounts, the Broncos kind of knew about Juwan James a week ago.
Yeah.
At least a week ago. Maybe further back than that. When you're counting on Bryce Callahan, who's never finished a season healthy in his NFL career, not once, and Vic Fangio had him for all those years in Chicago. Every one of his years in Chicago, Vic Fangio had him. And the Broncos sign him. And then act surprised when he doesn't play a single snap last year. Juwan James has a history, and the Broncos sign him, not only sign him, but bid against themselves. Who else was going to give Juwan James anywhere close to 4 years and $51 million, with $32 million of those dollars guaranteed? Who else was going to give him that kind of deal? Miami said goodbye. Good riddance. At any price, you're gone.
Yeah. Well, Sandy, with that case.
So it's on Elway.
In that case, right, you're talking about outbidding yourself, and and who else was going to do it. You look at the state of the franchise, right? Don't know who your quarterback's going to be, who the guy of the future is. So you got ownership issues. There's all type of different things that are going on.
They were wrong on Flacco, and they were wrong on
Yes,
James.
let me finish what I'm saying. But at that point, you overbid, right? You outpay people. You have to do something where Juwan James, very simple. Hey, Adam Gase, what's your thoughts? Hey, Brian Flores,
Well, they're
what's
not
your
on speaking
thoughts?
terms.
Right? Okay,
And
you're
maybe
not
he
on
doesn't
speaking
care
terms.
what Brian
Yeah.
Flores thinks. That's part of the problem. He doesn't care what they think.
Anybody in that organization, hey, how about the guy that's coached him in your building? What can we trust this guy? What type of player he is? In-depth conversations. In-depth. Not the whole, hey, we're passing by. What do you think of Juwan James? Hey, he's a good player. Or, hey, he
said he was a good guy. He is a good guy.
Yeah,
from all indications. I know. I'm just trying to clarify this. All
I was
going to
clarify it, and I was going to clarify it, and I was going to clarify it. That's what I was stopping to do.
Okay.
I was going to clarify it. So you cannot sit there and be ready to reset the market at a position without having in-depth conversations about guys. You cannot just ask them, what do you think? And your answer that you're getting, hey, he's a good guy. No, I want to know what he is on the days that he's hurt. How does he react to pain? Football is a sport that you're always going to play this sport in some kind of pain. That's the in-depth conversations that I want to have. I don't care who's a good guy. Some of the best football players that I've met are complete players that you don't want to be around.
Right.
As soon as you walk off the field, forget hanging out with them outside of the building. You don't even want to hang out with them in meeting rooms after you walk off the field, right? But that's what it's called for. As long as that guy knows his playbook and he's going to give me everything, I could deal with me hanging out with him inside the building when I have to, or if we have to do something where it's a team function outside of the building. But I think when you truly look at it, it was just mismanagement and not asking the right questions about this type of player, especially now. This is not a guy that you're bringing in on a 1-year vet minimum. You see with the whole Richie Incognito situation, right, with the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills knew that Richie had all type of baggage, right?
Not a good guy.
And they brought him in. Hey, we're going to give you vet minimum. You see Aldon Smith when he gets back to Oakland. Hey, we don't care what you did for San Francisco that you were balling out. We're going to give you a vet minimum. We're going to give you some incentives, but unless you play, we're going to give you vet minimum. Where I look at a guy like Juwan James, his contract should have been a lot of incentive base. Hey, you play 75% of the snaps, you get a pay bump. Like, I'm not saying that he couldn't get to the $17 million that he got last year, but it would have been, hey, 75% of the snaps you get $13 million. You play 90% of the snaps, we give you 17. Where with guys with injury histories, I feel like that's the approach that you have to take. And you can't you can't reset the market. Bryce Callahan, not really upset about the Bryce Callahan deal. It was a guy that's coming in to play the nickelback position, so it's your third cornerback position. It's $7 million. It's not resetting the market. But Juwan James, when you're going to reset the market, you got to do your homework. And the Broncos didn't do their homework.
He was the highest for a while, the highest paid tackle in the sport. Right tackle. Highest paid right tackle in the sport. For a time. When they signed him, they made him the highest paid right tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
He is no longer the highest paid right tackle in the NFL, but he was at the time they signed him.
Yeah, Trent Brown signed, I think, like a week later, right?
The warning signs, exactly. Here are the warning signs. Opening night. He says he tears ligaments in his left knee, right? The Broncos say it's a knee sprain. Knee sprain and torn ligaments aren't the same thing.
Yeah.
Somebody is either lying or mistaken. Against the Colts in Week 8, he says he tore his meniscus, retore the scar tissue, and was told that the ligaments weren't strong. So there seems to be a conflict there. He comes back in Week 14. He says his knee keeps buckling. Comes back in Week 14 against Houston, plays the first half, says his knee kept giving out. I asked you yesterday, how did he look to you in the first half of that game? Did it look like he was playing injured. You said no, he looked fine. After that, Vic Fangio said in ensuing weeks that he was mentally and emotionally not ready to play. Notice he didn't say physically not ready to play. He said mentally and emotionally not ready to play. When our friend Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic asked on Christmas Eve in a piece she did on Juwan James, when Juwan James finally opened up and spoke with Nikki Jabvala on Christmas Eve from The Athletic, he said, in answer to what Fangio had said about his not being mentally and emotionally ready to play, he said that's just the coach doing motivational talk.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to all that? I mean, you have different stories almost every step of the way last year.
Yeah.
You have his story and you have the Broncos story.
Yeah. It sounds like it was a grade 2 sprain. And when you look at sprains, right, how doctors diagnose things, grade 1 sprain, it's just a true actual sprain. You should be back out there in a week, or you should be able to play this week, especially if it's a meniscus. You get that tape job. It's a heavy tape job that allow it or you could wear this certain kind of custom brace. Grade 2 sprain, partial tear, Sandy. That's what a grade 2 is, a partial tear. Grade 3 is a full-blown tear when these doctors are talking. And it sounds like he was probably diagnosed with a grade 2 and didn't really know what a grade 2 was, where the Broncos are saying, hey, it's a grade 2. It's something that might hold them out for 2 to 3 weeks, but he will be back. When I look at the meniscus, it's a knee issue that can be played through. I've played through a torn meniscus my whole senior year in college when I was at Miami, and I had surgery the day after the bowl game. I've played with a torn meniscus in 2016, my last year with the Chargers, that whole season as well, and ended up having surgery about a week after the season concluded. So even if it was a full tear, even if it was a grade 3, it's something that if you're willing to manage the pain, it's something that you could play through. And yes, does it feel like your knee is buckling at times? Absolutely. It does. I've been there before, but with the tape job, with the brace in the game, it feels better. And those things help. So when I look at, just hearing the difference of I was told that it was a sprain, but then I found that there was ligaments torn. Well, most likely it's a partial tear, and it's definitely something that he could have played through. I know multiple people that have played through that injury. I know people that have played through a lot worse injuries. But when you're not right mentally and you're not prepared mentally, you're going to look for different opinions from different doctors. A doctor for the NFL is going to diagnose something a completely different way than the doctor that maybe you see, Sandy, or maybe our guy John sees, right? Because as a person that doesn't go through pain and doesn't play football, they're looking at something, hey, it's a meniscus injury. You got to get off your feet. It's a grade 1. There's not even a tear, but you need to be shut down for 3 weeks. Where in the NFL, it's a grade 1. We'll see it practice tomorrow, right? So it's completely different, and you're expected to have a higher pain tolerance as well when you're in the NFL. You're getting paid and compensated very well to be able to go out there and play with a little bit of pain. You're not going to feel 100% all the time. So when I look at all these different things with Juwan James, I'm willing to bet that it was probably a grade 2 sprain where there was a partial tear and there was a little bit of a separation when you're doing the test and that knee's opening up a little bit to that side. But I just know people that have played with even grade 3 sprains where that's a full tear.
Why wouldn't he say it was a knee sprain? Somebody told him.
Why would
he said he tore ligaments? Somebody told him that. But whether it was a team doctor, or somebody else,
I'm sure it was the second doctor. When you get the second opinion, right? With the team doctor, it's all about terminology, right? With the team doctor probably went to Juwan James and said, "Hey, you got a grade 2 sprain," and Juwan was probably like, "Hey, okay," but not knowing fully what a grade 2 sprain is. A grade 2 sprain is a partial tear. So now when you go to a different doctor and get a second opinion, like I said, like if he was to go to your doctor, where the doctor's like, oh man, you got a grade 2, you got a grade 2 sprain, but it's a partial tear. So you got partially torn ligaments. And now that doctor, who's not an NFL doctor, he's going to have suggestions where it's like, hey, you need to rest or you need to be done right now, where a typical NFL doctor is going to tell you with a grade 2 sprain, yeah, you should be practicing next week and you'll be able to go. Just all you're going to do is brace it up, right? Where it's all it comes down to is pain tolerance and your willingness to play through pain. And with this being said, I don't think that Juwan James has the highest threshold for pain. And
that could be.
And with what I saw last year, especially with how he finished that first half against Houston, he's not willing to play through any type of pain because he looked really good. It's not like he got rolled up on. Like I say, I continue to say, I didn't see him with ice on his knee. You know, typically when guys are getting shut down, a lot of those coaches would say, hey, stay in the locker room, take a shower. Like when guys get dinged up, remember when I got my high ankle sprain, right? The one game that I missed with the Broncos, I got injured and I had a high ankle sprain. Well, I was brought into the locker room. I showered. I got x-rays and I was shut down for the day. I'm in the locker room. I'm on the training staff, in the training staff, and I'm icing, right? I'm getting ready for to get my MRI the next day. With Juwan James, he played a half. He didn't get shut down. He went back out there. Coaches don't want guys on the sidelines that are not playing. They want you, hey, go get in the locker room, hit the shower, stay in there.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Wouldn't you say? There is enough of a difference between what the Broncos seem to feel about Juwan James, which is largely what you're saying, and a number of fans are saying. And his history in Miami suggests, presumably, Adam Gase and Brian Flores felt much the same way that the Broncos did last year.
Yeah.
And I know it's tricky for someone in my position. I am loath to suggest that people are exaggerating injuries or concocting injuries. That's why I wanted to make the point yesterday about Wade Davis being shut down by the Rockies. Wade Davis hasn't pitched very well so far this year. That's been the only downside to the Rockies' first 9 games, that Wade Davis has lost his closing job. And what the Rockies did, I think, was rather than embarrass Wade Davis by keeping him active and demoting him, they put out information over the weekend that he had a shoulder sprain, and they were shutting him down, at least for the time being. Well, he was going to lose his job anyway, and I thought it was, as did Mike Evans yesterday morning, a merciful gesture by the Rockies. Now, I'm not sure his shoulder is strained at all. It may well be, but this is a different situation. It's a football player. It's a guy with a history. If it were anybody else, both last year and right now with the decision to opt out, if it were anybody else, nobody would be questioning it nearly as harshly as fans are. And I want to give people credit on the text line, because the best texts we have gotten on this haven't necessarily removed Juwan James from the line of fire, but they've also mentioned, isn't it the general manager's job to know this history? Whether he talks to Adam Gase or not, whether he talks to Brian Flores or not, whether he talks to Mike Tannenbaum or not, whether he talks to anybody in the Dolphin organization, past or present, doesn't it behoove John Elway to do his homework on this guy and not just be satisfied with the fact that he's a good guy? The Broncos did not draft you in the second round, and John Elway drafted you just because you're a good guy. You are a good guy, but that's not why they drafted you. They drafted you because they thought you were a good player. You not only were a good player, You're the best right tackle the Broncos have had, and the only right tackle who's held the job for any significant length of time in at least the last decade.
Yeah.
They didn't draft you because you were a good guy.
Champion?
They shouldn't have signed James because he was just described by Chris Cooper as being a good guy, which is the way Chris Cooper properly described him.
Championship teams are built by general managers, upper management, doing their homework on all phases, whether it's going to be a high draft pick, a late round draft pick, a guy that you're bringing in as a college free agent, or guys that you're bringing in now and saying, hey, you know what, we're going to bring this guy in as a free agent. So when you go through the draft process, right, and when I went through the draft process, I was a 50-50 guy. 50% of the teams had me going in the first round, 50% of the teams had me going in the second round. And that was because of some issues that I had at UM and got in a little bit of trouble when I was young. Not trouble where I was going to be, kicked or, getting in trouble with the law or anything like that. Just, being a kid, first time away from home, doing foolishness, right? So when I went to the combine, they knew everything about me. They knew about the off the field stuff, getting in trouble in the dorms, just things like that had happened years before that. That's doing your homework. Every team is asking me about these different things. When you now go look at guys in free agency, when you're bringing in guys and saying, hey, you know what, we want those guys here, or we're going to draft these guys, you got to continue to do your homework. You can't just use the draft as the time where you're going to take a deep dive into a player. You got to do that with college free agents. You got to do that in free agency as well. And that's what the Broncos need to get back at doing, because when you just look at it over the last couple years, you look at the Donald Stevenson, you look at the Malik Watsons, you look at the Paxton Lynch, you look at the injury history of Ron Larry, and just thinking that he was going to come here and change his career around. He was here 3 years, never played 16 games for the Broncos. Now you're looking at Juwan James as well, where you got to do a better job of evaluating all these guys and really taking a deep dive into these guys. With Paxton Lynch was the only person that I named that was from college, where there wasn't enough film on him, where he didn't play a ton of football. But these other guys, you could have went back to their other teams. It doesn't matter if you're not on speaking terms with the head coach. If you're John Elway and you give a call, one of the scouting operation guys with the Miami Dolphins, that guy's probably going to think that you're calling him to get a job. He's going to give you all the information you need on the player. So it's just having multiple different conversations and not having just one conversation on a guy, especially when you're looking to reset the market. And that's what the Broncos did. When they brought in Juwan James, he was the highest paid right tackle. It might have only been for a week. It might have only been for a couple of days. But the fact of the matter is, at that point, the highest paid right tackle in NFL history. At that point, you got to be having multiple sources. I would have even went back to his old coach at Tennessee and asked him about some questions about him to find out.
Which I doubt they did. And the point is, when you are making, at any given time, a player the highest paid player at his particular position, you're saying on some level that he is the best player and at least somewhat reliable. Does anybody in his right mind think now, or more than a year ago when they signed Juwan James, that he was the best player at his position in the National Football League and reasonably reliable? The answer is no and no. So you're looking at it from a player standpoint. I'm looking at it as a matter of organizational malfeasance, and it's not the first time. They brought in Jared Veldier, who was on his last legs. I'm not saying they were counting on him to be their right tackle for the next 5 years, but he was hurt all the time. Menelik Watson, hurt all the time. Donald Stevenson, hurt, some couldn't play. The Chiefs let him go because they thought he was done. The Chiefs were right, the Broncos were wrong. Michael Schofield was not a major league right tackle as a starter in the National Football League. Luis Vazquez was playing out of position in 2014 as a right tackle. He was a much better guard than he was a tackle. He could play tackle. He could play tackle reasonably well. but that wasn't his natural position. And in 2014, he played most of the time as a right tackle. They haven't had a real right tackle since you played.
No.
And down through the years, other than Ken Lanier and Matt Lepsis, and a few instances in which guys shifted out to replace, like Tony Jones was a perfectly good right tackle, shifted out to left tackle when Gary Zimmerman retired. Could have played right tackle. Gary Zimmerman, been in the middle of his career, could have played right tackle for 5 or 6 years. So some of it's circumstantial, but a lot of it is mismanagement, and especially in the Elway era, there's only been one regular right tackle, only one reliable right tackle, and that's my partner on these airways from 9 to noon each day on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Want to make mention of the fact that you can vote today for the topic on episode 14 of Mile High Memories, presented by ROX Rocks Heating and Air. The 1977 Broncos, which has been a favorite topic of mine. We haven't gotten to it yet. Maybe now's the time, as we have been looking back a little bit, at least at the right tackle position on Bronco history over the last 40-plus years. The 1995 Rockies, who came out of a baseball strike, played a 144-game season that year, and I think if the season had lasted any longer, the end of the story might have been a little bit different. But it was a remarkable year for the Rockies, only the second year in their history that they had played to completion. And, of course, they made their run into the National League playoffs, and perhaps more than any other team challenged the eventual world champion Atlanta Braves from that 1995 season. So you've got the 77 Broncos, the 95 Rockies, or the 08-09 Nuggets. The poll is up today only on Twitter at 1043 The Fan. Subscribe wherever you download your podcasts or at 1043 The Fan. Out of those 3-0, which one would you like to hear about? 77 Broncos, 95 Rockies, 08-09 Nuggets. That's the year the Nuggets traded for Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
And went to the Western Conference Finals.
I would definitely like to hear about the 08-09 Nuggets. When Chauncey came here, it was a guy that has proven that he could get to the postseason. And I felt like the Nuggets needed that. They had a young team, but they hadn't learned how to now be successful in the postseason or how to get to the postseason. So I would love to hear just the backstory on how all that went down. Baseball, the baseball topic was
1995.
Right,
that was the Rockies' third year. The first year was played to completion. The second year was not because of the strike. Even that year was shortened to 144 games. And they became, I believe, the earliest of all-time expansion teams to qualify for the postseason. It's a little tricky because the second and third years were not regulation full seasons. But that was the era of the Blake Street Bombers. Larry Walker, Andres Galarraga, Vinny Castilla, Alex Burks.
Yeah.
And one of the most entertaining of Rockies teams. Gave up a lot of runs, scored a lot of runs. That was Coors Field before the humidor, So there were a lot of 14-12 games. A lot of football games that year. Football score games.
Yeah, a lot of big scoring games. Yeah, but for me, Sandy, it's got to be the Nuggets. I want to hear that backstory. I'm going to go online. I'm going to vote today. Hopefully I get to hear it because it's something that I do enjoy. You guys do a great job each and every week just giving the backstory leading up to how these different trades or how these different sporting events or different sport events happened that year. So definitely hope that it's the Nuggets. The Bronco one, what year was that? In the 70s, you said, I think?
77. That was the magical year of 1977. The Broncos had never played in the postseason before in their first 17 years of existence. Never made the playoffs. Red Miller comes in. They make the playoffs that year. Not only make the playoffs, they beat the two best teams in the AFC during the decade, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the then Oakland Raiders, and got to the Super Bowl and got crushed by Dallas. And that was the only championship game I ever have seen, here in Denver anyway, in which the losing team lost nothing in terms of their reputation for losing that game. People were glad just to be there. Even fans were happy just to be there.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's a long time ago. Was it on black and white on the TV? Or
no, it wasn't on black and white.
Oh, it was color. Okay. Well, that's 10 years before I was born. So, John, how long? 77.
Yes.
How many years before you were born?
They weren't playing in leather helmets either. It wasn't quite the 30s and 40s. So it was.
We're guys
a lot of these guys.
We're guys on the sideline having a smoke on the sideline.
Perhaps a few of them were. You may be right about that. You almost certainly are right about that. When we come back, our Nuggets insider Matt Moore joins us, courtesy of Budweiser, and we'll talk with Matt about what we have learned about the Nuggets 2 games into an 8-game closing of the regular season. And will they hold on to their seated position? And if the standings stay the same, how would they fare against Oklahoma City in a playoff series, having beaten the Thunder yesterday afternoon? That's next. Our Nugget Insider is Matt Moore, who joins us courtesy of Budweiser. And Matt, first question out of the box, your general impression of NBA play, and we'll get specific on the Nuggets in a moment, but your general impressions of the play through the first 5-6 days. And apparently we don't have Matt hooked up quite yet, so we'll get to Matt in just a moment. Hindsight is 20/20, and before we get Matt on, does the loss of Juwan James, and we're talking about his injury and his signing last year and so on, let's just again be clear that he is opting out. He is not begging off due to injury. He released a statement yesterday, said it's simply a matter of a calculation he has made that playing represents a risk he is not willing to take. So others may ascribe different motives. That's what he's saying. He's not saying he's bailing out because he's not healthy. He's saying he's bailing out for many of the same reasons that 40-plus NFL players have already opted out.
Yeah. When you look at it, right, Sandy, there's going to be different reasons why different guys opt out at the end of the day, right? And I get what Juwan James is saying. It's just a risk that he's not willing to take. And in hindsight, you're absolutely right. If it was any other player, right? If a guy like Dalton Risner or Drew Lock or anybody, even one of these rookies opted out, you're just saying, hey, you know what? Okay. But because of the perception, because of all that business being aired out and the back and forth and the mismanagement of it, quite frankly, it was a mismanagement. I think that when you hear Vic Fangio's comments last year, I think that they were a little bit out of line, as far as speaking to a guy's injury, especially speaking publicly to a guy's injury. And no matter what, now when your head coach starts making comments like that, it's going to be hard to come back from that. And now you see this year with the pandemic going on, doesn't matter that if a lot of people are saying, hey, it doesn't matter that you just had your firstborn or whatever the case may be. The Broncos paid you a ton of money. Get out there. So there's going to be back and forth no matter what. And I think there's all three people to be blamed at this. It's not just the blame stops at Juwan James's foot. It's John Elway has some blame in this as far as, you need to be able to do a little bit more homework before you bring a guy in, as far as especially a guy that's injured all the time or doesn't play enough football, especially if you're going to reset the market. Vic Fangio also has a hand to blame in this as well because of speaking about his injury and how he spoke about it and the perception that he created in a lot of people's mind about Juwan James.
We are joined now by Matt Moore. Boy, I gave Matt just a terrific introduction that he didn't hear a moment ago, so I'll try to replicate it. Our Nuggets insider, Matt Moore, joining us courtesy of Budweiser. Your general impression of NBA action that we've seen so far. We'll get specific on the Nuggets in a second, but your general impression of the play so far would be what?
Phenomenal, I think is the best word for it.
Wow. That's high praise coming from you.
Especially compared to what we were expecting. Everyone was expecting ugly basketball, guys not to be able to just, sluggish games, no scoring. The scoring has been really high. The level of play, there's high competition. This has gone so well that I'm workshopping an idea to try and replicate this in seasons when we don't have global pandemics, to give the guys a month off as opposed to 4, and then just restart with just the top 15 teams. Because what you have now is you don't have any of these nights where guys are just shifting through a good team is not just shifting through beating the Cavaliers by 12. You don't have any of that anymore. Even though the seeding doesn't really matter for home court, the games have been really tight and really competitive. The level of play has been really high. It's possible that I'm just warped having gone 4 months without basketball, but really I do think that this has been really entertaining. We've had close games, compelling storylines, most everyone looks good. The teams that aren't, that presents drama on their own, it's been about as good of a start as you could hope for.
Hey, Matt, obviously we got to touch on the Michael Porter Jr., right? I mean, 37 points, 44 minutes, 12 rebounds. What were your initial thoughts of his performance? I know you're around the Nuggets all the time. Is this what you've seen over the past couple years? And can he be this guy? And also, what does it mean, moving forward after these next 6 games? Are we going to see an elevation, a ramp up in his playing time in the playoffs?
I'm always hesitant to take reactions when he has a good game because it almost seems like Malone acts contrarian, where he responds to the idea of like, well, surely he's got to get more time now. And he's like, oh, really? No, now I'm putting him back on 4 minutes. But I do think that on some level there is an understanding of what he can do. And I think that when you have a performance like this, where it wasn't just like, yeah, he was good. He got 19 in 20 minutes, which is efficient, but that's good. When you have a guy that dominated the game the way that he did, that was able to score, the biggest thing with him is he can score at all 3 levels. And that's a huge deal because the profile on him was great shooter, going to be able to hit from the outside, going to be able to hit contested shots, but he's physical inside. Like, he's a great cutter. He takes advantage of post mismatches and gets positioned where the lob can come and he can finish inside. He's versatile at all 3 levels, and you saw that yesterday. And having a weapon like that, I think, is too important for this offense. I don't expect him to play 40-plus minutes again, hopefully, but I do think that he will have a higher – I asked Malone back after the All-Star break, I was like, do you foresee this? And I think that long-term he does know that they're going to need Michael Porter Jr. And at some point, with this situation and nobody else being fully healthy and everyone struggling with either too much conditioning or not enough, having a young guy that's ready to go out there and give you that kind of production, I think, really matters. So, yeah, I think that he's a bigger part of the picture in the short term going forward. He was always a big part of the long-term future.
Do we wonder at all about, and I know he texted Malone 3 times between game 1 and game 2 and promised to play harder, and obviously he not only played harder yesterday, he played much more effectively. Is there still some question about which Michael Porter Jr. we're going to get, let's say on Wednesday when the Nuggets resume against San Antonio? Is it the Michael Porter of Saturday, or is it the Michael Porter of yesterday afternoon? Or is it properly somewhere in between? Do we know enough about him to understand whether the variance in performance will continue to be this great for a while, or do you see it trending in the more positive direction that he seemed to demonstrate yesterday?
I think a lot of that depends on Michael Malone, and not to put Malone responsible for how Porter Jr. plays, because obviously he should give the same level of effort.
Yep.
But a lot of this is the kid wants responsibility. He got down a lot early in the season when he was getting inconsistent minutes because he wants the opportunity. He feels like he's good enough to deserve the opportunity. And watching yesterday, it's hard to argue with that assessment. And so I think a lot of this is if his minutes start to get yanked around again, he loses confidence and gets down and gets frustrated, and I think that impacts his level of engagement. But yesterday it was like the adversity hit. They needed him to have a big game. He'd had a bad game the game before and realized that he had played badly, and he responded. And now I think the key is to say, look, you responded. You did what we needed. We're going to keep that level of responsibility with you. And that's tough on a team that's competing for a title, that has veteran starters, that has a veteran roster, that is deep. I think it's difficult, but part of that is Malone finding ways to get past his own frustrations with what Porter Jr. doesn't do well or doesn't know at this point, and trusting the kid's natural talent and the other guys to support him, because that was a lot of yesterday. Everybody else played well too. The Nuggets played well as a team, and that helped bring him up to the level and give him the opportunity to have that kind of a night.
Matt, when you look at Jeremy Grant and the Nuggets getting him from OKC before this season, and one of the big things was, hey, this guy is going to be great for this team. He's able to take a back seat. He knows how to operate without the basketball in his hands. But yesterday, with 34 minutes, only 4 rebounds, 2 points, how much better does he need to play? Because he's going to be one of the guys that the Nuggets are truly relying on, right, once the playoffs start.
I think Grant's also a guy, though, that'll benefit a lot from the guys that are missing. He needs guards to be able to operate and provide some spacing to give him opportunities to hit threes, which is a big part of his game. Rebounds are always going to be an issue. It's honestly one of the big reasons why Michael Porter Jr.'s rebounding being awesome is a big deal, is because it allows you to put those two together and play them. And Grant has better defensive instincts. There's still times when he's off by a mark, but he has the capability to do it. A lot of what Grant can provide, I think you would see if the Nuggets get to the second round in a Clippers series, because his work on Kawhi Leonard the past few seasons has been phenomenal. I think, for Grant, there's not like a huge array of things I can look at Grant and go, this is how he can score. A lot of his stuff is dependent upon the team executing well, and it's hard for the team to execute well offensively when they're missing 3 starters. So as more guys get back and more weapons are present, I think you'll see increased production from Grant, because we saw that throughout the season.
They were much more cohesive offensively yesterday, and we know that the big numbers came from Jokic with a triple-double and Porter with 37 points and 12 rebounds. But I thought Monte Moore was a man without whom they could not have won the game yesterday. If anything, he might have even slightly outplayed Chris Paul, in the limited sense that he made his 2 free throws at the end of regulation and Paul missed one of his 2 free throws, thus forcing the overtime. An overtime the Nuggets dominated. And I thought for the last 8.5 minutes of the game, including the 5-minute overtime when the Nuggets outscored the Thunder 25-10, it wasn't just Jokic and Porter, it was Monte Morris too, playing 39 minutes. Now, I know when the Nuggets get healthy, he won't be getting 39 minutes, but he didn't have a very good playoff last year after a solid regular season. Could these additional minutes now get Monte Morris into a better place, at least in terms of confidence, once the playoffs begin?
I think it's a huge benefit to get him these type of minutes, particularly because he was so late to the bubble that he was one of the guys I think that was struggling with conditioning, just getting ramped up fast enough.
Right.
I think the other thing with Monte Morris is he's just extremely capable, and he's been like that since he was in the G League, since his first season last year. He honestly had a pretty bad year, and a lot of Nuggets had a pretty bad year, which is why it continues to be amazing they're still third in the West.
Yeah,
but
right.
I do think that he can benefit from having more reps, from having more consistency, and having this kind of success. I think he can build on that. I think there's a realization of the opportunity that's present now, and I think that that's important. And Morris is a guy that I think has the kind of mindset to step up when called on, and I do think that he's aware of how tough the playoffs were last year. I do think he's aware that he has to play better. I think he's aware of that pressure, and having an environment like yesterday where it's like you can't think about it, you just got to go out and do it, and you got to do it the whole game. I think that could be really beneficial for him and the Nuggets.
Matt, last one for me real quick. Is there any news on the injury front as far as Jamal Murray, Gary Harris, Will Barton, and is there a timetable when we should expect to see those guys back on the court?
So the Nuggets are being even less transparent than they usually are. The teams are afforded this kind of obfuscation because they're down there in Orlando and there's nobody at practice to say, like, hey, where's so-and-so? So they're literally not giving updates except for the injury report. But I did ask Malone yesterday. I said, okay, so I'm not asking you about any specific player, but if this were a playoff game, would they be available? And he said no. That gives you an idea of the seriousness of their conditions. I would say that Jamal Murray, if he has to, will get a crowbar and pry himself loose to get onto the court. I can't see him missing 3 games. I would expect him to play in the Nuggets next game on Wednesday, but I do think Gary Harris and Will Barton will continue to be out at least one more game, if not into the future.
Matt, our thanks. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
As always, Matt Moore, our Nuggets insider, brought to you thanks to Budweiser, official beer sponsor of the Denver Nuggets. You're listening to KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. The Nuggets are kind of an interesting case study, aren't they, Orlando, at this point?
Yeah. I remember yesterday talking about it, and Michael Porter Jr. and Coach Malone just absolutely made me eat my words yesterday. Remember yesterday I'm talking about, hey, he might be losing the team, and guys might not be
Well, you weren't the
respecting
only
him.
one saying that.
And now
you weren't the only
I
one
look
saying
at yesterday and how they came back, and it looked a lot different. And then you hear about the behind the scenes, right? Michael Porter Jr. texting him a couple times, and you hear about those things where it just puts it more in hindsight and makes you focus in at exactly what's going on. And with this team, I'm going to be interested in when they are at full strength and seeing a guy like Jeremy Grant, because yesterday, watching some of the game and then looking at the stat line this morning, I'm just like, Jeremy Grant, 34 minutes, 4 rebounds, and I get that he's not a big guy that's going to go down there and bang or anything like that and get beat up, but he's super athletic. So I'm just the 4 rebounds part of, especially with 34 minutes, I was like, huh? And then you also couple that with the 2 points, and that's not something that you normally see. So that number's normally in the low teens and double digits at least. So I can't wait to see everybody get back and see how it all fits and how it all rolls, because Jamal Murray is a huge part of this offensive set, and he's a huge part of this team, right? And for him to continue to miss games, and like Matt said, can't see him missing 3. So hopefully the next game when the Nuggets play, hopefully he's back out there.
Nuggets next play on Wednesday against the San Antonio Spurs, and they remain in 3rd place. And as of now, they would be playing Oklahoma City in the first round of the playoffs. A series, I think, that would be fairly interesting and might go the distance, much as the Nuggets went the distance with the Spurs last year and went the distance with Portland in the second round. I could see another very long series. The Nuggets had a finishing kick yesterday, so I think that's part of the reason that their record is better than our impressions of them might suggest, right? Because they're 44-23. That's a pretty good record. And we've talked about, and Matt came right out and said it, that there are a number of guys who have had, quote-unquote, bad years. Gary Harris, who's not playing now, was having a bad year, right? Monte Morris was not having nearly as good a year as he did a year ago as a rookie.
Yeah.
Michael Porter was up and down. He was really good in January, kind of in and out of the Malone doghouse, as it were, apart from the month of January when he was getting regular minutes coming off the bench. Now he's got to start because you've got 3 starters out.
Yep.
So you have 3 guys off the bench who normally wouldn't be starting out there in the starting lineup. The bench, depleted because of that, didn't give the Nuggets much yesterday. So they're really leaning on guys like Jokic, Porter, and Morris. They have to be there every game, whether it's Miami, whether it's Oklahoma City they're playing against, or whether it's San Antonio on Wednesday. Those 3, for now, have to be there every game. This is 2 games without 3 guys. Who knows what the Nuggets will be going with tomorrow. And by the way, we'll be bringing on James Marilat in just a few moments, and we'll talk a little Broncos. We'll get James' unfiltered opinion, is there any other kind, from James on the Juwan James situation. Did you notice that BetOnline yesterday tabbed the Colorado Avalanche as favorites to win the Stanley Cup? Pick up on that.
Hey, when you start this thing and the way that those guys have started it off, I'm not surprised, Sandy.
Not that it isn't close, but they are the favorites at 13-2.
This has been a team that's faced adversity all year with the injuries, and now they're at full strength. And now I'm just like, man, imagine what this season could have looked like. Would they have had an opportunity to get the most amount of wins in NHL history throughout the course of a season if they were at full strength? Because right now they look good, and they're showing a maturity that I haven't seen out of many Colorado teams over the last couple of years, where guys are going out there, they're taking care of business, and it doesn't matter what line they're on, they're being productive. This past offseason, Sandy, and I know we've talked about it a lot, the biggest things that the Avs needed to do going into the offseason after last year was now create depth and get some players on that second and third line and even on that fourth line. And they did it. You know, when either one of these lines are out there, the fourth line obviously is not going to be playing huge minutes or anything like that, but they went and got players that could keep that production. And now when you look at the second and third line, you constantly see scoring coming from the second and third line, where it's something that we haven't seen over the last couple of years. So it's a very exciting time to be a Avalanche fan. It's a very exciting time to be able to watch hockey. And I'm not surprised. I am not surprised that through the first couple games that the record is what it is in the round robin, and they haven't lost a game, and now they're being a favorite to win the whole thing.
Well, the co-favorites, I suppose, with the Avalanche at 13-2, are Tampa at 7-1, Boston at 15-2, Vegas at 17-2, Philadelphia and St. Louis both at 9-1. Then you drop down a little bit. Washington 14-1, Dallas 16-1, Carolina and Pittsburgh 25-1. And naturally, as favorites to win the Stanley Cup, the Avs are favorites as well to win the West at 13-4 odds. Tampa is 13-4 in the East. Boston's 15-4 in the East. Vegas 15-4 in the West. Philadelphia in the East 19-4, and St. Louis in the West at 9-2. Competitive balance has never been the NHL's problem. Orlando, we've seen 8th-seeded teams win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
We have not seen 8th-seeded teams win the NBA title. We have seen 8th-seeded
Has
teams
it never
win the
happened
Stanley Cup.
in the NBA? Never, huh?
Never happened that an 8th-seeded team won the championship. Now, 8th-seeded team has beaten a 1 seed.
Yeah.
But they haven't gone all the way to win a championship. I think the Los Angeles Kings were the most recent 8th seed to win a Stanley Cup, which means they didn't have home ice advantage for any series they played.
That team was stacked, though. You're talking, when was that, like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I believe
I
they
never
beat
knew
the
that.
Rangers in the final.
Yeah, I never knew that. Never knew that about the NBA. But yeah, hockey, the competitive nature of that, and but just to be able to go into each situation knowing that you don't have home ice advantage, and them to come out and be able to win a Stanley Cup, that's unreal in itself.
Matt Moore is a very honest guy and a tough critic. So when he says the quality of NBA play has been phenomenal, we sit up and take notice. When James Marilat offers unfettered praise of that kind, we also believe it is phenomenal.
Well, it just goes in one ear and out the other.
See, you're already feuding with James again. You get along well with James when he's your partner. You're always feuding with him when he is not. And he is merely joining us now on the Fireball Hotline. And, James, obviously the first question has to do with your take on Juwan James. And I know it's a complicated situation because you have his injury history, and yet you also have his stated explanation for opting out yesterday, in which not a word was written about injuries from last year or any other time.
Yeah, and it is a complicated situation, and with everybody who's opted out of baseball or the NBA or NFL, there haven't been a ton of people that have been critical of that. I mean, I'm sure there are a few fans out there who lose it and go nuts about it, but for the most part, I think everybody's been very respectful of people's decisions, and that, hey, these are extraordinary times, and you got to do what's best for you and your family. And I think everybody kind of looks at it that way. Juwan James's is a little bit different, and this may not be fair, but it's a little bit different because of what preceded it. The fact that he didn't play, he played 63 snaps last year. He didn't start and finish a single game. His head coach basically came out and questioned his heart and his toughness. So when that is what kind of went before, and it's hard to give someone like that the benefit of the doubt. Now, that may not be fair, that may not be right, but I understand when fans or media members or teammates or anybody else looks at it and kind of rolls their eyes and goes, well, here we go again with this guy, right? Like, it's no different than, coworkers or teammates or anything else. We've all worked with, played with, and been around people who it just seems like it's always something. And again, if you're late all the time, and then all of a sudden you have a really good excuse for being late, it almost doesn't matter, right? Because all those times you messed up before when you could have been on time, kind of erased your benefit of the doubt. That's a little bit what Juwan James is dealing with here. If it was just it was just this year, he didn't have the history in Miami where people were questioning his toughness and his heart. He didn't have last year, which was an unmitigated disaster here, and people were questioning his heart. I think everybody would have said, boy, that stinks for the Broncos, but totally respect Juwan James's decision and right to do that and all those kind of things. It complicates it. It muddies the waters, and I totally understand why fans are upset, because it just seems like another chapter in the Juwan James book that hasn't been a very good read.
James, what does this say about upper management? Because I look at Juwan James, a guy that has a history of not finishing 16 games. Kind of an up and down thing his first 5 years. The Miami Dolphins, at one point, they're ready to trade him away at one point, but then you have two coaches that basically pass on Juwan James and Adam Gase and Brian Flores. But the Broncos decide to sign him, and at the time make him the highest paid right tackle in NFL history. But now in-house, you have a guy that you drafted in the third round, a guy that's became a second-team All-Pro. You know everything about this guy because he started his NFL career off and has played for you the last 4 years, and he wants to become the highest paid, but you don't make that move. So what does it say about just upper management and on how they're choosing to handle some of these situations as far as bringing or signing guys in free agent or retaining guys?
Well, it's a head scratcher, and I long have been a critic of John Elway for the way he's dealt with current players. It's happened a lot, whether it's Eric Decker, Noshan Moreno, a lot of guys who had played here, who were drafted here, had performed very well, and then when it came time to re-sign him, he almost seems like he'd rather give money to somebody who hasn't been here than somebody who has been. That's strange from a loyalty standpoint, for one. For two, it's odd because it's sort of the devil you know versus the devil you don't know, right? Like, the issues that Eric Decker has or Noshan Moreno has or whatever else. Somebody who's coming in from another organization, you may hear rumblings, you may hear some rumors, but you don't know. You haven't been around them every single day and know how they practice, know how they conduct themselves in meetings, all those things that matter and that affect how you play on the field on Sundays. So it's to me, it's a strange kind of way of going about business that John Elway seems like, he's kind of that wandering eye, right? The grass is always greener when a lot of times he's got a good option right there in the building, kind of right in front of him, and he doesn't seem to see it. So this is another example where it sort of bit him. They put themselves in these situations, though, because they become desperate. They make it's bad signings, it's bad draft choices. They're sitting there and they don't have anybody to play that position. That's why you have to overpay. And then you're able to talk yourself into it'll be different in our building. The Dolphins are a mess. Once he gets here and our organization, it'll be fine. Once he's got Mike Munchak coaching him, it'll be fine. John Elway is not the first executive to think he could change a player, or first coach to think he could change a player. It doesn't seem to work, right? It just always seems to go this way. But I'm with you, Orlando. I don't know why they always want to go sign someone from outside when they let a lot of guys that are talented players who've done a lot here walk out the door, and sometimes they don't even talk to them on the way out the door, which is strange.
It's also strange that the Broncos in the Elway era have had one regular right tackle, and that was Orlando Franklin for 3 years. For the last 6 years, there's been a different right tackle every year. From Luis Vasquez to Michael Schofield to Donald Stevenson to Menelik Watson to Jared Veldheer to Elijah Wilkinson. Maybe Wilkinson will be the first since Orlando to occupy that position 4 consecutive years. We all like Elijah Wilkinson personally, and it's a good story, but he is not a starting caliber National Football League offensive lineman. And again, the Broncos are faced with the consequences of not having taken a tackle in the draft, having 10 picks, having, especially in the second round, a choice between drafting another receiver, KJ Hamler, or taking either Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland, both of whom were available when the Broncos are picking at number 46 in the second round.
Yeah, and it's not just the draft, Sandy. And I've defended what Elway did in the draft, and I still think it was the right decision because I don't know that a rookie left tackle, if he'd have come in and competed with Garrett Bowles, or a rookie right tackle, was going to be better than the options they thought they had on the table with Bowles and with James. So I understood that. But they also decided not to sign an offensive tackle during the first wave of free agency. And then even after the draft, and this year, there were a lot of guys, very talented players, still on the open market within the last 3 weeks that Jason Peters and Kelvin Beachum both signed one-year deals. You could have got him in here as a insurance policy on a one-year prove-it deal. I think Peters signed for $6 million. Beachum was in that same range. The Broncos had that kind of money to burn with cap space, so they could have done it. Just time after time after time, when they had a chance to give themselves an insurance policy, and we can debate which way was the right way to go, right? Big money free agent at the beginning, a draft pick, or the free agent at this point that's just going to sign a one-year prove-it deal and try again in 2021 when the market is different. We can debate which would have been the good route, but obviously one of them should have been taken, and now that's become painfully obvious. To bet on Garrett Bowles and Juwan James playing 16 games and playing well was obviously a mistake. I mean, talk about a roll of the dice, and they didn't even get to the beginning of padded practices before it was a plan that fell apart. So should they have addressed it in the draft? Probably. In hindsight, that seems like a place they could have fixed it, but they needed to address it somewhere. And we were talking for months that they needed to go out and look at the free agent market and bring someone in here. Now, though, I think you may look at it and say, hey, how do we spend that money? And I don't know that there's an offensive tackle still on the market that is worth it. But when I was on with Stokley and Zach yesterday, we were talking about how the pressure's now on the defense even more, and it probably is. Then maybe you ought to go spend that money on someone like Logan Ryan and shore up that defense even more. Just make sure every single hole is patched because now you really have the money to spend. So go make sure the side of the ball that has to carry you, that you've invested a lot of money in, doesn't have one kind of loose end that causes problems. Logan Ryan may be the place you go spend the Juwan James salary cap space. That sounds strange. Doesn't seem like the obvious answer, but maybe that's something the Broncos could do and improve their chances in 2020.
James, whether it's injury or whether it's the crowd or the Bronco country wanting to get a guy out of here, the Broncos now have question marks at tackle, especially from here on moving forward. Mm-hmm. We know Juwan James is not going to be available this year, but I want you to take a look into your crystal ball for a second and tell me about 2021 because Juwan James is here. That $10 million that he was guaranteed this year, that rolls over to next year. But the Broncos now have to make a decision on Garrett Bowles. Is Bowles here? Is Juwan James playing the left tackle position? Does he even play 16 games in 2021?
Prior to him opting out, I would have bet you that Bowles was here next year and James wasn't. Now I'm going to flip-flop it. Juwan James is going to be here because his contract next year it will be what should have been this year. So it's
right.
all but impossible.
The guaranteed money.
Yeah. It'd be a huge cap hit to not have him on the roster in 2021. So he's going to be here, but him not playing in 2020 gives the Broncos the opportunity to try and find another tackle. They almost have to, right? So I have a feeling that could help them find someone who can replace Garrett Bowles at the end of this year. So I think this really hurts Bowles' chances, and they weren't very good in most people's mind anyway once his fifth-year option wasn't picked up. I think it really hurts his chances to be here next year because the Broncos are for sure going to have a lot of money tied up in their right tackle. Are they going to want to give a new deal and make Garrett Bowles a fairly high-priced left tackle to go with them? I think they might find themselves looking at it and saying, hey, Elijah played pretty good on the right side. Maybe we move him to left, or maybe we move Juwan James left, or whatever they end up deciding to do. I think if they find somebody who can fill in for Juwan James this year, that's going to be one of your two tackles in 2021. I think Garrett Bowles' chances of being back here went down significantly. So I flip-flopped my pick of what it would have been, 24, 36 hours ago.
How much more pressure is there now without Juwan James this year and with no competition anymore at left tackle? And Wilkinson has now been activated from PUP, and he figures to be the right tackle for a second straight year. How much more pressure does this place not only on Locke, but some of these young tight ends and wide receivers?
Yeah, I think it puts a lot of them, a lot more pressure on them. I think it's on Pat Shurmur to come up with schemes that can, help out on each side on occasion. I'm not sure he's got a tackle that you like to leave on an island for very many plays on either side now. The funny part about it is, though, like, it certainly hurts the Broncos on paper, right? I can look at that offensive line on paper and go, man, a high-priced right tackle free agent, right guard that they spent a lot of money on, and then premium picks at center, left guard, and left tackle. Like, that looks pretty good on paper. But in reality, they're in the exact same boat right now that they were for all but 63 plays last year, where it's Garrett Bowles at left tackle and Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle. They played the entire 2019 season with that combination. So it really doesn't change things all that much from what they're used to and what they had to do a year ago. And there were problems. There were times where they struggled up front. But look, they had a ton of issues last year on offense. I don't know that, Garrett Bowles and or Elijah Wilkinson was in the top 3 or 4 problems. It was a lack of weapons. It was a quarterback to start the year that was a statue. It was an offensive coordinator who was, new to the job and first time doing it. They had a lot of issues going on. So in reality, they got to figure out how to replace those 63 snaps that Juwan James managed to, get on the field for last year. That doesn't seem like mission impossible to me.
James, last one from me. Who are you more excited about? The Rockies, who continue to dominate and continue to go out there and play well, or the Colorado Avs? Who are you more excited about?
Man, that's a tough one because I'm really excited about both. I'm more of a baseball guy than hockey guy. So I'm going to go with the Rockies. I think the Avs though have a legitimate chance of winning the Stanley Cup.
Anybody you disappointed with the Rockies so far? I know Arnauta got it going, got the home run yesterday, and I know Wade Davis. The Rockies are really down on him. But anybody else that you're kind of down on right now that should be doing more, you think, when it comes to the Rockies?
No, not really. I think Daniel Murphy has kind of bounced back. He looks like he's going to have a better year. Nolan is the big one, right? And I think he kind of sets himself up for criticism when, he spends the offseason basically saying, hey, the guys you put around me aren't good enough. And then he's the one struggling out of the gates. Like, he's not going to be great every single game. I get it. Baseball players are going to have slumps, but man, he sets himself up for criticism when they're 7-2 and he's not playing particularly well. It's like, well, the rest of those guys that you didn't have a lot of faith in are carrying you now. So he's been disappointing. It's more the guys I'm excited about, right? Like Wade Davis didn't surprise me at all. The fact that he turned into exactly what we thought he would be, but I think the biggest positive has been how Kyle Freeland has looked through 2 games. If he continues to pitch like that, which is how he looked in 2018 when he won 17 games and was an ace in their wild card win at Chicago. I mean, he looked like an ace in that game. That's how he's pitching again. If he does that and you combine him with, Marquez and Gray and Senzatella, that's a pretty good four-man rotation right there. So that gives him a chance. And that would give him a chance in a series, too, with those guys. So Kyle Freeland is clearly the best. I don't know if he's the best story because Daniel Bard's probably the best story, but Kyle Freeland's the biggest positive for me. The fact that he has bounced back and looks like he's the Kyle Freeland of old, that's huge for the Rockies.
James, our thanks. As always,
thanks,
shocked
buddy.
that we didn't include the Nuggets in that choice.
Well,
but the Nuggets are confusing to all of us. I get it.
It's hard to judge them until they get everybody back, but yesterday was encouraging because I was really worried heading into yesterday's game, and now I'm encouraged. So that was some good news.
They were down 7 with 3:23 left and had the gumption to come back. So give them some credit for that. I know you're picking the Rockies because you're the only one in the building who forecast good things for the Rockies before this season. So it's okay. Just say that. I was 100% right about the Rockies. The rest of you were completely wrong. So I'm going to say the Rockies are the most interesting team in the city at the present time.
I am not going to do an early victory lap at all, Sandy.
Oh,
but yes, I appreciate you remembering that.
Yeah, but you do recognize history, and I appreciate that.
Exactly.
They have teased us before. They've been 7-2 before, and I think with the exception of 1995, they didn't make the playoffs in any of those other 7-2 seasons.
Yeah,
so
right.
let's
Fool me
not
once,
get
shame
carried
on you,
away.
right? Fool me twice, shame on me.
There we go. And with John Elway and the Broncos at right tackle, it's fool me 3 or 4 times, and I don't know what that says about Elway or the people he signed. James, our thanks as always. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks guys. It was fun. It.
That's James Marilat joining us through the Fireball Hotline. O and I will take a look at the Broncos situation. We'll combine the two.
I got a beef.
I got
a beef to pick with you when we come out of break because you've said it twice this week, and I want to get into it when we come back out of break. Elijah Wilkinson not being a starting caliber offensive lineman in this league.
Okay, we disagree on that. We'll get your argument to the contrary next. All right, Orlando, the floor is yours. I have said maybe a couple of times today, and I've said this before in the past, I like Elijah Wilkinson a lot as a player. I appreciate his versatility and especially his willingness to do whatever is called upon him to do. Having said that, in my opinion, he is not a starting caliber NFL offensive lineman.
Yep.
If he were, and I know the Broncos' view isn't always the right one, but if he were, wouldn't he have supplanted Garrett Bowles long before now?
Garrett Bowles is a first-round pick, Sandy, for the Denver Broncos. Elijah Wilkinson, undrafted free agent. You just look at that.
You're supposed to play the best player, though?
Does that happen? You know better than that. You've been in the sports world you've been doing radio for over 40 years. Does that necessarily happen?
Not always.
It doesn't happen.
Not always.
This is my argument with it, because over the last couple of days, you said it once today, you said it once yesterday, he's just not a starting caliber offensive lineman in the NFL. And I disagree with that. I beg to differ. I look at last year being the year that he started 12 games. And although it didn't look perfect, it absolutely did not look perfect. And there is room for improvement. But he went into that season, he wasn't listed as the starting right tackle. So you're just not getting those reps. Now he's going into this season now where he just got activated off that pub list. He's going to be taking all the reps with Graham Glasgow, where, you got a veteran guy next to you. And now on top of that, even last year when he did get into that, with tackles, a large part of your game and the sacks that you give up and how you look as an offensive tackle, it's not even next to it. It doesn't correlate, or it's not because of the person that's right next to you. A lot of it has to do with the person that's playing on the opposite side of the ball of you. So like a Garrett Bowles. So if Garrett Bowles is now opening his hips and creating a short edge for that defensive end, and that defensive end is able to get to the quarterback a lot faster than what we've seen, Elijah Wilkinson, he could be fronting up that defensive end and now be put in a bad position because the quarterback is scrambling and running. As an offensive lineman, you don't have eyes in the back of your head. You're going against a guy that's super athletic, more athletic than you all the time, 100% of the time. You're moving backwards, and now you got to go block this guy that runs a 4.5. So with things like that are happening on the other side with the left tackle or the left guard, or there's some leakage, the running back doesn't pick up his guy, now you're going to be looking like, hey, you might have messed up that play because the guy that's on you falls off and makes the play. I think Elijah Wilkinson is going to have a huge year this year. I think when it's all said and done, the Broncos are going to say, we're keeping number 68. We're walking away from number 72. 68 is very much a part of our plans as far as Elijah Wilkinson. And just him having this training camp, going into this training camp, you're not running with the twos. You're not going to be taking snaps with a guy that's not going to make this team. Every snap that Elijah Wilkinson is going to take in this training camp is a guy that's fully making this team, that is going to be next to a guy that's fully making this team, that's very much a part of the Broncos' plan in Graham Glasgow. And I think that's going to elevate his game. I think, like I said, I'm willing to state it, to hopefully it comes to fruition. Hopefully we see a couple months from now we're saying, hey, you know what, Orlando? Well, not hopefully. I know that I'm going to be right. When it's all said and done, Elijah Wilkinson would be the best tackle the Broncos had out there this year.
Which may be damning with faint praise. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
Garrett Bowles is going to step it up. We got the running quarterback back there, mobile.
But you're making the Garrett Bowles argument on behalf of Elijah Wilkinson. You're making the Garrett Bowles argument.
What do you mean?
Didn't Garrett Bowles say, until last year with Dalton Reisner playing at left guard, much to the chagrin of Ron Leary, by the way, that he hadn't played with a decent left guard before Dalton Reisner came along? Didn't he say that? Couldn't he also argue that since he came here, Drew Lock's the only bona fide starting quarterback he's played in front of?
Absolutely. He could argue both of those things. You know what the biggest difference is when you look at Elijah Wilkinson? He's never got the opportunity to say that. When training camp and OTAs started and all that rolled around, Elijah Wilkinson was taking reps with guys that weren't going to be on this team because he was going with the twos. With Garrett Bowles, you're going with who the Broncos have planned as the starting left guard. You got to make it work. They brought in Ron Leary, right? Paid Ron Leary a ton of money. That's who the Broncos brought in free agency. That's who Garrett Bowles is lining up and taking every one of these snaps with. With Elijah Wilkinson, in the 19 games that he's started, in the 32 games that we've seen him play with the Broncos, he's never had the opportunity where at the start of training camp, now you're taking every single one of these reps with the starter, the guy that's going to make this team. And I think that's huge, especially for continuity. When I would take reps, I wasn't taking when the year that I first got here, obviously I didn't really have no say, but every time that Coop was up there and taking a rep, he said, hey, get in here. Following that, now when we got Luis Vasquez here, every time that I was up there, Luis Vasquez was to the left of me. And I wanted to, in training camp, that's when I really started understanding, hey, what is this guy thinking? How does he see this protection? Exactly where my help is going to be by just taking reps. Elijah Wilkinson's never had that. It's, hey, our right tackle just got hurt. You got to go start a couple games. And all the time when he's been in the game, Sandy, it's always been like, hey, go start, but at some point we're going to pull you out of here. Now this year it's completely different. It's, hey, go start and go play 16 games from us. You're going to be the starting right tackle. So each and every week, make sure you're learning, you're picking out things to learn at, and now get better each and every week.
One tackle last year held all the time on the left side. The other tackle on the right side gave up sacks.
How much sacks did Elijah Wilkinson give up last year?
I believe it was 8 in 12 games.
It was 8.
I believe it was 8.
As not a full-time starter. My rookie year, I gave up 8 sacks. He wasn't a full-time starter.
And then you got better.
Yeah. He's going to get better. He's going to get better with the play of the guy that's next to him. He's good.
I can't believe I'm arguing that. I'm defending you.
No,
You're a much better player than Elijah Wilkinson. You're both nice guys.
I was a really good
You're
football
a better player.
I was a really good football player, Sandy, but my argument is, as far as you sitting here saying, hey, he's not a starting caliber, he gave up 8 sacks last year with Joe Flacco that looked like he was in quicksand back there, with Brandon Allen now starting back there, with Drew Lock. I know the sacks went down a lot when Drew Lock got back there. But as far as Joe Flacco,
and so did the holding penalties for both.
As far as a guy like Joe Flacco that doesn't change the protection, man, you look at sacks. Sacks could be cleaned up by just changing the protection on the offensive line of scrimmage, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to put this tackle out here on an island. I see a blitzer, a secondary rusher. I'm not going to put my running back on that guy. I'm going to slide into this. And now a guy like Elijah Wilkinson at the tackle position where you're facing more athletic guys, now you could completely change up your set. So I don't look at the 8 sacks as a bad thing, especially with Joe Flacco and company back there, with now a full season and a full training camp, knowing that you're the guy. And now with the upgrade of Graham Glasgow right there, it's going to look a lot better. So if it's 8 last year, I'm saying it's going to be 4 this year, and I'll take that any day of the week.
Apparently I stand corrected. It was 10.
I'd still take it. I would still take it because that number's good. That number has a legitimate chance to be cut in half.
Okay, but again, Bowles could argue, hey, my holding penalties got more than cut in half in terms of the rate when Locke was the quarterback.
Was
when
the
I
flag
had an
still
actual starting quarterback.
With Garrett Bowles, was the flag still thrown? They might have not been accepted, but they were still being thrown, right?
Multiple flags were thrown.
Okay.
Multiple flags were thrown on Garrett Bowles in those 5 games.
Yep.
But the rate of holding penalties, which had been basically 1 a game, was not 1 a game when
because it was 4 out of 5 games.
Well, it was. I'll have to go back and look, and because I've heard too. Some people have said too. Anyway, he holds too much. I agree with that premise, okay? And Elijah Wilkinson, at least last year, when he was nominally the regular right tackle because the other guy only played 63 snaps all year,
well,
he gave up too many sacks, just like Garrett
Bowles
Bowles held too much.
But
they've got a big problem at the tackle position.
This is my argument, Sandy. 10 sacks last year from Elijah Wilkinson. How would you like to go into the season where you're the swing tackle? Mm-hmm. You don't know who you're working with. Now you have issues at the quarterback position. And now even when you do get out there, how many times last year did we hear, Jawan was practicing. We should be getting Juwan back this week. And now all of a sudden, those reps get cut down from Elijah Wilkinson in the week because Juwan's getting ready to practice, right? And he's out there. But now the game, hey, Elijah, you got to go start. So instead of taking 100% of those snaps with whoever the right guard was that week,
I grant you those
now
points.
when you get into the game, you only took 40% well, as a backup, as a true backup, right? When you have practices, say you have 5 periods in practice and 8 plays each period. As the backup, you're only taking 2 plays of practice, 2 plays a period. So you only take 10 plays for the whole practice. That's what Elijah Wilkinson looks like when Juwan James is getting ready to play.
Okay.
That's how his practice looks.
And I don't want to get too bogged down in this, but when during the second half of the season, Wilkinson was hurting, and during the second half of the year, he played one half of the Houston game, first half, right? Otherwise, he did not play at all because the Colts game was midseason. That's Juwan James. Juwan James. So I'm thinking, wasn't during practice time Wilkinson getting starter reps because James wouldn't or couldn't play?
Those practices, what did it look like, Sandy, last year? You were here, I was here. Constantly, each and every week.
Right.
Juwan James is practicing. He's practicing with the ones. Maybe this is the week that he's coming back. When the guy that's the starter, especially with the money that he's getting paid, as soon as he walks out there in the practice field and says, yeah, I'm practicing today, now he's taking 6 reps each period. Elijah Wilkinson is taking 2. So in the course of a practice, now with 5 periods, Elijah Wilkinson has taken 10 snaps. With now Juwan James in the course of 5 periods, 6 times 5, 30. So Elijah Wilkinson is going in this game thinking that Juwan James is going to play. He's taken a quarter of the snaps that week. But all of a sudden, Juwan James is down. And now those are the reps that you're missing.
Okay.
When you're missing reps, when you miss reps and you're not playing with guys that you're playing in the game and you're not getting to see exactly each and every rep. There were so many different plays when I was a player just going over the rep. Hey, this is what I'm going to see out of Justin Houston this week. This is what I'm going to see out of Tommy Kelly this week, where I need to see it. I need to practice it. If I didn't get those reps in the game, I'm not going to be able to defend some of these moves because I need to feel it. And when you look at a guy like Juwan James being held out for game time decisions and not going, but he's taking those reps, he's really taking away and hurting a guy like Elijah Wilkinson's game. And with this year, it's not going to happen like that. So I anticipate him to be a lot better than what we've seen.
We wouldn't get to watch practice anyway, but last year we were on the air while they were practicing.
I know how the NFL practices. I know how the reps go and stuff like that.
There were certain reports last year that even when he was put with a scout team, Juwan James, not Elijah Wilkinson, he went all out all the time, naturally. That's the kind of person he is. That's the kind of player he is. That's the kind of commitment he has. There were reports. Now, I didn't observe this myself, obviously. There were reports that Elijah Wilkinson annoyed the coaches, along with not playing when coaches thought he could have been playing.
James, you're talking about James.
James.
Yeah, James.
That he annoyed coaches because when he was doing scout work, he wasn't going all out. And the coaches would remind him of what was on the index cards. He wasn't into it.
Yeah.
As a scout team guy.
I heard reports where it was questioning the coaches, questioning some of the quality control people. When they would put up the card, he was like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. Why am I doing that? I heard those questions, yes.
I'm sure you're more accurate than I am. We're basically, you're being very specific, and I'm sure you're right. And by the way, we've got 2 people on the text line this morning. One guy I'm annoying and one guy you're annoying. So we're both guilty of annoying people on the text line this morning, but just a couple of them. And we've got dozens, if not hundreds of others who are like, bring it on and let's see. The Wilkinson, now this comes from a texter. We didn't check out the penalties, but the texter was right on the 10 sacks he gave up. had Wilkinson committing 9 penalties last year. And again, I'm assuming not all 9 were accepted penalties. Yeah. So we're trying to go on. Listen, the bottom line is whether we think they're starting caliber. I don't think Bowles is either, off what I've seen so far. And I don't care about the last 5 games. I've even given him credit. I liked him the first 8 games of his rookie year, apart from the scene he made about the injured ankle and waving to the fans as he's carted off the field and all that nonsense. And then he comes back next week and plays.
Paul Pierce does?
Yeah.
Do you think that who do you
I
think
believe Paul Pierce is hurt. I don't believe.
Who do you think is going to have the better season when it's all said and done?
Boy. What's the lesser of 2 evils? I don't know. I guess Bowles, because I think he has more talent. But Wilkinson is coachable, and I've seen no evidence, even last year with Mike Munchak, that Bowles is coachable. So I have no idea. I think they have a major problem, as do you, at the tackle position.
Yes.
They are thin there. They're starting tackles, as things seem to stand right now, I don't believe have proven themselves as starting caliber players in this league. And I would only add that the Broncos let Connor McGovern go in free agency. Now, is that an indication that they thought he couldn't play at all? No, I don't think so. Their history is that they don't play centers. You know about that. They let Matt Paradis go, who was close to a Pro Bowl, if not all pro caliber center, at least serviceable, right?
Yep.
And they let him go to sign with Carolina because they didn't want to pay him starting center wages. So their conclusion, again, they've been wrong about offensive linemen a lot, but their conclusion was he was not, in their estimation, a starting caliber NFL offensive lineman. And I say they, I don't know if that view was unanimously held throughout the building by front office people and by all the coaches. But the opinion that won out seemed to be the opinion that Connor McGovern, forget about Matt Paradis, Connor McGovern was not considered, other than being a stopgap, a starting caliber center in the NFL. Would you agree that that was their conclusion about Connor McGovern, that they didn't think he was a starting caliber center? They think the guy they drafted, even as a rookie, will be better, will be an upgrade over Connor McGovern.
Yeah.
Would you agree that that's
Yes.
what they think? By their actions, that's what they seem to be thinking.
Yeah.
Lloyd Cushenberry will be better this year than McGovern was last year.
And I also think that they look at it as hey, why spend, what was it, $9 million a year that I think Connor McGovern got? Why spend $9 million where, we could shore up a guard position, and now a guard is going to be able to help, both of these guys, both the tackle as far as, I think they looked at Juwan James' situation and his health and him not playing and said, we're going to go spend the money at guard on a guy that's played a ton of football, that doesn't get injured, that will play through injuries because, as we know, football is 100% injury rate, but also the guy that would play on the opposite side of the new center as well is pretty smart as well in Dalton Reisner. So it's kind of plug a guy into a position, and we have 2 guys outside of him in the guard spots that are going to help bring along that guy, and he's going to be on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to develop him, and we got 2 smart guys that, or if the center can't make the calls, maybe one of these 2 guys can make the offensive line calls first.
I was asking James about the wide receivers and the tight ends, and we can talk more about that. Maybe not so much today. We only have a couple minutes left, but tomorrow. But you're taking the conversation into an interesting place when you're saying, I think right here, not that they can't live up to it, there's a lot of pressure on the 2 guards, right? Reisner and Glasgow, not only to do their own jobs, but to help a rookie center, quite probably, and help the 2 tackles on their side of the ball.
Yep. Center's got to be the studs for this offensive line. It's even more so now with Juwan James opting out, right? Got to be the guys. Now you got Elijah Wilkinson. He's never went into a season as the full-time starter. He's going into it this year. And because of how thin that depth is, Jake Rogers, I mean, he started one game last year. I think it might have been the Detroit game for the Broncos. But, I mean, the depth that is not there at the tackle position. But also, those guards got to take care of that young center and make sure that, hey, he's getting that call out. He's getting out, and it's the right call. And when Drew Lock now wants to do stuff at the line of scrimmage and audible, those guys need to be able to spit their calls out and get everybody out on the same page. So I think the strong point, obviously, is for the Broncos is at the two guards, but a lot more is going to be put on these guys' plate this year with a young center, a rookie center, and the tackle situation that they have right now, being thin and Garrett Bowles and Elijah Wilkinson being the starters.
They're in trouble, aren't they?
It should look like a lot of quick game. I know that we got all the fancy new toys.
Well, whatever happened
we gotta
to
go,
the deep ball?
Yeah, it's gonna look get the ball out of
Throw it to you. Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swan, John Stallworth, go deep.
Yeah. I don't think that's what we're going to see, Sandy. I think it's going to be a lot of three-step drops, a lot of screens,
Dink and
a
dunk.
lot of window
Dink and
dressings. Yeah. That's what the harsh reality. That's what I think it's gonna be.
That is the harsh reality. Well, on that note of agreement, I agree with you. They're in trouble. I think they may have to reassess their plan, if that is in fact the plan that's going to be executed, to throw the deep ball more, or they're going to have to keep the tight ends in.
Tight ends in, running backs in, max protection,
And
a lot
that
of
means
two-man
Nick Van
routes.
Ette. It doesn't mean Noah Fant's going to be blocking or Albert O's going to be blocking. You want them out on the pass patterns, I would think, even with short intermediate stuff. Although both guys are fast enough to get deep. But Drew Lock spoke with the media. Unfortunately, it was last Friday before all this news came bubbling to the surface. But we'll hear from Drew Lock tomorrow, and we'll have a lot more when we rejoin you at 9. Orlando, great job today. You're a little salty. I was a little salty.
No,
but we have our saltiness
I'm never
back.
salty, Sandy. It's you that are keep on. It's you, Sandy.
Hey, they're getting on you on this Elijah Wilkinson thing.
No,
They're getting all over you.
Hey, I'm good with that. I'm a big boy. I can handle that. I just know how offensive line play goes. So I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
And you like Elijah Wilkinson because he is an overachiever.
Yeah, I do.
He is an
like
overachiever. Garrett Bowles is not an overachiever. And Juwan James does not seem to be an overachiever.
Yeah.
Whether you like his decision to opt out or not, he is not an overachiever. And we like the guys who are overachievers. I think he's an ideal swing player. I don't think he can play center, but either guard spot, either tackle spot.
He's going to prove you wrong this year, Sandy.
We shall see. We shall see. Starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Right now, it's time for Stokley and Zach. Stokley is here. Zach is not. Nothing changes over the last 4 months, does it? On Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan.
here. You don't have to think about it. It is right here. It is right now. Said you never know. How you doing, Brandon Stokley?
How does it look like I'm doing?
Looks like you're doing pretty good.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
How
you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm navigating.
Good.
I'm
good.
navigating. We have a great show planned today. We have audio to react to. The head football coach, Vic Fangio, spoke to the media. Von Miller spoke to the media. We'll get to all of that here momentarily. We got NBA basketball on in our American Financing Studios. Bucks and Nets. That spread's about 18, by the way. No one from the Nets playing, but it's competitive right now.
Thanks for your help yesterday, by the way.
Oh, stop it.
1-1. I don't want to hear it. I'm done with you. That's all I'm saying. I'm done with you. Let's move on. But I'm done with you.
I told you, don't take this advice and then let me know about it afterwards.
1-1.
And that took about 2 minutes.
Yes, exactly.
You
know I'm going to let you know. You stink. How about that? 0-1-1.
Oh, my goodness. You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember years ago, and I know you remember, when I forget what year it was, whether it was the 2012 Broncos or the 2013 Broncos, when they played the Jacksonville Jags and the experts had the Broncos like a 21-point favorite. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It was like the biggest spread in NFL history.
Yes, that was a 13 Broncos.
That was a 13 Broncos. Yes. Okay. And I just remember like, oh, of course they're going to blow out the Jags. And then you turn on the game, it's like in the second quarter, it's a one-score game.
They won by like 12 points or something.
It was something like that.
Yeah.
That's the way that this game's going to end up.
Okay. Oh,
because no one from the Nets is playing.
Let's take your advice now. Oh, that means the Bucks are going to win by 25.
All right.
But I can't wait to hear what Vic said on a better note here. I can't wait to hear what Vic says and Von said, because I hadn't heard anything this morning. I hadn't heard anything.
I had not heard what Von said. I was on the call. I was on the Vic call on the Zoom press conference.
I love it. Good job.
So we'll get to that in a second. But
what question did you ask?
We'll get to that in a second. Michael Porter Jr. yesterday. Michael Porter Jr. Oh, my goodness, Stoke. We saw Michael Porter Jr. has had many coming out parties. I say many. There's been like 4 instances where like he sets the Twitterverse on fire. He goes for 24 points, and it's just like, oh, my goodness, look at the glimpse of what this could be. Yesterday, for me, that took the cake. Michael Porter Jr. finishing with 37 points and 12 rebounds in just his 50th NBA basketball game at 22 years old.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. Look, this is the guy that you got to keep putting it out there, Zach. He struggled, and you just got to keep putting him out there because he's a star in the making. That's what he is. Is he refined yet? Has he played a lot of basketball in the last 3-4 years? No, he hasn't. So there's going to be some instances there where Mike Malone, yes, is going to be pulling his hair out and is going to be like fed up with Michael Porter Jr. for making some silly mistakes, maybe taking some bad shots, whatever the case may be. That's just the way it goes. But his talent is too great not to just keep putting him out there. And so that was great to see. Hopefully, he played 44 minutes.
Yeah.
Hopefully now, it's just one of those things where this guy's going to play, and he's not going to come off the court. If he makes a mistake or two, it doesn't matter. You got to free him up and let him just play ball because he's a difference maker.
That
was great to see.
That's exactly what it was yesterday. They don't even come close to winning that game yesterday without Michael Porter Jr. This is a game that was so tight it went into overtime. Okay, now the final score was 121-113, still close, but it was tight enough to go into overtime. Throughout the game, it was tight. When Michael Porter Jr. was on the floor yesterday, the Nuggets outscored the Thunder. This is hard to do now. Pay attention. A game that went into overtime, when Michael Porter Jr. was on the floor, they outscored the Thunder by 25 points. That's unbelievable. You usually do not see a lopsided plus-minus number like that in a game that's so close. But to outscore an opponent by 25 points in those 44 minutes when you were on the floor, that is incredible, and it could be a sneak peek into a superstar that the Nuggets may have never seen, to the likes of Michael Porter Jr. I know there's been great players, but you're talking about a 6'10" guy who is an incredible athlete, who strokes it the way that he does, and when he has a willingness to rebound, Katie bar the door.
Katie, look at you coming in with Katie bar the door early in the show today. I like it. I'm with you, man. And we were talking about it, Zach, and when we look at Michael Porter Jr., you look at Jokic, and I'm telling you, throw Bol in that mix, okay? Those three guys moving forward. Why are you rolling your eyes? See, I can see you now because I'm in studio. Why are you rolling your eyes at that? I'm just telling you, you put those three guys, and you look at Jamal Murray, this is going to be an attractive place here 2, 3 years, and people, they've already taken notice because you got a Jokic. Here you go. You're laughing at me again. You're laughing at me again.
No, I'm not.
I don't understand why you're laughing at me.
Because you're talking about the Denver Nuggets being a destination for free agents.
Yes.
Just let these guys work out. We don't even need the free agents if all the guys work out the way that you're suggesting.
But we'll take one. Give us one. Give us a nice piece. And I'm not talking about a top 2 or 3 guy. It doesn't have to be that guy. But you're talking about a top 6 guy.
Okay.
That type of really good player that can fit what you want and the position that you need. And you just never know. I mean, you just never know a guy that, is looking for a championship and looks at the Nuggets and says, look at these nice pieces that they have, some really, really nice pieces. But obviously Michael Porter Jr. is a big part of it. And I think Bol is going to be a nice piece moving forward also.
I hope you're right on all fronts.
You were laughing at me. I don't know why you're laughing at me. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
No. Well, the Denver Nuggets have never, ever, 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 at any window in their organization's history been a destination for free agents. The Nuggets have to overpay out the nose to get a free agent to come here. Paul Millsap, $90 million for 3 years, all guaranteed. Deals like that. Kenyon Martin, just back up the Brinks truck to get these guys to come here. I think that will continue to be the case until it doesn't. And when it doesn't,
changing.
I would love for that to be the case, Bob Dylan. I would love for that to be the case.
That's who.
You know you're Dylan.
I know my Dylan.
You know you're Dylan.
I know my Dylan. That's right. I know my Dylan.
But look, if it works out the way that you're suggesting, maybe the Nuggets won't be reliant on trying to score in free agency. If Michael Porter Jr., Bol, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic. I mean, what a thing that they have going here. It was stark contrast, and Sandy asked me this question as I was leaving. He said, what version of the Nuggets are we going to get in the playoffs? The one that played on Saturday or the one that played yesterday? We really don't know, but we need to take these little benchmarks and just put a microscope under them. That's a tough OKC team they beat yesterday.
I know they won by 8, but late in that game, they were down 4 or 5 with a couple minutes left. So it wasn't like, the Nuggets just rolled OKC. OKC had it and kind of lost it and gave it away. Chris Paul's at the free throw line and had a chance to win the game with 2 seconds left and goes 1 for 2.
Right.
If he makes both, they win the game.
Right.
So let's not get over, carried away here and thinking that the Nuggets have figured everything out. They still got a little ways to go.
Definitely not.
They got to get their guys back. They got to get their guys back, got to get their guys healthy, got to get their guys playing.
Yes.
You can't just all of a sudden expect Murray and Harris and company just to come into the playoffs and be ready to go. If that's what they're expecting without getting any of these 8 games in, Nuggets will be one and done.
I agree with everything you just said. Because this group right here that played yesterday, I have the same sentiment. Even though they beat a tough team, I have the same sentiment about this specific group that I had on Saturday. You roll out this group to the playoffs, you're getting bounced. And I don't care who they match up with. Oklahoma City, Dallas, Houston, this group it's 60% of their starters. Think about that. Jamal Murray is almost 19 points a game. Will Barton, veteran in the game, and a heartbeat runs real calm under duress. And Gary Harris, your best perimeter defender. You're just not going to win an NBA playoff series in the Western climate with the group that they have. So that's really the biggest storyline with the Nuggets here for the next 2 weeks. Michael Porter Jr. was awesome, but that guy's playing his 50th NBA basketball game ever yesterday. You cannot rely on him to go full hero mode in the NBA playoffs and win 4 times in a 2-week period. It's just not going to happen.
No, need the guys back.
Yep.
Need Jamal, Gary Harris. Need to get those guys back and playing.
Yep. And Jokic was just masterful in the fourth quarter and overtime. Just treating Steven Adams, who is a terrific player and a terrific defender, treating him like a workout dummy. I mean, incredible game from Nikola Jokic. All right, Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio spoke to the media here. Oh, and by the way, can I just say it? How about them Rockies?
How about them Rockies?
Oh, my goodness.
I love it, man.
I can't believe I didn't take their over 27.5. They are playing so well right now.
I told you, you should have came see me.
They're coming back from 4-1 deficits like you're expecting it to happen.
Well, now the only thing for the people that did do it, I mean, hopefully people, that they were optimistic like some people were about the Rockies, now you just hold your breath that they get all 60 in.
Right.
Because they're getting over whatever you got it at. 26.5. Some people might have been lucky. 27.5. It don't matter. They're going over all that.
They just need to play 500 ball from here on out, and they're going to be in the playoffs, and everyone's going to be happy.
Yes. This team, it will be, a Zach by July 2019 curse if they don't get to the playoffs this year, the way that they started off. The wheels will completely fall off like they did in July.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they started off so good.
You're what's the equivalent of that again? If it's near 3, it's like 2.7. So you're talking about this is the equivalent. And I know people are getting tired of that. Yeah, this is the equivalent.
But I'm not getting tired of it. So go ahead.
This is the equivalent of starting a regular season at 21-6. 21-6. Rockies are in first place.
Yeah,
I know everyone's expecting the Dodgers to be, fee-fi-fo-fum, a big old giant coming around the corner, but keep playing good ball. And Nolan woke up from his hibernation.
Hey.
What do you do when you wake up from hibernation?
You hit a home run.
Time to eat.
Yes.
Time to eat.
Time to eat.
I love it.
Nolan that was good. 1 for 3. Good for him.
Yep. Matt Kemp, another RBI yesterday. That whoever said that guy was done is out of their mind.
Who would say that?
He just continues to shine.
He's eating. He's coming out of quarantine eating. Well, he's been eating, but that's good. He's got that Bryson DeChambeau thickness on him.
Right.
Power in the ball. That's what you got to do. So everybody got a hit yesterday. You look at their lineup, everybody got a hit.
And that's the second time in a week they've done that. They did that last weekend too. I mean, how many times has that happened? The whole team gets a hit twice in a 7-day period.
Yeah, but you're right. You fall behind. You get out the gates, you score 1, then you're down 4-1, and an inning later, next thing you know, you put 5 on the board.
Yep,
and take the lead back. So they're just a resilient bunch, and even when it was Chichi Gonzalez yesterday, that's so they threw him in the mix. They passed him by the first time of the rotation. They're like, nope, hey. You stay over here, buddy. Sorry, we're just going to continue this rotation. But for whatever reason, all right, here, we'll take a look at you. And, he gave him 3.
Yeah, he was not.
3. No.
I knew we were in trouble on the very first batter. It was a 4-pitch walk. And I was like, that's
not the way you want to start off your season if you're him.
That is not the way you want to start that. Did you see Brian Shaw?
No, I missed him. Again?
Oh, my gosh.
It didn't happen again to him.
Dude, I think the team tried to release him in the inning, during the inning. He pitched one third of 1 inning.
A third.
He pitched a third of an inning, and I'm going to have to pull this up for you here. He pitched.
And is he with? Is he
Seattle's
Mariners. Okay.
Yeah, he's with the Seattle Mariners. I want to get this right.
And McGee's with the Dodgers.
That's right.
McGee's helping us out with the Dodgers.
Brian Shaw, 1/3 of an inning, 5 hits. 4 runs, each of them earned 2 walks.
The best move that Jeff Bridich made by far was letting those 2 guys go.
Yep, good call.
I mean,
he deserves credit for that because he was a big-time investor in Brian Shaw.
Yes, and Jake McKee.
And
they're still paying him.
Right?
I mean, they had money on their contract that was guaranteed.
Yep.
Those aren't easy guys to walk away from.
No.
Especially when you have a bunch of unknowns coming out of quarantine and, spring training part 2.0. You just go with the veteran guys. That's what usually you do. We're paying them. We're just going to go with them. I paid him a lot of money. It looks bad on me if I release him. Know what? You got to give him credit now.
Absolutely.
A lot of people want to say, he should have made this move or shouldn't have signed this guy. That's a big-time move by him, and just kind of looking yourself in the mirror and saying, I'm done with these guys. Let's go with these unknowns. And the unknowns have shown up in a big way, and the knowns have done what they've been doing. And so great move by Jeff Bridich.
Let me give you that line one more time from Brian Shaw.
Okay, one more time, please.
1/3 of an inning.
A third. Just a third. Not even
I'm
1
not
and 1/3.
3 innings. Not 1 and 1/3. 1/3 of an inning.
Just say a third.
A third.
A third of an inning.
He pitched a third. 5 hits, 4 runs.
5, 4.
2 walks.
2 walks. What is that ERA?
27.
Ooh. Still didn't catch our guy.
No.
Our guy with that 54 ERA. What was his name? We probably won't be seeing him again for a while.
Yeah, probably not.
That was like
not.
hey, buddy, come on. We got a big lead here. We'll let you get some work in, and that backfired quickly. And that's the last work he'll see.
It did. And by the way, Rockies had me on tilt last night in the 9th inning, allowing 2 runs, making it. The game was 7-4 going into the 9th. It's 7-6, 2 men on.
Yeah,
and I got my heart in my throat.
Yeah.
So, but great for those guys. Red hot start. All right. This is Vic Fangio. How has Elijah Wilkinson progressed?
Well, I thought Eli made a lot of progress last year throughout the season. And he ended the last game and a half or so where he hurt his ankle. But as far as it goes, as it relates to Eli, it's a good thing for him personally because now he gets to go back to the position he spent 800, 900 snaps at last year and all the practice that goes with that. So from his perspective, it's a good thing. Yeah, anytime you lose a player that you think's a good player, your depth is going to be challenged. There's no two ways about that.
Next up, Troy Ring.
What'd you make of that explanation from Vic Fangio? Go ahead,
turn your microphone on.
There you go.
I saw you in the other room just mumbling, and I wasn't hearing anything. Gotcha. You got to push that on button, buddy. That's what you got to do in radio. The on button makes you talk.
I deserve that. I deserve that. I deserve that.
Tuesday starting off great today.
I tell you what, part of the negative not having you in studio is I can't call you on that.
Right.
I mean, how many times you've done that during the pandemic?
Yes.
We're not sure. I can't be sure.
Well, I can't ever turn it on and off. I don't control it.
Oh, that's
when I'm
right.
at my
That's
house.
right.
I don't
That's right.
control
That's
it with
right.
the little, the Comrex machine that
Right.
I have, so
That's
I
right.
can't control it.
That's right.
But now you'll probably be able to. I'll screw it up here soon.
We'll see.
Don't worry.
We'll see. And I've been calling you out on that for years now.
Yes.
You got to turn your mic on to do radio.
Yes.
You got
Yes.
me. All right.
So when I get a chance to return the favor, best believe, I'm coming with it.
Yep. All's fair.
Look, he's right. Vic is right here when you talk about Elijah Wilkinson. This is a young football player that has a lot of potential. And obviously they're paying him as a second-round tender over $3 million. That's the way they feel. Guy that played a lot of football last year. Where did he play a lot of football last year?
Right tackle.
Right tackle, right? And now he gets to continue that. So let's see if possibly, this is our future right tackle. We'll be able to get a good look at it now. And if he goes out there and he plays well, now you're going to lock this guy up for a long time. And if he does it, now okay, the potential that we saw there, it just didn't translate to the football field. It just wasn't consistent enough. And now you'll be able to just move on from him and really address the depth and the right tackle position moving forward. But obviously you'll have Jawan James coming back next year. So you'll get a good chance to look at him at his spot, probably a position that he plays better than left tackle.
Yes.
And a position that he played a lot of football at. So
He
I like how Vic framed that.
I think Vic just quoted him as playing like 800 snaps.
Yeah, 800-900.
800-900 at right tackle. That's a lot of reps.
Well, nobody else played last year.
Right.
Right. I mean, pretty much.
Right.
I mean, Jawan didn't play 60 snaps. So he pretty much played. I don't know if he made it through the season healthy last year towards the end there. Did he?
Juwan?
No, Elijah.
Elijah.
No, Jawan, I know.
Gosh, I think he did stay healthy there.
Okay, so he pretty much played the whole dang year.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but let me ask you, Elijah Wilkinson, right tackle, 2019. What was it?
I give him a C.
Okay,
C plus. I thought for a young football player. When did they draft? They drafted him late, or was he a free agent?
He was not drafted.
Yeah, so a young football player that all of a sudden is thrust into a starter's role when he's probably not quite ready for that, needed a little bit more seasoning.
Yeah.
But hey, buddy, we got no other choice here. Our $100 and $200 million man is just you got a boo boo.
Yeah. Stop.
So you got to play, and so I thought that he actually handled himself.
All things considered.
Well. It wasn't great, but it wasn't a complete disaster like a Ty Sembralo, Khalil Mack.
Right. Donald Stevenson,
yes.
Benelek Watson.
What did you think?
I thought it was pretty good. I think he gave up. I think the number was 10 sacks.
Ooh.
So obviously that's not what you want.
Right.
But you have to weigh the context. Was this guy your starter in preseason? No, he's kind of thrust into this position. He hasn't played a lot of football. That's the most football he's ever played in his career
by far.
He was playing guard, I believe, the previous year, right?
Yeah, he can play guard, plays tackle. Yes.
Yeah, I think he was playing some guard. So I'm watching a guy who's not used to playing that position. Undrafted guy. Remember where he played college football?
No.
UMass.
The
Minutemen.
Yes.
It doesn't really
Last
pop
time
off
I heard
the radar.
UMass was John Calipari taking them to the Final Four. Marcus Camby and.
Well, they had another good wide receiver come out of UMass that you were teammates with briefly.
Who's that?
Turned out to be a really good pro.
That I was teammates with.
Injury shortened, but yeah, he might have stepped in maybe for you at one point.
That I was teammates with.
Maybe, if I have this right.
Yeah, you probably don't.
I watched Victor Cruz at UMass score 4 touchdowns against the University at Albany.
Oh, I was teammates with him.
Yeah,
that's where he was at UMass.
Yes, came out of UMass.
And I think they just had the kid that was drafted by the Cardinals. The wide receiver, little slot wide receiver.
Oh, I think you're right. I think
last
you're
name
right.
maybe starts with an A. I'm
I
not
don't
even
know.
trying to pronounce it.
No,
but.
I'll figure it out. But I think you're right. I remember seeing UMass around the time of the draft.
You're right. Victor Cruz, teammates, and I'm the one that molded him, just kind of like I did James Palmer.
Yes.
I was there for 3 weeks, molded him for 3 weeks. Next thing you know, he's salsaing all in the end zone in the
That's
Super Bowl.
how you used to do
baby.
the salsa. That's right.
In the Super Bowl.
That's
there
right.
we go.
That's right. Good memory. Another fun fact about UMass: greatest basketball player they ever produced. Dr. J went to UMass.
Marcus Camby. Ooh.
Marcus Camby went to UMass. Good pull there. Really
shout
good
out to my guy Jeff Hoffman yesterday. Good to see
Our
him.
guy Jeff Hoffman.
Yes, our guy. But yeah,
He's from my hometown.
Yeah, I know, but you got on the bandwagon. But one and 2/3, no earned runs, got the win. Good to see him back in. High expectations for him a couple years ago as a starter.
Yep.
Started off good, just kind of never got his footing. But now maybe that relief role-ish might be his spot. So good job by him.
I went on vacation with Jeff Hoffman's cousin in 2010.
How about that?
Lesson I learned from that vacation, don't drink wine in a hot tub. You can't feel it until you step out.
Really?
Big time problem.
Don't drink.
Because you can't feel yourself getting dehydrated. You don't feel yourself drinking until you get out of the hot tub.
So
accumulation factor.
But you can drink beer?
No.
Nothing. Don't drink anything.
Do not drink alcohol in a hot tub.
Oh, okay. Yes, because you said wine. Nothing.
Don't drink hot tub. Do not drink alcohol in a hot tub.
I thought that's what you. Brought to you by Zach By.
Does Vic Fangio have regrets about his comments to Juwan James a year ago?
Oh.
Hear his response next. Vic Fangio spoke to the media just a couple hours ago, and he was asked by our very own DMac. Now, I got to tell you this, and I'm not. I just have to say this. I was shocked that it took nine questions in until anyone asked about Juwan James. Can you believe that? Like that may have been the biggest news of the offseason yesterday.
Yeah, it's right up there.
Right up there. Maybe
For
with
sure.
Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay, or Melvin
Yes.
Gordon signing. Juwan James, the $50 million right tackle, opting out of the season.
And that was just yesterday. Huge news.
Only DMac asked about it. Thankfully, he was there. He asked, does he regret his comments on Juwan James's health, and does he think it factored into James opting out?
No, I don't think it factored into it at all. Juwan and I had several conversations in the off season. They all were very good and productive. I don't think it had any bearing on it whatsoever. He was training to have a good season all through the off season. I thought he had a good off season. We spoke many times, and down towards the end here, when he had to make a decision, he just chose to opt out, which is his choice, and we're fine with it.
Well, it seems like if you listen to Vic that they patched things up in the offseason.
It's what it sounded like, that they talked several times.
And if you're talking about what's going on, you seem like you might have figured out the issues from last year. I'm sure Juwan James wasn't happy with his coach calling him out last year. And that was evident with his press release yesterday.
Yes.
Saying that. There's
Yes.
a narrative around, my injury last year.
Due to comments.
Yes. So hopefully that is the truth, and hopefully that's the case. But what else is he going to say? He's not going to say, me and Juwan still don't get along.
Right. And it could be they just talked a couple times about only football, only his health, and didn't really get to the core of, what was said a year ago. That's my guess, because if it was truly squelched between the two, why would Juwan include that in his, or maybe it was squelched and he knows the reputation that is around town because of those comments and felt the need to still mention it?
Yeah, it could be that also. That could be the case also. So who knows? But obviously a big blow. And I don't think that they can say, hey, we're okay with it. It's the players' rights, and we respect that. It hurt them yesterday.
Yeah.
It hurt them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about that was a blow that they were hoping to avoid.
No question.
Right. And it's not even debatable. That's not even debatable. And, yes, we understand it's the players' right, and they can do it if they want to. And but that hurt the Broncos. That hurt Vic and John. Hearing that news. They were counting on it.
Yeah.
They were counting on it. They wanted to see, Juwan James, Garrett Bowles, and have Elijah Wilkinson competing with Bowles or be the swing tackle, and it's just not going to happen. And so that news yesterday hurt them.
Yeah. And someone on the RamosLaw.com text line, and guys, if you want to get tagged in and become part of the show, 303-713-1043. It's 303-713-1043, the RamosLaw.com text line. Someone says he didn't say comments from the team or the coaches. He could have been referring to DMac's narrative. No, he's referring to Vic Fangio's comments.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the only comment that he would give credence to enough to the point where he would include it in his opt-out letter. Not because Darren McKee said so. He would not be addressing DMac's comments in his opt-out letter. So, yeah, it just kind of is what it is. But what he did not address was the front portion of DMac's question, does he regret saying it in the first place?
Right.
What do you think? Do you think that Vic Fangio, now we got to remember, even though his birth date, his birth certificate says he's 60-something odd years old, he was a first-time head coach who was being peppered with questions the way he was last year for the first time in his career. They just don't ask the defensive coordinator the same things that they ask the head coach. Do you think he regrets it? He would like to have it back?
No. I think he thought long and hard about it and finally reached his boiling point last year. And that's why he said it. So, no, I don't think that he regrets it, and I think that he feels it is what it is. And he got to that point last year, and he said, forget it. This guy should be playing, and I've had enough, and I'm fed up with it. And you know what? If this causes him not to play for us ever again, and he's going to pout and, whatever, then so be it. Because right now, the other ways that we are handling this situation, we're not getting anywhere anyway. So I might as well just call him out and let him know and let everybody know how we view him and feel about him and feel that he should be playing right now. So, no, I don't. I think Vic is calculated with his words, and he's a smart guy, and I think he waited, and then it just got to the point to where he said, you know what, forget it. I'm coming guns blazing.
Do you think that Vic may have said aloud what was already the mood within the locker room?
Now that is
and it gave him the license to say that because he's really just echoing the sentiment within the organization?
Well, I think with the coaches, assistant coaches, the training staff, what the training staff is telling Vic, the doctors are telling Vic, I think he gathered all that information, and they're just pulling their hair out saying, come on, buddy, why are you not playing? Look at our guy, A.J. Johnson. I mean, look at that knee brace on his knee that he's playing with.
Right.
Look at Vaughn.
Yeah.
Vaughn's playing with I think he just had a baby sleeve on, but it wasn't the A.J. Johnson, full knee brace that he played, but still.
Do you remember he said that? Do you remember Vaughn said that when he was when he was talking about missing a game? He's like, my position, if I have a knee injury, it's explosion. I'm not and he kind of referenced how A.J. Johnson was able to play with the knee because he stands up from the start and doesn't
I don't remember that.
He had some sort of veiled, not shot, but kind of just
A.J. Johnson's got to go sideline to sideline, and look, he needs that knee just as much as Vaughn does.
Sure, just a different kind of way.
But he was just kind of saying, well, this is why A.J. could play, and this is why I couldn't play.
I forget exactly how he said it, but whatever.
Yeah, look, so I think that from what Vic heard from within the organization, now the player's perspective, I don't know. Every situation's different. How do the players view it? And most of the time as a player, you always kind of try to stay out of other people's business when it comes to injuries.
Sure.
And, because everybody feels differently. Everybody's MCL's a little bit different. And, whether they say it as a grade 2, grade 3, or it's one of those things where it's hard to put yourself in those the person that's hurt shoes. And so
agreed.
That's usually the best way to handle it as a player.
And when we talk about a sprain, when people say sprain, it has a tendency to be, it's just a sprain.
Right.
A sprain, by definition, is some tearing of some ligaments in there. So I agree with it, which is why I tried to walk that line with Juwan. I don't know how he feels. I have sprained my MCL. Took way longer than I thought. Dude, I was up at a blues festival in Montreal,
Canada.
It's like 3 hours north of Montreal.
Oh, yeah.
Blues festival. And what it is,
how do you find your way up there for a blues festival?
Someone else leads the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Lights the path. And I went about 3 years in a row. This festival is freaking awesome. It's a skiing resort that's famous in Canada that in the summertime, blues fest. It's just amazing. But they have a luge,
yeah, sure. Just go down a hill.
Yeah. But on this mountain, you get going 25 miles per hour. And I thought I was going to smash against the wall because I was going to. And my natural instinct was to stick out my leg. Well, I'm going 22 miles per hour.
You should have just jumped.
Dude,
I jumped off.
You don't want to jump off something when you're going 22 miles per hour.
But you want to stick your leg out there.
It was just natural instinct.
Stick your leg out to stop.
It's just
why not?
If I fell off this chair.
Parkour, you just drop and you just pour that shoulder down and just spin up and you just bounce up. I've seen people jump off of 10-story buildings and they just hit the ground, they roll over, they pop up wait, what happened?
Yeah.
That's what you should have done. Parkoured it. Flip that shoulder under, you flip up, boom. Don't stick your leg out.
In retrospect, I should have parkoured it.
Yes.
But my natural reaction was to stick my leg out. Dude, my leg got sucked so fast underneath this loose thing. I thought it ripped my whole knee up. And I was the captain of the Empire State team that was going to play a week later. It broke my heart. It was the last time I ever played. And it broke my heart. I wasn't able to play. I let the team down in a big way because I wanted to, go half buzzed down a luge going 22 miles per hour, sticking my leg out. But That injury kept me. It was 6 months, man.
Yeah.
I swear it was 6 months before I could dunk a basketball again. So I tried to walk that line with Juwan, like we just don't know. That's why I thought Vic's comments were unfair. And I believe, I disagree with you. I believe that if he could do it again, he would. He would not say, he would not use the word emotionally ready.
Wait. So he would do it different?
I think Vic would do it differently.
Okay, I thought you said he would do it again.
No. He would. If he could do it again, he would. Is what I was saying. If he could do it again, he would.
Oh, okay. He'd redo it and do it differently.
Remove the word emotional, because you really painted him, and Juwan used the word painted yesterday in his statement there. He really painted him as, in a football locker room, kind of a wuss.
Yeah.
You use the word emotion and you attach it to someone coming back from, he's not emotionally ready. He painted him as a wuss.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's what he did. But I think he thought about it. And I think it was just one of those things that just was simmering with him, and he finally just said, you know what, this guy's been sitting out forever. Doctors say he should be ready to go. Look at him moving. He looks totally fine, and so I think he was just fed up. I don't think he would do it again. I mean, I don't think he would do it differently. I think he would stay with what he said.
Maybe you're right.
But who knows?
Right. But I don't know. I just wonder if the sentiment in that locker room was real side-eye towards Juwan. Because you have to remember, Juwan James had never played a down of football before last year for the Denver Broncos. He was the new guy. He's the new hurt guy. That's a bad combination. You don't want to be.
Wait, no. You ready?
The new overpay, the $50 million.
The new rich hurt guy.
Right.
Like, dude, you're going to come help us out or what, man?
And they cleared him. Don't forget that. They cleared him.
Yeah.
So I think the sentiment in the locker room may have been real side-eye toward Juwan James. And I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I had a tweet in the morning. I said, Juwan James trying to wrestle the title of Denver's most hated tackle away from Garrett Bowles here on a Monday. That tweet was liked by a member of the Denver Broncos from last year. So,
that's right.
So,
yeah.
If you're willing to publicly like a comment like that, and you're a member of that team, it may give insight to the sentiment in regards to him in that locker room.
How they feel about him. And, there's one thing if you're going out there like Garrett Bowles and, like they tell us, he's out there, he's available. He's trying his best. He's you can respect that as a player, as a fan.
Yep.
Now you want him to play better and not get a hat trick and,
Sure.
3 out of 5 holding plays holding calls out of 5 plays.
Right.
We don't want that, but still he's out there grinding.
And we've seen him get banged up and get carted off and stuff, and we know we have some fun with that. But that dude was playing the next week.
That's right.
So
he didn't tap out. He could have tapped out.
Yep.
I mean, he got carted off.
Was waving goodbye. The
kisses.
The what do they call that? The eye black.
Eye black.
It was running.
Tears were flowing. It was going to be it. And then
Derek Carr's like, you didn't put that on right. You got to just.
Derek Carr. Look, so, as a player, you can at least say, this guy's, I know he's going to fight with me.
Yeah.
On Sunday. He's going to give it all he's got. And you look at the other guy, and it's like, buddy, you're making a ton of money here. We could use some help over at that right side, especially an offensive guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
but it's hard to say. It's hard to say how they viewed him in that locker room.
We truly don't know. We can speculate, but we truly don't know. This is Vic Fangio. This is a question that we've asked quite a bit here in the last couple months. Will they have live action practices, given that there's no preseason games? Will they have live action practices during training camp?
We will probably do some of that during camp. Possibly introduce it late in the first week after we have pads on, maybe like the 6th or 7th or 8th practice, something like that, and then play it by ear after that.
I like it. I mean, look, you got to. You just have to. You got to have some live work. And you got to be in game situations. Coaches have to be off to the side. It can't be scripted stuff and like, no. You got to get off to the side and have some live stuff going on, some real football. You don't want to do it. You want to protect your guys, but you got no other choice this year.
Don't get shell-shocked week 1.
Right. Zach, I told you, that's the first game of a team you probably don't want to play the first week of the season coming off the pandemic and the quarantine and all this stuff, because Tennessee Titans were a well-oiled machine last year. And what do they play? They play physical football. So you got to be ready mentally. You got to be on top of your game execution-wise, tackling all those little things that always take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to knock that rust off quickly, because you're going to get Derrick Henry and a big dose of Derrick Henry. And you better be able to tackle. That's a grown man. You better be able to tackle. You better be on your fundamentals. And so that means you got to go out there and do it. And you don't have preseason games to knock the rust off, so you got to do it in practice. And you got to be physical.
Well, I just don't know how many of those practices we're going to get, because he said, we'll get to that maybe practice number 6 or 7. I think that's what he just said right there. Can we
that's when you're going to start being able to put your pads on and stuff. So you got to take some time, right? I mean, we got an acclimation period, right? I mean,
I
they
took
go
it
they go like 2 months with just helmets, and then they go, another 2 months with just like helmets. So then they can put the pads on and start hitting. That'd be like in January. I mean, it's just like what?
DMac was right. You do think they run a week camp.
Coach Joseph, Brandon Stokley said y'all's camp is soft. How do you feel about that? As I'm standing right by him, I'm like,
unbelievable.
What?
Unbelievable.
I didn't really say it like that either.
When we talk about throwing someone under the bus, there's a spectrum of it. To the far right of it, it's that.
Yes.
And everything else gets measured up against that.
Yes. Exactly.
I just remember DMac profusely apologizing in the hallway.
It was unbelievable.
As we were leaving the show.
It was unbelievable.
Oh my god.
The DMac apology.
Oh, it's always on tour.
Yes, it's on tour, man.
There's no off season for DMac's apology tour. Oh gosh, what are we talking about? Oh, I took his comments of once we get to the 6th or 7th padded practice is when we'll start to go live. But my question is, like, how many are really going to get in? Because we just talked last week. There's like, whether it was 14 or 17 fully padded. So if you're not getting a live action until about midway through that period, you're probably not going to be going back to back to back days of going live.
Yeah.
So you're probably going to have like 3 or 4 live practices.
Yeah, if that.
If that.
If that's the way that, it's hard to figure out all the dynamics and how many padded practices and what he was talking about exactly. Was that the 7th practice in pads, or was that the 7th practice once they started putting on helmets? And, so it's I don't know. We're
not sure on the details, but what we do know is there's probably not going to be a ton of these things.
No, probably not going to be a ton. And, coaches are worried about getting guys hurt and all those things, which you don't want to get one of your players hurt in practice. But at the same time, you got to practice football.
Right.
You got to go out there and do it, because once the season starts, you're not going to be doing a lot of hitting during practice.
No.
It's just going to be just going through the stuff, and you won't be bringing guys to the ground tackling. So you got to get that work in. And no preseason games. You got to get the work in during training camp. And you don't have the preseason games. You only got 16 weeks, and you need to hit the ground running fast. You haven't had an off season. You're not used to playing football. And you open it up with a physical bully of a football team that's their mindset, and that's what they're coming in here to do. So
who was just in the AFC Championship game last year? Bring your lunch.
You better be ready out the gate.
Yep.
And that's the thing. It's not like, we hit our stride week 4. No, but this defense, they got to be ready week 1, and that's the expectation. This offense expectations are they will start slow, and they will be ups and downs, and they will start slow. Okay, that's the expectations. Defensively, expectations, you be great right from the beginning, and you out-physical the Tennessee Titans.
Could be a little fired up here on a Tuesday.
I know. I'm thinking of games this week.
Won't be long, man. It won't be long. We are,
Right, isn't that what you expect?
Yeah.
Our defense against their offense.
It has to be.
Strength against strength, and we out-physical them, and we take it to them. And that's what I'm expecting this defense to shut down that offense and to shut down that running game, and to start this season off on the right note. But you gotta get some work in.
No doubt. Andy Isabella was the wide receiver from UMass for Arizona Cardinals.
Isabella.
I like it. Okay. An update on Bryce Callahan. Is this guy going to be a starting cornerback for the Denver Broncos after being MIA a season ago? We'll hear from Vic Fangio on that very matter next. Troy Rank, our Denver 7 Broncos insider, dropping by here on Stokley and Zach. It was just a couple hours ago, Vic Fangio spoke to the media, Troy. I saw you were on the call as well. This was Vic Fangio responding to the question, asked about an update on Bryce Callahan's health.
Those three guys, look, where does that stand?
Bryce's health is good. About a week or 10 days before we came back here, he got sick, not COVID sick. He had a stomach virus and he lost some weight, so we got to get that back on him. But his foot right now is fine, no problems. We are going to work him at both spots. He'll play corner and inside at nickel, along with obviously a bunch of other people at both positions. And we'll see how it unfolds by the time we line up against Tennessee. But he's going to work both spots.
Troy, you were the one that asked the question, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me. What did you make of Vic's response there?
Well, they need Bryce Callahan. It sounds like he's got a chance to be healthy with the foot. I mean, I'm not concerned about the weight loss right now because he's got time certainly to put on weight. I mean, the issue has been with Bryce for better part of a year and a half is this foot. You know, the screw bent in the foot. He had it taken out and a new screw put in. By all accounts, talking to people that know Bryce, he's had a really good offseason of training. He's showing agility, showing good balance. They need him. I mean, if their defense is going to be elite, because last year it was a playoff caliber defense, but if it's going to be a top 5 defense, he needs to be on the field for 12, 13 games, preferably for me as a slot corner. But Vic said, you know, he's going to try him at both. That would, if he try, I still think the sleeper is Michael Ojemudia to start as a rookie, not maybe first week, but if he's the player I think he is, it really opens up possibilities in the way you could use Callahan and move him from inside out. But Bryce Callahan, at his best, is a slot corner.
Troy Rank joining us here on Stokley and Zach. Troy, to the question that DMac asked, about I'm sorry, we got a couple technical things here. DMac asked about the comments about Juwan James. All right, and what he said last year, and it obviously hurt Juwan. He mentioned it in his opt-out statement yesterday. Do you think that if Vic could do it again, would he use the word emotional into a microphone last year, or do you think that he, was maybe echoing the sentiment of the locker room and thought long and hard about it before he said it?
You know, I mean, Vic was new to that where his words are dissected as the head coach. It's different than when you're the defensive coordinator. There's just more gravitas to what you say. And, you know, and the way Coach Fangio addressed James's injury, it made it seem like there was a clear difference of opinion. That he's saying he's been cleared and the player's not playing. And it was like, draw your own conclusion. So it kind of put James out there to dry. And I had talked to James multiple times, and he just did not trust his knee. So I think it would have been fair to say he's healthy physically, but mentally he's having an issue kind of getting over the hump. When you involve emotions, it's a different animal in a pro locker room. They did clear the air in the offseason. I was told that. They cleared it even at the end of the season, and they were prepared to move forward with James. At one point last year, you wondered, does he have any future here? So, again, I don't think Fangio lives with a lot of regret. I just think as a head coach, there's some words that you say that in a press conference get dissected that would never happen as a defensive coordinator. I don't think that had anything to do, I believe Coach Fangio, that had nothing to do with James's decision to opt out. He opted out, and talking to people close to him. He's got health issues that he's concerned about. He's got a newborn. He just couldn't justify taking the risk of playing during a pandemic.
Troy, looking at the Broncos situation right now, Juwan James opted out, Kyle Peko opted out. I think the deadline is tomorrow. It's been moved a couple times by the owners. Last I heard, it was tomorrow. Are you expecting to hear any other Broncos names possibly opting out?
I mean, maybe one. You hear some speculation. I don't think it would be a run of players. The deadline is Thursday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So we'll see. Again, would one surprise me? It would not. As a player gets out there and is working out and just starts taking stock, is this something that I feel can be done safely? In talking to people and doctors, offensive and defensive linemen, based on their size, some of their their health conditions, they're more at risk. So those are the positions that, guys have to really think long and hard about. And Von Miller admitted that, hey, he had to take a long look and decide, is this worth it? And he felt like, he said, I think the Broncos are doing enough to keep me safe. I trust it. And that's ultimately the question you have to answer. Two questions you have to answer. Is it worth the risk? Do you trust the safety, the protocols? And some players, and I understand, if you choose to not play during this time, I totally understand it. Whether it's you just don't feel safe or if it's for your family, totally understand. But I don't think, though, you'll see a run of players, Stoke, but it would not surprise me if one more joins that list.
Troy Rank, our Denver 7 Broncos insider, joining us here on Stokley and Zach. Troy, real quick, the Rockies, you covered that team forever. What do you make of their start? They don't seem like they're slowing down. Overcoming obstacles. Last night, coming back from a 4-1 deficit. Arenado waking up from his hibernation. What do you make of these boys?
Listen, there's reasons to like it. It's because of the pitching. When you want to see if a team has roots, if a start has roots, you go right to the pitching staff, because hitting, at a high level as a team is usually not sustainable in the big leagues. Over the course of after about 3 weeks, you're going to slump because the pitching you face is so good. If you want to see teams that have streaks and that win 5 of 7 and win 9 of 12, it's the ones that pitch well. And from a starting rotation standpoint, Chichi Gonzalez notwithstanding, they've been remarkable. They hadn't allowed more than 2 earned runs in any start until last night. And Chichi's he's a spot fit starter. I mean, he's really not a starter in the big leagues. So I kind of use him. He's an outlier. And they turn around, Zach, and how do you end losing streaks? You turn around, you throw your ace out there, and Marquez tonight. So the reasons to like this start is the starting pitching has been absolutely nails in the front end, and that includes Kyle Freeland. I've said this. His record will be a direct reflection of the team's. If he has a winning record, has a good season, they will have a good season. And their bullpen, while it's leaking a little bit, they have arms to get out jams. They have guys who can produce strikeouts. Last night is a game 100% they would have lost last year.
Yep.
And if you don't believe that, I came home and watched Brian Shaw pitch for the Mariners last night and give 1 out and give up 5 hits and 2 walks to get 1 out. They have guys now at the end that can strand a runner at third because they can get a strikeout or they can get a cheap swing. They didn't have that last year with Davis and Shaw and McKee. Those 3 are not in the picture. And it's unfortunate and it's not personal. That is addition by subtraction.
Troy Rank joining us here. Troy, well said there. How about Wade Davis? You mentioned him. Obviously, McKee, Shaw are both gone. Wade Davis, all right, has an epic collapse there against the Padres to open that series up, and they put him on the 10-day IL. Do you expect when he comes back that he'll be the closer, or by then will Diaz have taken it away from him and we won't see Wade Davis in the closer role again?
Yeah, I don't see Davis closing, and it's just because the stuff, he has no margin for error at this point. When he first got here, 3 years ago in that first season, he had margin for error because his breaking stuff was sharp, his fastball had a few more ticks on it, and he could get away with mistakes once in a while. Now, if he misses with a fastball, it's usually a home run, especially at Coors Field. It's leaving an exit wound at the, on the back fence because guys are just teeing off on him. So now you look at what they're doing in terms of their bullpen. It's power arms, guys who can get strikeouts. So I would be surprised. I'm not, it's not a certainty for me that Davis pitches for them again this season because you get a shoulder injury, then they can have you do rehab, and then you just do bullpen sessions, then simulated games, and then it's a month later and there's no role. So we'll see. I just don't see any way you could use him in a leverage situation with Diaz, with Kenley, with Bard, and Estevez. How could you put him in front of any of those guys right now?
I don't think you can. I just simply do not think you can. And hopefully this is a conversation that sort of resolves itself, with consistent back-end pitching. So that remains to be seen, obviously, because the last 2 nights did get a little shaky near the end, for sure. Last night, is going to the 9th. It's, 7-4. Then you look up and it's 7-6 with 2 men on. It's like, oh my goodness, here we go. But all right, we'll keep tabs on that real quick on the way out here. What did you make of Michael Porter Jr. in his 50th NBA basketball game at 22 years old, going for 37-12, Troy?
Hey, listen, you've talked about it. You know more basketball than I do. Zach. I mean, he's unique in that he can score from anywhere on the floor. He's 6'11". I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant, but he's a mismatch. He's an issue, and he can score. He had 20 points in the first half. That's the first Nuggets rookie to do that since Carmelo Anthony in 2004. This is a unique talent. Now, he is a defensive liability at times, but the thing you talked about on yesterday's show and what I liked, not only he can score. I didn't see 37 coming, but he can score. He got aggressive on the boards.
Yeah.
You know, have one board at 6'11" is a disgrace. And he texted Malone and said, "Get me in there, give me another chance." Basically apologized for his lack of energy against the Heat. I mean, it was abysmal. And then he comes out, and all I see is a guy just competing. And that's what I want from him. If he wants to be a factor in the playoffs, he's going to have to give effort on the boards and defensively. And they need to find a niche for him. I don't want the season to end because, well, Will Barton got streaky again. And, you know, Gary Harris hasn't played since 1982, but we thought he was going to get it back. You're like, what are we doing? You have Porter there. Find a way to use him. I mean, no one thinks you're beating the Lakers or Clippers, and you're just going to sit there with Porter Jr. and Bull, you know, with a seat as the parade goes by? I mean, come on. I mean, take a chance here. We're going to wait for guys to just suddenly get healthy who haven't played since March? I mean, you got to take a run on Porter Jr. and find a 5-minute role for Bull to be a rim protector.
Well, we'll leave it there for now, Troy. Fascinating storylines with all four teams. All four teams right now. The Broncos ramping up in the storylines that are there, the Nuggets and everything in the NBA bubble, and Michael Porter Jr. and guys need to come back from injuries. The Rockies off to a blistering start, and the Colorado Avalanche, one of the odds-on favorite to win the Stanley Cup. So it's a fun time right now in Denver sports. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks, Troy.
Yep, you guys, I'll be anchoring at 6 and 10 on Denver 7. Check it out. Take care. Have a great day.
All right, there
Sounds
he
good.
goes, Troy. I watched him anchor last night. That's a funny dude, man. He comes with all those one-liners and
he's
creative
got
ways to
some good liners.
It was funny watching him last night. Does a great job. Love having him on. Training Camp 2020 locked and loaded. We'll be breaking it all down thanks to our friends at Pro Green. You can check out all of our training camp content at 1043thefan.com/camp. All right, Von Miller spoke to the media. What has he been up to these last couple months? You'll hear from the franchise player next. Von Miller speaking to the media just a couple hours ago, and he was asked how he spent his offseason.
This offseason started off just like every other offseason. I didn't really, I went to the Super Bowl, and, I started off working in San Francisco January 4th. Then we went to the Super Bowl, and I still had plans to go, do Kentucky Derby and, all this other stuff. And then the virus hit. And I'll go back even before then. First Kobe died. And it kind of, struck me, and it hit right before we went out for the Pro Bowl. We was in the locker room, we was talking about it. And that kind of, started for me. And, I started in San Francisco. We went to the Super Bowl right after that. And I came back from San Francisco. I came back from the Super Bowl in Miami, and I started working out a week after that. And then the virus hit. And then the virus canceled everything. It canceled the Kentucky Derby. It canceled the festivals that I would usually go to every year, like the Coachellas and the Rolling Louds. And, it canceled all these endorsements and, all the stuff that I would usually do in the off season. So I really just, thought about what could I really do with all of this time. And I was just man, I'm going to train. I'm going to train every day, and I'm going to train as much as I possibly can. And, that's what I did.
It sounds like Von was almost forced to put his head down.
Yeah, he's talking about what he usually does, and obviously you can do a lot of things off the field and still get your workouts in, and if you're really committed, and Von's always been in good shape, and so it's just funny listening to him say all these festivals I usually do, and Coachella and the Kentucky Derby, and just he does it all.
Von's Von.
He's good at that stuff.
He's Mr. Worldwide.
Yes. So I think it might turn out to be a really good thing for him, to where we've seen the pictures of Von. He looks unbelievable. To where he just wasn't able to do what Von usually does, and that's travel all over the country doing all these different things. It was pretty much, hey, I got to, like you said, put my head down. All I got to do is work out. There's nothing else to really do anymore.
That's it.
Just grind. And he looks great, and hopefully it's one of those things where it helps him in his performance this year.
This is more from Von Miller, why he wanted to reinvest himself after the 2019 season.
I think all the stuff that, we went through last year as a team, I kind of was wanting to, invest in myself, and I was kind of wanting to work, and I just kind of got lost in that. And then The Last Dance came out, and I watched what, Michael Jordan was doing back in his prime. And, I asked myself, hey, this was Michael Jordan was the best that ever played. Was I really making that commitment to the game? Was I really doing the same stuff that he did? Kobe was one of the best that ever played. Was I doing the things that Kobe was doing? Was I demanding more out of my teammates? And was I demanding more out of myself? And I looked in the mirror and I said, I wasn't. And I just tried to change that and tried to work as hard as I possibly could and take any days off and then go on any vacations. I didn't do anything but work out and grind and reinvest all the time that I would usually spend on endorsements and all this other stuff. I just reinvested that time back in myself.
Music festivals, Coachella. Look, I've been very tough on Von.
You have?
Fairly.
Yeah, I think you've been fair. Absolutely.
I love hearing that. That's all I can say. We both looked at each other like, okay.
Yeah.
That's somebody being real with themselves. That's somebody realizing what we've been telling Broncos country, it hasn't been good enough. He hasn't been good enough. But it takes somebody to be able to look at themselves in the mirror and say, you know what? I want to be like Jordan, Kobe, and have that type of mindset and mentality. I got to get back to the grind. If I want to be one of the top players in the league, I got to get back to the grind. And that means putting work first. And he has done that. Now, we'll see what it looks like, but I love – Von's not running from the struggles, the issues. He knows
Which I love that.
Right.
I love that. That soundbite, I'm not going to tell you it made my hair stand up.
Please don't.
But it tickled me, man. It tickled me.
Me too.
Because what you're hearing from Von is two different things there. It's about his preparation and getting ready to play, ignoring all the distractions. But then there's another human layer. He's talking about looking in the mirror and am I holding my teammates accountable like Jordan and Kobe? And the answer was no. Man.
Am I holding myself accountable too? That's what he also said right after that. And to me, that means more because Von's not the type of guy, he's not a yeller or screamer. He's not going to really, the hammer's not going to come down on his teammates. Now, he might be a little bit more vocal now, but are you holding yourself accountable to that standard? Are you really, really investing in yourself to be the best Von Miller possible? And he walked away and said he could do more. Which I love, and he's done more this offseason. By circumstances, maybe, whatever the case may be, because of the last dance, whatever. But he's done more to invest in himself to be the best Von Miller in 2020.
And that Von Miller is best for the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
What does it look like doing more as, well, he said, I asked myself, am I holding my teammates accountable? What does that look like for Von if he's going to ramp up in that department here in the second half of his career?
Well, I think it's just the little things. Whether it's, meetings on the football field, just attention to detail, making sure everybody's in tune with what's going on, and you being at the top of the list. And leading by example. Von's not going to yell and scream, but maybe be vocal every now and then.
Yeah.
But not yelling and screaming vocal.
Yeah.
You could just you can say it to the younger guys to let them know and what's expected here. But I think it's just doing the little things right now, especially no off season. That's what I think, holding his teammates accountable, holding himself accountable. We've seen it this whole off season. I mean, he couldn't do anything, but
Right.
It's just putting the work in and just realizing that last year wasn't good enough. This year needs to be better, and obviously he realizes that.
I wonder the ripple effect within that locker room if Von is, for the first time in his career, going above and beyond as a leader, fully embracing that role. He's naturally looked up to anyway. He's the guy. Just like it's as natural for a freshman to look up to a senior, it's as natural for these players to look up to Von Miller. He's a franchise all-time sack leader. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He is a walking, talking Hall of Famer. So if he cranks it up in the leadership department to guys that already look to him anyway, I think it could have a real impact on this football team. Now, I don't know if it's goes so far as to, is it worth a game or something like that? I don't know. But I know it's worth your culture that you're trying to reboot. This can go a long way in that regard.
Yeah, I think it's by, how you approach the day-to-day side of football, how you show up, your mindset. Last year was a weird year for Von. If we think back to some of the things that happened last year and his,
super weird.
The press conference after the game and just, didn't need to happen. You think about his, his press conference during the, his Wednesday press conference that he has, and he just got up there and just left.
Yep.
A stretch away from the team. Just a lot. Like, once you look back on it, all these things kind of come together and say, look, there's a reason why we saw Von not be Von last year. And you look, I don't know what was going on and why, but it was just different.
Yeah.
Something wasn't there last year, and don't know what it was, but it wasn't the Von that we're used to seeing. And so I think just bringing a good attitude, good vibe to work every single day, positive energy, and then just letting other guys see you work, because Von's not that vocal leader.
No.
But letting the other guys see how you approach it every single day, how you work, how you're handling your business, that goes a long way.
You might not even need to say a lot.
You might not even need to say anything.
Yeah, actions. They
Yep.
speak louder than words.
That's right. Thank you for that, Zach.
You have that up in your house somewhere.
Oh, my wife has it somewhere, I promise you.
If you liked it, I'm going to call my shot here. If you liked that quote from Von Miller, wait until you hear what he said next. Von Miller spoke to the media just a couple hours ago, and we just played a cut where he's talking about looking at himself in the mirror. And let's start with cut 11 here, Stephen. He was just talking about looking at himself in the mirror and, questioning whether he was demanding out of his teammates the way that he saw Michael Jordan on The Last Dance. And this is Von Miller saying he did some research on Kobe and Jordan and wants to be remembered that way. Listen to this.
And I started to dig deeper on the type of, person that he was. I read his Moment Mentality book and, the foreword by Paul Gasol and, on the things that Phil Jackson said about him. I want my teammates to say that type of stuff about me. And I want my coaches to say the type of stuff about me. And I want to demand more about my team. I want to demand more from my teammates. And in the last dance, Michael Jordan said that he would never demand anything out of his teammates that he wasn't doing himself. So for me, it was like, bro, I got to work harder. I got to push harder. I got to get back in shape. I got to lead more. I got to lead better. And before, I always felt like that I was a great leader, before, but I kind of shied away from the pressure of like being the number one leader or leading in the right direction. And I feel like, especially this offseason, pressure is privilege. And to have the pressure of being the leader of the Denver Broncos and lead this team to dominance again and to lead this team to a Super Bowl, I want that pressure. And years before, I kind of shied away from that pressure. I kind of, I'm a lead in my own way, and I'm a team guy, and I want to do what my guys want me to do, and I'm gonna be a fun leader. But this offseason, I did a little research and found out that I want the pressure. I want that. I don't want to shy away from that, and everything I could possibly do to be a great leader, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I mean, my goodness.
I mean, it sounds like he's totally just revamped his outlook and his approach to football this year compared to, I don't know, any other previous year that he's played.
Sounds like it.
So I love it. And I think for me, what I love the most about that is I'm expecting to see now high-energy Von, playing with his pants on fire Von, if I could steal a quote from you.
Sure.
That type of football player on the field on Sundays. Not a guy that, not a patty cake Von, just going up there kind of patty caking with a tackle and trying to get a cheap sack. Pants on your fire Von. Jumping on the pile, being the second or third guy in on the tackle and being on the pile, not standing there watching his teammates take the guy down. That's what I'm expecting to see, and that's what gets me excited. Back to that youthful Von Miller playing with a ton of energy.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a RamosLaw.com text that says some people are leaders and some aren't. If Von hasn't been a leader for his career, what makes you think he's going to be one now? Money doesn't equate leadership. Von has a direct response to that. And he says it's never too late.
It's never too late to change. It's never too late to change. And I might be 31 years old in the year 10, but it's never too late to change. And, I've identified the leader that I was before wasn't getting it done. And it wasn't leading us in the right direction to where we needed to be fast enough. It might have been effective, but it wasn't doing it fast enough. And I have to change, and I have to be like those guys. I have to demand more out of my teammates. And at the same time, I gotta love on my teammates too. I gotta let them know that I appreciate them. I tell the guys all the time that I appreciate them. I'm grateful. I'm thankful. To be in a locker room with these guys. I'm thankful to have a quarterback like Drew Lock, and I'm grateful to have a guy like Bradley Chubb rushing on the other side of me. But at the same time, I gotta work, and I gotta show these guys. I gotta still lead by example. But at the same time, I got to cut down on, a little bit of sauce Von done, and I got to become more of the leader like Kobe and Jordan was. And it's never too late to change, no matter if it's year 10, year 2, no matter what. I got to find a way to do it. I got to meet with the leaders that I'm around. I got to meet with the Elways and, all of the Marcus Wares and, the Peyton Mannings, the guys that have done a great job. And I have to find a way to do it my way, to lead these guys to the promised land.
I know it's just words, but I could not be more impressed today from Von Miller.
I love it. I mean, he's exactly right. It's never too late to change. Just because he hasn't been this type of leader throughout the course of his career doesn't mean now all of a sudden he can't become more of a vocal leader. And I like his approach. There's different ways to navigate being a leader, and just yelling and screaming isn't the best approach. But he understands that. And I like that he's able to try to continue to evolve and get better, even in year 10, even at 31, and just try to take his game to the next level. I mean, that says a lot about who he is and where he wants to be and where he wants to go. And so, yes, you can evolve, and just because you haven't been that guy doesn't mean you can't be that guy.
Right.
And I'm not expecting Von to just be, he said he's not going to be running around yelling at guys.
No.
But there's a way to do it and hold guys accountable where they can look at you and they'll still respect Von Miller because he's Von Miller. So I love his approach, love everything that he said, and hopefully we see it translate on the football field because ultimately that's what matters, right?
Ultimately, that's the only thing that matters. But what a great first step to getting in that direction. I've never heard this tone from Von Miller. This is a really good day for the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
Hearing this from Von Miller. Okay. What is the national perspective on the Denver Nuggets? Sometimes we say, nationally they don't care. It doesn't get any more national than ESPN. And
Right.
It doesn't get any more national than the show First Take, right? There's two hosts there. Stephen A. Smith, Max Kellerman. One of those two guys is going to join us next. What happened yesterday in the Denver Nuggets game was setting the Twitter world on fire. Michael Porter Jr. pouring in 37 points and 12 rebounds in just his 50th NBA game at 22 years old. And here to discuss that and other things on the slate here is, I just got to tell you, I'm going to go a little fanboy here. One of my favorite broadcasters of all time. Been watching him for many, many years and unabashedly look up to him. It is Max Kellerman of ESPN. What's up, Max?
Damn, that's an intro.
I'll tell you what, man. I have been watching you for years. I remember when you were doing like late night boxing breakdowns 10 years ago, and I just have really rooted for you. I see all your prep and stuff comes through and super articulate. And so I'll stop all that stuff. Thank you for joining us. What did you make of the Denver Nuggets yesterday? Michael Porter Jr. going absolutely nuts, and the Nuggets' trajectory in general.
Well, Porter really is the X factor, and in that draft, the whole thing was if he can stay healthy, they really have something. And they needed that wing player. That wing scoring is really what, when you look at that team, look, Jamal Murray is good and getting better, but he's nowhere near like the best player on a championship team, right? And Jokic is someone maybe who could be. He's really good when he's at his best. But the real formula, as much as the league has changed, you need a stretch four and everything runs through the point guard. The best teams have two-way wings, but certainly at least scoring wings. And if in a funky season like this, where you get the sense that if there's going to be deviation from the mean, from the norm, it'll happen in this kind of season. Porter is a real X factor for Denver.
I love it, and we're joined by ESPN's Max Kellerman. Max, thank you for joining us, buddy. When you look at everything that's going on in sports right now, obviously we're living in different times. You look at baseball and all these cases popping up and series being suspended. And what's your thought here about everything that's going on? Now, basketball's got the bubble, but football's about to be really cranking up here with football and baseball and how they're handling this situation.
There will be very little football this year, if any. I give it a 0% chance to finish their season. Baseball, I think, is very low odds that they finish their season. And actually, it's a rare instance where I blame the players' union, although they don't look at the owners and the commissioners' good faith partners or negotiators even, I'm sure, because they've been lied to and cheated through the years, through the decades. But in this case, either you accept a bubble format where you're not going to see your family for a couple months except on FaceTime or whatever, or you really can't play the season, not in the middle of a global pandemic where there's no vaccination. Like, forget about vaccine. Like, they discovered one today, and it worked, and it passed all the clinical trials. To scale it up so you get enough doses for vaccinations is going to take some time. So that doesn't exist right now. And so the only real way you can handle it is by contact tracing, meaning you find out where it is. Let's locate the virus. Oh, it's over here. Now let's isolate it so it can't spread. This guy got it. He hung out in the weight room with that guy, and okay, these three guys are quarantined. 2 weeks later, good, virus. That's how you crush the curve. But you cannot do it in a sport where there are 50-plus people on a roster, plus support staff. You're talking about 100 people, times 32. 3,200 people, and it's decentralized. It's an unserious approach to having a season. The NBA had the advantage of having relatively few people on a roster, having their season almost over where they could actually have their cake and eat it too. Like, they could finish they could play enough regular season games to get the local TV money to kick in and then have their playoffs. And they were close enough to the championship and also had good enough rapport between the players and the owners and the commissioner. They trusted each other enough to get this thing done. That didn't happen in baseball. It's not happening in football. Guys, I know I'm rambling, but if I were running the NFL, I would approach the players with something like, guys, there are going to be 4 bubbles, 2 for the AFC, 2 for the NFC in towns near each other. NFC teams only playing NFC teams, AFC teams, AFC teams. We're going to cut the season in half, 8 games. You are going to have to be away from your family for 10 weeks. Then you can go see them. We'll regroup for the playoffs. And you'll be paid your prorated salary. We can either do that or let's not even try because it's not going to work. But there was nothing like that. They're so greedy. It's like, no, we want it just to be as it always is. We want to make just as much money as well. We're already losing the live gate. Let's try to make that up on the TV side. And that kind of thinking will lead, I think, certainly to an NFL season that does not get finished. And I also have my doubts about Major League Baseball. We've already seen several major outbreaks and many cancellations of games.
Yeah, and we're just in our second week of baseball, and we're going through that. In football, you're talking 53 guys on an active roster, practice squads, coaching staffs, trainers. So let's just be conservative and say 100 guys to worry about per NFL team. You're talking about thousands of people here. But my question is, Max, on the heels of everything that you just said, there are really, really smart people running the National Football League. How could they, again, based off what you just said, talk themselves into the idea that this is going to work?
Well, number one, and you never go into a bar and discuss politics or religion because they're divisive. But I never thought a pandemic would be politicized. But it has been. And I think leadership plays a big role because when people in leadership positions in an election year are telling you, no, we can open back up, everything get back to normal, I think it has an effect even on the titans of industry. And I think it's also a mistake to just assume, well, these are very smart people, otherwise how did they make their fortunes? So they wouldn't be this foolish. Yes, people are overly motivated by their own short-term incentives. And oftentimes that conflicts with the greater long-term interest, right? And so I think that's blinding them. But it's foolish, and I don't see how it can work. And what's a shame is I'm a big Yankees fan. I love baseball. I love baseball on the radio in the summer, guys. What's better than when you're driving around, running errands, whatever you're doing, getting out of town for the weekend, whatever you're doing, you put that baseball game on. Oh, it's so good. and I'm getting a taste of it now. My Yankees are a powerhouse, right? And it's going to get taken away from me because these guys couldn't get it together. And it's a killer. It's a tease. I don't know. Look, it's not responsible probably to play football on this scale in a pandemic, but I'm willing to be a little bit irresponsible. I'm a sports fan, right? But if you want to do that, then you have to actually be serious about the attempt. They're not making a serious attempt, and they will not play football, not for long.
Wow. And we're visiting with Max Kellerman at ESPN. Max, thanks for joining us again, buddy. What'd you make? Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., what do you make of that?
Roy's a friend of mine, dear friend of mine. Worked with him for years. One of the great privileges and joys of my professional life was sitting next to Roy Jones Jr. and even watching undercard fights before we ever got on air on HBO. And Mike Tyson, he and I have been watching each other actually for decades, since the 80s, since he was sleeping on Steve Lott's couch on 2nd Avenue, watching me do Max on Boxing on public access in 89, right? Like, so, and of course he's Mike Tyson. I fought from Brooklyn. I followed him, since he was coming up. So I care about both these guys. I don't want to see them get hurt, right, at their age. But guys, almost no matter what they charge, I'm going to pay it. I'm going to. That's right. Roy Jones is fighting Mike Tyson. Are you kidding? Well, they're sparring gloves and headgear, and okay, all right. Someone might get hurt. I know. I know. I'm not saying I'm proud of that impulse. I'm saying I'm going to pay it. I'm going to watch it. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, we're all going to be watching it. I'm not. I don't want to set myself up to be let down, so I'm not going to have great expectations when Tyson hasn't fought in 15 years, and last time he was fighting, he was just a shell of himself. Max, going back to the NBA, when you look at the landscape of the Western Conference here, this is going to unfold rather quickly. We just have about 6 games left of the regular season, and then the NBA playoffs are going to happen. When you look at the Nuggets compared to the likes of the Lakers and Clippers and Houston Rockets, just talk about the Western Conference in general and how you see this thing shaping out.
The Rockets have a real puncher's chance, as they always do, and maybe better than that. And this micro ball revolution of Daryl Morey's is really interesting because when Westbrook stopped shooting the 3, and even from the beginning, but especially recently, and even before the break, meaning the break for COVID, Westbrook was really like a 6'1" center. Like the paint action comes from him off the dribble, and and they have just a really interesting team. And I think James Harden has made strides in terms of his playoff performances, but still I can't get it out of my mind when last seen in the playoffs he's dribbling the ball out of bounds off his foot in crunch time when they could steal a game at Golden State. He's jumping under Draymond Green's legs looking for a call and missing the shot instead of hitting the shot with the game on the line. And I don't. He has been a choker in the playoffs. When I look at the Lakers and the Clippers, the two LA teams, I see the formula. The great point guard who's also a wing player, really, in LeBron, and the great he can play. He's like a stretch four, but he's also an interior player who can block shots and defend the rim and in his prime. And in the Clippers, I see two great two-way wings who were just kind of dropped onto a 48-win team last year. They didn't have to reconstruct the whole team. They just swapped out Gallinari and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. And when I look at Denver, for example, I don't see players like that. I think Jokic is great. I think Jamal Murray is good and getting better. And as I said, Porter Jr. is the real X factor for you. And this is a funky season where something like that can happen. Like Denver could go all the way and surprise everybody. But if you're asking me for my prediction, I like the Clippers.
Max Kellerman, great stuff. Getting back into the radio game, the Max Kellerman Show is coming to ESPN Denver 1600, our sister station, on August 17th. Max, just to reset what I said, man, I was a young kid growing up in Schenectady, New York, watching you do your thing and been rooting for you from afar the whole way. Not ashamed to say you inspire the hell out of me. And I really appreciate you coming by, man. Really continue to root for you.
That's very nice of you to say. And a word of advice, aim higher than me. What are you doing? Come on, you have real role models out there.
Have a good one, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Max. There he goes. KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. That was awesome, man.
Yeah.
Max, man,
I just slipped that one in there though too. That was a good one.
Just a little jab.
Yeah,
little
jab,
Canelo.
Little jab. That was fun. He's so well rounded and he knows his stuff. Knows his boxing, basketball, everything. So
his commitment to being prepped on all things sports is incredible. I mean, they tackle it all every day on First Take, and I've never seen Max Kellerman have a segment that he wasn't prepped for, and I think it's awesome. Boy. That was not encouraging, his response to the NFL question. He said,
wow,
0% chance that the
I was
NFL
shocked
pulls
he
this
said
off.
That. I was shocked.
Me too. 0% chance.
Yeah. Wow. I haven't, I've been, like baseball, same thing, like one eye open here because the Rockies are doing so good and I don't want to look. It's like a car crash, but I can't help it. I got to look, and I'm just waiting for it to derail and be done. But for him to say 0% on football, it is going to be tough. I mean, you look at baseball, and they don't have half the guys that football team's going to have.
Right.
You don't have as much travel in football. But to say 0%, I still haven't heard what their protocols are going to be if a team has 30 guys that test positive. They canceling those games, they suspending those games, or they take losses. Will some teams play less than others? And I kind of agree with him. I liked what he said. I think it would be difficult to have, two different locations, one with the NFC, one with the AFC, or whatever, 4 different locations, 2 with NFC, 2 with AFC, and go at it that way. I think that would be difficult. I don't know where those places would be to hold that many people and to house that many people.
But I think if the NFL wanted to pull it off, they could have.
I guess
they have endless resources.
Right. Where would you put them? And how would you do it? And obviously the players don't want to be away for 6 months. But if you did it like he said, and you played an 8-game schedule or 10 games regular season, and then kind of took a week or 2 off to regroup for the playoffs, go home and see your family, continue to practice at your home facilities, right? And then you can play wherever at that point. That probably would give them the best chance. But owners and you look at their bottom line and you're just going to say, hey, let's go for it, right? Let's go for it. Let's try to do it and see if we can make this thing happen. If some teams play 14 games, some teams play 16 games, we'll just figure it out and do it winning percentage for playoffs, and let's just try to get to the finish line and play as many games as possible. But 0%, I think I can't go there.
Well, I'm not going to go there either, but I'm wondering if Max is just seeing it with the clearest focus, the big picture here. That is it truly going to be impossible to pull off with thousands of guys, over the course of 17 consecutive weeks before you get to the playoffs in a non-bubble format? And I'm wondering if the NFL should have swallowed the pill and said, you want to know what? It's not business as usual. It is going to look different. We are going to go to 4 different bubbles, and we are going to shorten the season or whatever that would entail. More sacrifice needs to be given if we want this to yield the results that we're hoping.
Well, yeah. Look, I know this for certain. When you look at management and you look at owners, you look at general managers, and they are not happy that they have to take all these protocols and put all this stuff in place, and then at the end of the day, guess what? Players just go and do whatever they want. Follow me? They're doing all this stuff to try to keep everybody healthy and safe. But
you're saying the stuff that they're doing right now?
Yes.
Okay.
But you don't have a bubble format. So, you're putting all these protocols to help these guys stay healthy and safe, but then you got to let them go home and do whatever they want to do, really.
Yeah.
So, and you got 53 of them.
Right.
And plus practice squad. So another 10 or so.
Right.
So you got 63 guys.
80 during camp.
Yes. And so that's really frustrating for those guys. But players don't want the bubble. They don't want the bubble for 6 months. Would you want the bubble for 6 months?
Heck
I wouldn't
no.
want the bubble for 6 months.
No.
That's a long time to be away from your family. I mean, I go away. I went to Seattle without my family. Now, they could come visit, once a month or so.
Yeah.
But that's tough. I went to New York 3 weeks. Brutal. I don't like Jersey. I don't like Jersey. It was not fun. There was a fish out of water over there. Like, oh, wait. Trying to find a gas station is, stressful.
Yeah. And they have to pump your gas
right.
for you in Jersey.
Yes. It's just like I don't.
You can't even pump the gas yourself.
Trying to find the hotel for the team. I almost wrecked my car so I wouldn't be late because it was Tom Coughlin. I almost literally ran my car into the barricade that was the toll booth things.
Oh yeah,
that's how much I was sweating about being late because of traffic, and I didn't know where the heck I was going.
Right.
Okay.
That's why you got.
It's not fun.
You got to ride in the middle lane. It's an emergency.
The yellow lines, right?
I play for the Broncos.
The yellow lines.
Emergency, right?
But so, yeah, I don't know.
Is this going halfway though? Like
yes,
that's
what it is. It's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and just keeping your fingers crossed because the players don't want the bubble, and they don't want the bubble. Now you could have done it. I mean, you see the Saints. They don't. You can't make the guys do it.
Yep.
But the Saints are renting 4 floors. Right. Downtown by the facility.
I'm glad you mentioned that. The Saints rented out 4 floors of the Lowe's Hotel in downtown New Orleans to create an optional bubble-like atmosphere for players and staff members who choose to stay there during the next month of training camp. Taking this from ESPN.com. It's not a bubble, it's a sequester, said Sean Payton. Staying in the hotel is optional, but Sean Payton, estimated that about 150 people will stay there among the total of 180 players, coaches, and executives. Plus medical, cafeteria, security, and support staff. So 150 of the 180 are exercising this sequester in downtown New Orleans.
And look, it's nice that they're giving them at least that option. And you look at just different teams. You look at the Broncos, and I guess you couldn't do that in the regular season. New Orleans Saints, or I don't know if they want to do it because of the price tag or what the case may be. And not everybody else is doing it. All these other teams aren't doing it. But I think that would have been best case for teams if they were going to really try to make this thing work and be committed. Is hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have the bubble, quote unquote bubble, and we're going to all stay at a hotel. And this is what we're going to do here. But if not, we're just keeping our fingers crossed. And you're already seeing in baseball, it looks like a disaster. And how do you make up games? How do you just to me, it's going to be so difficult. I wouldn't put it at 0% like Max Kellerman, but it's going to be difficult. But I think they're going to find a way. We're going to see a Super Bowl this year.
We're going to see a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And it may look
who knows
totally different. You may see a team get disqualified from the season.
Right. I mean,
you may have a team finish with a different amount of games played than another team. You may have a star quarterback that's not able to start, even though he feels just fine. We could see all types of crazy stuff. But I saw Woody Page tweet, it might have been yesterday or the day before. I have it here in my hand. He said, quote, "If I were in charge of the Broncos, I would follow the lead of the Saints and put the entire team in a bubble at one of the many close hotels. I've seen several players out and about not wearing masks or social distancing," end quote. That's from Woody Page here in the last 48 hours.
Okay. Would I like to see them be able to do something like that? Now, you can't make them go to the hotel, I guess. I don't, previous training camps, that's what you did.
Yeah, you were in a hotel or a dorm.
Right. So I don't understand why during training camp you can't make them stay in a hotel. Maybe this year's different. Because every other year when I played football, we had to stay in a hotel. It was mandatory.
Yeah.
That's where you stayed. That's where you slept at night. That's where you went. You weren't allowed to go home. All these different rules were put in place. So why can't they put those rules in place now?
Man, that's interesting because that's the way it used to be anyway.
Right. And Coach Shanahan would let us go sleep at our house. If you're a veteran player, you can sleep at your house, which was really cool. But if you're ever late for anything,
you're back in the dorm.
You're back in the dorm. Back in the hotel.
Did they do night checks?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because we used to hear, because the Giants held their training camp forever, I think a couple decades at the University of Albany, which is, right in my backyard growing up, and then ended up being the voice of that program. But I'd be at training camp and cover the team. We'd hearing about nighttime checks, and a couple of those guys would stay too late across the street at the TGI Fridays and all that types of stuff. But yeah, this is not the way it is anymore. The league totally has gone away from the training camp bubbles. But that's interesting. There used to be a bubble anyway before the pandemic, and now when a pandemic happens, there is no bubble.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. I don't get it. But maybe the new rules have been put in place for this year. I don't know. We just signed a new collective bargaining agreement, so that might be. I don't know, because like you said, it was those rules used to be there where players, whether I was in Indy and I went to Rose-Hulman Institute and stayed in those dorms, or whether I was in Baltimore, went to Westminster and stayed at Western Maryland College and stayed at a little hotel there,
right?
Or here used to stay with a couple of different hotels right by the facility.
Yep.
But I mean, you were kind of sequestered. Now, you could go home when you had a night off and a day off. You could go home. But now it just seems like guys can do what they want to do.
It's interesting. Definitely a shift. This is, speaking of the pandemic and the NFL season, this is Von Miller on if he thought about opting out himself.
I thought about it, whenever they gave us the option. I thought about all of my options. I thought about my family, and I thought about, I took serious consideration in the things that, could possibly happen, but for me, I think the Broncos are doing a great job, keeping us safe. And there's always hoes. There's always going to be hoes. We're not in a total bubble. It's not 100% like basketball. So there are always going to be hoes, but I feel like the job that the Broncos were doing to keep us safe were enough for me, not to opt out.
Yeah, look, I mean, you look at all the protocols and things that the Denver Broncos have done. And then on top of it, you see the mister coming out when those guys are walking out of the locker room.
Did you see that?
Which was, just unbelievable. I mean, what was that thing? What is it spraying on them to disinfect them? Is that antibacterial stuff just coming down out of the mister?
It's not non-toxic disinfectant.
I mean, I love it. I think, look, they've done a lot to try to keep everybody as healthy as safe. But like Von said, you're not sequestered. You're not in a bubble, and guys are going to go out. But the Broncos have everything in place to try to limit this thing and help that football team stay as healthy as possible, which is a great thing. And you look at all that, I don't know how you could not feel as comfortable as possible walking into that building.
Yeah, there's no safer place to be on planet Earth than in the Broncos facility. That's what it feels like.
I'm looking for the sonar thing up here in our office building. Where's the mister over here?
You need
where's
a little mister?
Yeah, something.
If you want and for those who didn't see, what it looks like is a metal detector, but coming from the top and multiple sections of the sides, it literally is misting out disinfectant. And here's the actual definition of what it was. One of the guys who works for the Broncos, Eric Delela, I hope I'm saying that right, he does like a website stuff. He said, this disinfecting spray helps protect the players from COVID-19 by killing microbes and pathogens instantly by forming millions of nanocrystalline structures. Players will walk through the non-toxic spray as they walk out to the practice field for a walkthrough or practice. All right, I don't know if that does anything, but they're trying as hard as possible.
Right. If it's something that could possibly help them, they're doing it. Right. I mean, I never would have thought that they would, like, that is even possible. Some kind of mister might take some nanoviruses and but it's awesome. It just shows
great.
You the lengths that the Broncos are going to try to keep their football team healthy, safe, and being able to play a football season. And hopefully, I don't know. I mean, if I was the NFL, I would make sure that every team had this mister thing, and every team had I know they had to go through the NFL, and the NFL would either sign off on it or not sign off all of the protocols that they have in place. And Broncos were one of the first ones to get the check mark.
That's right.
But I would think that all teams would be kind of in this category and to doing all to this degree. The mister thing, I mean, that's just one of the cool things that they're doing. I mean, a lot of other great things that they have. So hopefully they can stay healthy.
It feels like if a team is going to screw it up, it's not going to be the Broncos.
Right.
That's what it feels like. Hopefully that's the case. This is Von Miller from a couple hours ago speaking to the media here on if he has any chips on his shoulder this year.
I think Mark Kizzler creates all the chips for me. I think he kind of. No, I'm just joking, kind of. I just think, last year I didn't play to, Sauce Money Done standards. I didn't play to the Sackmaster standards. I feel like it was more for me to give. My coaches felt like it was more for me to give. And, most of all, I feel like I could give more. I feel like I can be more. And, I don't feel like I'm finished yet. And I want to come back here and I want to play the best that I possibly could. I wanted to put everything into the offseason. I want to pour everything into myself and go out there and play the best that I possibly could and, see what happens.
There's a big theme here with Von. More.
Yeah.
Now, you hear him at the start. Do you have chips on your shoulder? He said, Mark Kizzler creates every chip on my shoulder.
That's good.
So
that was good.
Von clearly paying attention to, what's being said. You remember he had that GIF a couple weeks ago of him just eating the popcorn.
Yes.
Like, I'm paying attention.
Yes.
I'm just sitting here watching and listening. I'm paying attention. But look, he said, again, if anyone needed to hear it for the 1,000th time, he said it wasn't good enough. He went so far to say it wasn't up to the Sackmaster's standards.
Yes. Yep. And that's what we want to hear. It wasn't up to any of our standards. How about that?
Right, there you go.
And certainly it wasn't up to our standards, Zach. We called him out consistently last year when he didn't play up to the way he should play, when he didn't give the effort that he should be given. But he realizes that. And I wasn't sure what I was going to get from Von this year. And you've been saying, hey, if you got some Von Miller stock, I'll buy it up this year. And I wasn't sure what we were going to get. But the more I listen to him, the more optimistic I am about his 2020 season and him bouncing back.
So are you starting to feel the –
how can you not? How can you not?
Yep.
I mean, if it's going to ever happen, it's going to be this year. Or, you know what? If it doesn't happen this year, it tells you he's on the downside of his career, and
right.
It's pretty much a wrap.
Very well said. If it doesn't happen this year, you're probably not going to see it again. Because this year, all the factors at play, you hear the tone, you hear about the offseason, challenged by the general manager, challenged by the coach, challenged by himself. It's not a first-year defense anymore. He is going to have Bradley Chubb back in the fold. You know, it's now. It's right now. It's 2020. It might as well be a contract year for him.
Yes,
you add up all these factors. The writing's on the wall. If it ain't this year, when? So here we go.
His approach, the way he's going about, hey, he said it. No music festivals this year, no Coachella, no Kentucky Derby. All it has been is grind and working out.
That's it.
And if it's not going to happen this year, it's probably not going to ever happen for Von again.
Probably not. He could be a fine player, moving forward.
Yeah, but 8-9 sack guy, but probably won't be back to that double-digit level of dominating, game in and game out that we are used to seeing from Von Miller. But I'm with you. If somebody's selling stock, I think I'm gonna start to buy some stock.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah. He's got me. Now I know it's just talk. I want to see it. I want to see the action, but I'm loving the talk, Zach. I'm loving it.
How can you not, man?
How can't you love it? I mean, he knows everything. There is no gray area here. You follow me? There's no gray area. There's no, I thought I played okay last year. No, he knows he didn't play well enough last year. He knows he's got to play better. He's holding himself accountable for it. He's worked as hard as ever in the offseason. He knows what's at stake here in 2020. His NFL future, his Broncos future, everything's at stake. Everything's on the line. His reputation, hey, you want to be considered one of the best ever to do it? Well, you got to get back on track.
I love it. He's. I think the Von Miller Pass Rushing Summit is tomorrow.
I thought they already did it.
I believe.
What do you mean?
I think there's going to. I think.
What?
Yeah, I think I saw that tomorrow on the NFL Network. They're going to have. I thought I saw that.
Well, then it's a replay of the virtual thing.
Okay,
right? Or it's a
may
replay because everybody's in camp.
Oh, right. Well, I guess they may be replaying it on NFL Network. It's like a TV product now.
Yeah, well, they did it virtual this year.
That's right. They were all split up. That's right.
Yeah.
And there was like a wide receiver in there. Remember, we were like, what is he doing in there? I forget who it was.
It was like Nate Burleson.
It was Nate Burleson.
Yeah, Nate's over there from the NFL Network just like watching the pass rushing summit. It was really...
Okay, that makes sense now because he might have been even like doing some moderating there for the NFL Network. But I believe that gets replayed tomorrow.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, this is Von Miller on Jurrell Casey and how he thinks he will impact this Broncos defense.
It's the exact same way. It's the exact same guy from the Pro Bowl. It's the exact same guy from the Pro Bowl. Some of the games that we talked about, some of the lingo that we worked on at the Pro Bowl, we talk about the same stuff here, and he just gets it. It's just instant. And I think when you played as long as Jurrell and you play as long as myself, it's just instant. We don't have to work on stuff. I can say something, and he'll pick it up instantly. He'll say something to me, and I'll pick it up instantly. And it's great to have a guy like that. Wolf was great. We had 8 strong years together, and I wouldn't be the type of pass rusher that I am today without Derek Wolf. But I have, Jurrell Casey here with me now, and I have to take advantage of that. I have to take advantage of his knowledge. I have to take advantage of his energy, his pass rushing energy, and he's great. He's great to have out there. Today we were just walking through some stuff, and I can already feel it. I could already feel how effective we'll be together, and I'm excited to go out there and practice. I'm excited to get in pass. I'm excited to play, and I'm excited to lead with Jurrell Casey. He's a great guy.
Look, I mean, there's something to be said about being a veteran football player that playing a lot of football. And that's Von Miller, and that's Jurrell Casey. They've seen it all. They've done it all. So when you got a guy like that next to you, there doesn't need to be a lot of communication going on. It's like playing with a veteran quarterback that's really good for a wide receiver. You get a few things ironed out here, get on the same page, but it doesn't take long. And that's a good thing to have for Von Miller. Like he said, he had Derek Wolf for a long time. They played together for a long time.
Yep.
Now you got Jurrell Casey. So that's a good thing. Good thing to have a guy next to you that knows how to get the job done.
I can't wait to watch those guys up front. I think Jurrell Casey's going to make a massive impact on this football team. I think it was a really great signing that, or a trade, rather, that in terms of the NFL radar is still flying a little bit low. Jurrell Casey, not a household name, but you're talking about a guy who's in the last 7 years has never had less than 5 sacks as an interior player. A guy who has been the captain of his football team for 6 consecutive seasons. And you hear what Von said, like, this is the way he ended his statement there about Casey. Like, I'm excited to lead with Jurrell Casey. This is
And that's Jarrell Casey. Jarrell Casey's a leader. You know, that guy's a guy that's been a captain for the Titans forever. He's a leader. So I think that's a good guy for Vaughn to, lead together with.
Yeah. Let's see it. All right. What we got here? I got to read here. A Mile High Memories presented by Rox Heating and Air. That's ROX, Rox Heating and Air. You can vote on the topic, or I think the voting was yesterday. Do we know who won this voting? Okay, I haven't seen the results yet, but we had a poll up. The 77 Broncos and 95 Rockies, or the 08-09 Nuggets. If you haven't checked this out, man, the Mile High Memories, really good stuff. And if you want to hear Nuggets talk, Mile High Hoops podcast. Very back, active, reacting to games. Recorded an episode yesterday. Maybe knock another one out today if we can.
Love it.
So check that out, all at 1043thefan.com. All right. Vic Fangio from earlier today. Now, we know that Elijah Wilkinson is now going to be playing right tackle. What does that mean for the competition at left tackle? Is it just Bowles, or is it still up for grabs between he and somebody else? Vic Fangio answered that question. We'll play it for you next. Is the left tackle job still up for grabs? Now that Juwan James has opted out of the 2020 season. There's supposed to be a competition between those two. This is Vic Fangio. Is the left tackle job just Garrett Bowles'?
Right now, to be honest with you, I would have to say it's his to lose. I think he took a step last year during the season, played better the last half, the last third of the season than he did in the early part of the season. I think he's had his best offseason, as far as where he's at. He had a really productive offseason as it comes to physical workouts. I think he's in a better place mentally and emotionally than he's ever been in at this time of the year. He's got Mike coaching him now for the second season in a row, which I don't think he had previous in his career. I think we all sense that he's in a better spot in all areas than he has been in his past. And he's gotten bigger. I think he's gotten more knowledgeable. And I think he's ready. Can I guarantee it? No. We'll all see, when we start playing real games. But I'm cautiously optimistic.
Vic going psychologist on us mentally and emotionally again. Second time.
You were in the league for 15 years. You were surrounded by 150 coaches. How often would you hear the phrase mentally and emotionally?
Never.
It's a favorite of Vic's.
Yeah, especially when talking about offensive tackles. So, look, Garrett Bowles wasn't going to lose the quote-unquote competition to Elijah Wilkinson. It wasn't going to happen. There's nobody right now that's going to take his spot against the Tennessee Titans. He's going to be the starting left tackle. Now, if he's not playing well, now you might throw out, whoever else to possibly try somebody else out there, whether it's a Jake Rogers or if you bring in a veteran guy, you maybe, take him out then if he's not playing well. But besides that, Garrett Bowles is going to be the guy, and he was going to be the guy, even if there was going to be competition.
Regardless of what happened,
it was going to be Bowlesy.
It was going to be Bowlesy.
It was going to be Bowlesy. If him and Elijah Wilkinson squared off, and Bowles was going to win.
I don't know about that.
Bowles was going. I know, 100%. Bowles was going to win it.
100%.
Yes.
Not 100% and 0% today. I don't know. When he says I'm cautiously optimistic, when Vic says that, I'm cautiously optimistic. That sort of gives you a peek on his past view of him. Like, would you have to say, like if I'm talking about you, and they're like, okay, you're going to go into year 4 doing radio with Brandon Stokley, which we are in right now, coincidentally. And I did pick up your option, by the way. Picked up your 5th-year option.
How nice of you.
If I was going into year 4, and they say, hey, how do you like working with Stoke? And I said, well, I do think this offseason he did some things right. Stokley, with the radio, he's in a good place mentally and emotionally, a better place, and I'm cautiously optimistic.
Well, yeah. No, it's not like the most glaring compliment there.
It's really not.
It's just not. Well, but I'll say this. When you're talking about Garrett Bowles, there's a narrative around Garrett Bowles.
Yeah.
And
with the coaching staff too, obviously.
Yes. They know his history, and then they know what he did last year. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't consistent enough. So we're all cautiously optimistic when it comes to Garrett Bowles that he'll be better. And he won't make the same mistakes that we saw him making the last 3 years. So I think he phrased it the right way. He hasn't been here for all of Garrett Bowles, 3 previous years. He's been here for 1. Should be better, needs to be better. And I'm cautiously optimistic also.
Well, he's out of excuses. He's got the same O-line coach in consecutive years for the first time. He doesn't have competition trying to unseat him. Just go out and play competent football.
Yeah.
If you got a holding call, every 3rd week, we can live with that. You can lead the team, just don't lead the league.
Right. Yes. Baby steps.
Not too much to ask.
Baby steps.
This is Vic Fangio. How well have the rookies translated that classroom work to the walkthroughs?
It's been good. it's a step, I mean, to go from the classroom virtually, which is different and not as good as a real classroom, to now take it to a slow pace walkthrough has been good. Now we're going to have to take it to the phase 2 practices here in a few days, which are still not full speed. And then we take it to the full speed practices. And, and that will tell us more at that time. But it's a work in progress. I don't expect them to be perfect by any means early on, but we want them close to perfect by the time we line up against Tennessee.
It's going to be a steep learning curve for these guys. They had no off season. All they had was Zoom meetings. That's one thing. Another thing is getting out on the football field and doing it. And so obviously they're doing that now with the little walkthroughs, which are good. It's a good thing to learn and how coaches want things done. But then it's a whole nother story when it's got to be full speed.
Right.
And then you put the pads on, and it's a whole nother story, Zach, when it's going against a defense and just not full speed routes versus air, and then it's a whole nother story when it's the Tennessee Titans week 1. And for these guys, it's going to be difficult for them to get up to speed and feel comfortable doing it when the lights come on against the Titans. I mean, the only way you're comfortable doing these types of things is when is reps over and over again, making mistakes, getting those mistakes corrected, then going back out there the next day and practicing and nailing it down. They've missed so many opportunities. Not saying they can't come out there and be successful, but it's going to make it more difficult for them to be consistent, these young players, and even some of the older guys throughout the course of the year, because it's all new for everybody.
Right. I don't know how they're going to do it. And to a sharp enough point, man. Oh gosh.
Well,
I don't really want to do this now, but I'm looking at that Tennessee Titans game, and I just don't feel great about it. I have it as a win here. I just may be assuming too much.
Yeah. Well, it's defense. It's on the defense. Defense has got to be great that game.
You also got to score to win.
Yeah. Defense can score.
All right.
And we got KJ Hamler special teams. Thank goodness we didn't pick a tackle.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean, hey, slot receiver, speedster. I mean, I guess those guys aren't valuable in today's NFL. We couldn't use we couldn't use a Edelman or somebody like that. It's just let's just not even. We don't need one of those guys. We don't need one of those guys. We need a backup tackle, just in case
oh my goodness.
Jawan James opted out, and so it's easy to say.
Oh my gosh, dude. If you cannot see where I am coming from with going back-to-back receiver for the 7th time in the history of the National Football League, when you already have a receiver that you think is a top 3 wide receiver in the AFC West, you are just you're.
That's not saying a whole lot, by the way. Stop saying that.
That
top 3 wide receiver in the AFC West. We're talking about a total of your competition is 6 other guys.
Well,
that's it.
Is he an NFL number 1? Forget the division. Is Cortland Sutton an NFL number 1?
Of course he is.
What is KJ Hamler?
KJ Hamler hopefully he's a difference maker. How about that? I'm not going to put numbers on top of these guys.
Put a halo on him.
No, there's no halos. Hopefully he's a difference maker. Is he a number 3?
Of course.
A return guy / guy that you can motion and do so many other different things with, and not just a typical slot receiver. Not just your typical 6 foot, 190-pound white slot receiver. Right. Hopefully this guy is a difference maker that you can do a lot with. You can hand him the football. You couldn't hand me the football, right? That would be like handing Noah Fant the football, first play of the season, right? Worse than that. So you couldn't hand me the football, but a guy like that, you can put him in the backfield, jet sweeps, decoy guy, stretch the football field. That's the difference maker, and that's hopefully what he becomes.
God, it sounds like we're talking about Isaiah McKenzie all over again.
You stop it. Don't you ever say that again. You've got to be kidding me.
Like handing the ball, he stretch the field, is getting a special team guy. He's a game changer. He's Tyreek Hill Light.
He couldn't catch a punt.
Well, the guy that you're talking about led FBS in drops. It sounds like we're talking about Isaiah McKenzie. I'm not saying he is. He's going to be a lot different than that. But
why did you do that?
I'm just.
I felt good. I felt good.
This one here. This one's going to play out. This one's going to play out because you're going to be able to take a big victory lap on everyone when KJ Hamler catches a 79-yard touchdown and the Broncos, win by a score, and you're going to be coming in here doing a big old victory lap and blowing bubbles and doing air horns. And
I hope that's how it works out.
And I hope that's how it works out too, because the toothpaste can't go back in this tube. So I have to root for your scenario.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Time will tell whether it was the right pick or the wrong pick. Time will tell. And unfortunately, circumstances right now with what Ja'Wuan James did, it's looking bleak for me. And the circumstances, because people want to see KJ Hamler this year, go out there and have 8 touchdowns, whether it's return game, running game, or in the passing game. I mean, that's, to justify that pick, he's going to have 1,000 yards.
No.
But that's kind of, or why didn't they take a tackle? Why did they take a third wide? So I think people's expectations for him right out the gate are like, this guy better be special.
So he's got to go above and beyond to disprove the narrative that's out there.
Yes, that's what I believe.
Yeah,
especially now.
That makes sense.
Now, I think it's even more so.
Yeah.
I think there's more of a spotlight on KJ Hamler than there is on Jerry Jeudy. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Okay.
Jerry Jeudy has one of the highest profiles of any receiver coming out of this class, and he's the first-round pick. But
I'm talking nationally. Nationally, you're right. But locally, I think the spotlight's more on Hamler than Jeudy, because you know what? So many people right now are pulling a Zach by Tyler Polumbus and saying, organizational failure. They should have drafted an offensive lineman, should have taken Josh Jones, Ezra Cleveland. I told you then, and now look at it. Ja'Wuan James tapped out. You should have known that something was going to happen to Ja'Wuan James. He was going to get hurt or something like that. And then Bolsey, you can't count on him. You should have drafted a tackle. You should have had your eye to 2021. And look at here. What's Hamler doing for us?
You're making a lot of sense over there.
I really do. I think that's how this thing is looked at this year. There's more of a spotlight on Hamler than Jeudy.
Man, that's a good one,
because of the circumstances surrounding the Broncos and who they should have taken. Everybody agrees it should have been Jerry Jeudy now. Everybody,
yes.
Mike Evans is still like poo-pooing him. It's like, oh man, I wanted Kinlaw and I wanted whoever else. But besides him, everybody's like Jerry Jeudy was a really good pick.
He looks like a can't miss prospect.
Right.
That's not the issue is not about, and it's unfortunate that it kind of goes down this road. It's not about KJ. It could have been Denzel Mims.
Right.
It could have been the speed.
It's the position.
It's the position. And then it never happens. Every team has an opportunity to go wide receiver every year. Every single year. The modern draft goes back to 1965. It's only happened 6 previous times. And 7 did it for number 7. So, yes, there's going to be a magnifying glass. That's just what it is. It just is. But what you just said, there could be a bigger spotlight on KJ Hamler locally. You differentiated it.
Yeah.
A lot of fans coast to coast they're not wise to who KJ Hamler is.
They took him second round. Okay,
he's one of the guys in the big group of receivers.
Right.
But locally, is there a bigger spotlight on Hamler than there is Jeudy because of the back-to-back wide receivers, because of what they did and what they didn't do? And then what happened after that? That brought even a bigger spotlight on it.
Should have known.
Stoke, that's not a bad, gosh, I'd have to think about that. That's a good thought. That's a good thought. And you may be right.
I really think there is, especially given the context and what we've been talking about since the draft. And you said it's been done, 6 times in the history of the NFL. Yes, we needed wide receiver help, but man, one was good, John.
That'd have been great. You got Noah Fant, another pass catcher you drafted in the first round last year.
Now let's get ourselves an offensive lineman. That's what people were thinking.
Or a corner,
and so now that second round pick is highlighted even more because, you took another receiver, that's KJ Hamler. Okay, well, let's see what he does, and he better produce. Or you screwed it up. You should have gone with Josh Jones. And I don't believe that. I am perfectly happy and content that the Broncos operated like that. And I've been like that since the day the draft happened. And I was doing jumping jacks then. I'm still doing jumping jacks now. I think it's going to work out. I think Hamler's going to be a stud, and Judy's going to be a stud, and this offense is going to get up to speed, and we're going to look like a competent 2020 offense, not an offense that, was back in 1982 that couldn't throw the ball forward. And I think we're finally getting up to speed here. Now, do we still need to address the line and keep our fingers crossed that things work out? Yes. But man, oh man, we had other areas of needs to address, and you can't just keep doing offensive line.
They didn't do any offensive line.
That's what they've done the
in
past
any
5
phase
years.
Of their offseason.
We have ignored the wide receiver position for too long.
Well,
it was time
you got your wish.
to pay attention to it, and John paid attention to it, and I love it. Give your quarterback some weapons.
This is the most recent RamosLaw.com text. Hamler better be a Pro Bowler this year.
Exactly. See, that's a narrative around KJ Hamler, and I'm going to take the more reserved approach here and just say, hey, I'm going to evaluate this thing. Hopefully he's an impact guy. I'm expecting him to make plays this year, but
I like the way you said it. I said, what's he got to do this year? And you said, be a difference maker.
Right.
What does that look like statistically in a stat sheet? Who cares?
Right.
What does it look like on Sundays? How much is he changing the game? Do defenses have to stay honest and keep an eye on him as he stretches everything out, only to set up a Noah Fant seam? Yeah, we're going to have to see what it looks like.
It's not all catches. It's not all yards. But he's a guy, as an offensive coordinator, you can look at and say, okay, this is what we're going to be doing with him this week. We'll have him in the backfield. We're going to fake the jet sweeps. We're going to have him clearing and taking the top off of defenses. And, those types of things, that transition for a guy like that should be easier.
Because it's simplified.
It's just like, hey, man, we're going to ask you to just your package is going to be, we're not going to ask you to do 100 different things this year. It's going to be slimmed down a little bit and, be great at this type of stuff. And I think that's got to be the approach with a lot of young guys. But I think for a guy like Hamler that can do so many different things and just be really he can be a difference maker. He can help everybody else around him, not just put up stats himself. But with that speed and being able to carry the football and do the things that he can do, he's a guy that can help out everybody else out on the football field and help them get open.
Well, I'm certainly rooting for Hamler. Certainly rooting for every offensive lineman to stay totally healthy because it's
needed.
It's not going to get better from a health point right now, and they're already in trouble in that regard.
Need to call up another lineman here. Need to whether it's Donald Penn or Jared Valdir, just in case of emergency, break glass. That's who those guys are. So I really do think you need to bring one of those guys in case something does happen to what happens if Elijah Wilkinson rolls his ankle again and hurts his ankle. What happens then? So you need to have a plan B, plan C, plan D, and go bring in a veteran guy that if something happens, you can turn to and say, hey, at least we have a guy that has done it. Might not be our first choice.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think they ought to go down that road?
I think that probably have to.
I mean, I know you've been wanting them to do it. You wanted them to go get Peters and stuff.
I just wanted them to address it. I just wanted them to address it.
And the guy that's going to start. It's not a starter.
Nope. But you need to add depth there. Didn't address it all in the draft. Elway looked at the wide receiving class and said, I'll take a bushel. Because don't forget, he drafted Tyree Cleveland late, too. We got 3 additional wide receivers. All good. Everything's going to go perfectly. The line's going to play great.
That's right. KJ Hamler is going to be a difference maker. That's what he's going to be. And it's going to be nice to have him. And all of his teammates are going to be happy he's there. Noah Fant's going to be happy. Cortland Sutton's going to be happy. Jerry Jeudy's going to be happy that they have a guy like KJ Hamler on their football team and on their offense with them, a guy that can help them out. And that's what KJ Hamler brings to the table. And don't forget I said that.
Noted. This is Vic Fangio on why players like KJ Hamler have such a hard time adjusting to the league in their first year.
I think, especially after preparing for this draft, that receivers in college football, by and large, not 100%, have it real easy in college football with the defenses they see and the offensive schemes they're in and what they're going against. I see too many wide receivers when you're watching college tape running wide open, not running NFL-type routes on a consistent basis. And that's why it can be a slow process for some of them. But everybody progresses at a different rate. I think in Jerry's case, he's coming from an offense that should help him progress quicker, based upon the work that he puts in. I think the same thing with KJ. I mean, I think Cortland would tell you midway through his rookie season was a lot different than starting off. I think he would tell you last year was a lot different than his rookie season. And, there's a progress that everybody goes through, but for each and every player, it's different. But I'm confident those guys will have a nice progression through those hurdles.
Given what Vic just said, and given what we already know about wide receivers and the complications of an NFL offense, and now you add in no preseason games and no offseason.
Yeah.
We really want to know the answer to the little debate that we were just having.
Sure.
But can we even fairly approach that conversation after this year?
No, we can't. It's going to take after year 2 here, for sure. And usually that's what it takes
anyway, right? Yeah.
That's what it takes with a full offseason, full preseason, all this stuff. Usually you want to see these rookies. Let me give them a couple years before we determine, hey, good, bad, and different. I mean, DT didn't come out of the gates and have a great rookie season. You see a lot. Reggie Wayne didn't. Dallas Clark. I mean, you see a lot of very good football players that don't have great rookie seasons for whatever the case may be. Injuries. They got somebody in front of them. And I think certainly with what's going on now, we have to take that step back and remember, this thing is a 2-year project for young football players, and especially this year. Let's give them 2 years, and then we can evaluate and be able to, I think, better understand who they're going to be and who they are.
Yep. And I'm going to have to remind myself of that during the NFL season when we want the answers. We want them now. We overreact to the games. So we're going to have to keep ourselves honest in that regard. All right. We still have so much more to get to tomorrow that we didn't get to today. But we'll run it back. Still great stuff.
That was fun. And Chasta's coming out with some new stuff of the sports that are going to be going on and how they're going to handle these different situations just coming out now. So I'm sure DMac and Tyler will be having all the updated information on high school sports, how they're going to handle it, when they're going to play them, and all these different things that I know a lot of people have been curious on what's going to happen here in the fall. Well, they just came out with what they're going to do, and I'm sure Tyler and DMac are going to have the specifics on that. So stay tuned.
No one covers high school sports like Darren McKee.
That's right. Smoky Hill's finest.
That's good. Go Smoky!
Go Smoky!
We got the drive coming up next.
Here we go. Ring-a-ding-a-ding. Tyler, my man, Super Bowl champion. I probably should mention you're a Super Bowl champion more often.
Man, I haven't had that intro in a while. I mean, I'm always down for it.
Right. Like, how would that ever be a bad thing to hear about yourself?
Well, I don't know.
That's what the goal is, right?
Guess they can't take it away.
Cannot take it away. Did you realize that the moment it happened or shortly thereafter, like I literally cannot get this taken away. I get this. I get this forever.
You know what? It like really hit me like immediately. Dude, for the rest of my life, this is my only group of teammates. And for my entire career, it's the only group that for the rest of my life, I actually might have an opportunity to still see them. You know, well, we're going to have reunions. We're going to have hangouts. There's going to be reasons to, at some point they might invite us on the field. You know, it's like we're that team that's going to get invited back, you know?
You are that team. And you took over from the generation before you, which was like, Stink and Al and Nailen and all those guys, right? Like, and they had that crown for so long.
Well,
oh my God, did I hear about it for so long?
Well, scram. We took over. You know?
And it's to the point where this generation of Broncos fans, of course, is going to think about you and Peyton and Chris Harris and Aqib Talib and Von Miller and Malik Jackson, Derek Wolfe. I mean, I could go on. Michael Schofield, Ryan Harris.
That's right.
And now you guys and your journey have been memorialized in a book that's going to come out.
Is that why you went here? I was wondering how you got here. I was wondering where this spider web was leading.
Well, yesterday we got an advanced copy of Jason Cole's John Elway book. Elway.
You wasted no time, by the way. I mean, you got that thing knocked out real quick.
Well, I didn't read the whole thing, but I read it goes in chronological order. And the book probably would have been perfect, Tyler, had it been released the year after the Super Bowl and just stopped there. But unfortunately, even though I know Cole had been working on this book for a long time, so long that, I mean, it was, golly, man, I want to say 6-7 years that I was aware of him working on it. Jeez, I think I'm right on that. And I had just totally forgotten about it. Had this book come out, any time in the year after you guys had won,
it would have been nothing but awesome.
There was
But so goes the NFL, dude. I mean, that's the story of every single coach, every single player, and every single GM in the history of the NFL. Nobody's story finishes good, like nobody's.
Well, your story finished pretty good.
Well, yeah. I mean, I rode off into the sunset. I said, that's pretty cool. I'm done. I can't get any better than this. My life, like what can I do the rest of my life that's better than that?
Peyton went off into the sunset.
Right.
But according to the book, not willingly.
I mean, after he found out that I was retiring. But, had I not retired, I think he would have hung on. But, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to give out spoilers necessarily.
Well, I know. Like, how much of this are you able to talk about, really?
I don't know. I got one guy on Twitter who took exception with me saying people were trashed. But I felt like I was in a semantics argument with him. Like, well, what do you want? Define the word trashed. Now, this is an Elway biography that he wrote with Jason Cole. But it's not like by John Elway with Jason Cole. Jason Cole wrote it. Okay, so it's not cloudy like that. It's not like Charles Barkley. It's not an autobiography.
Right.
It's a biography.
Right.
But Elway was complicit with it. He was fine with it. And you can tell this is the kind of the John Elway version of everything that happened. So it's not that it's untrue. It's not untrue.
It's the Last Dance version?
Exactly.
That's what's going on here?
That's exactly what it is.
Got final editorial privileges?
Right. So there are definitely some dings. Like, there were definitely some dings on Michael Jordan. But at the end of the day, anything, even some dings, have to be signed off on by Elway.
Right.
I don't know if John has read this book, but the tone of it and the way it goes, I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's slanted towards his point of view.
Okay.
So it's like, we don't have to, there's plenty of things to talk about here today, but I read it's 368 pages, and the last, 60, 70 pages is about the time, it's from Tebow Mania to today. So but that's just a chunk of the book. The vast majority of the book is about, Elway growing up and his life in high school and college, his parents, his, everything like that. Arena football, I didn't read that part. His new wife, I didn't read that part. There's a lot of stuff. I just kind of...
where's the drama? Let me find the drama.
Let me go to Tebow Mania and
drama.
go from there.
Cool.
So I intend on going back and reading the rest of it too, because I found it, I was up pretty late just kind of plowing through it.
Well, sounds like a fascinating read. I mean, it's... there's a lot of stories behind the scenes that I'm always interested to hear. I'm interested to hear John Elway's point of view on a bunch of that stuff.
John Elway and John Fox do not have a good relationship.
Shocker.
Wow. I mean, we kind of already knew that, but this...
Do we need a breaking news sounder?
No. It's just that I like Foxy. And I don't dislike Elway. I just don't have a relationship with John Elway. But I do have a relationship with Fox. Dude, how aware were you of Elway's dissatisfaction with John Fox?
Oh, not even remotely. I mean, I was playing in the NFL when John Fox was coaching here. I was playing elsewhere. And then when I got here, John Fox wasn't in the building. So I wasn't even remotely aware of anything that was going on.
Boy, this book paints Foxy as kind of a cartoon character.
Well, again, you just said you're getting the John Elway version of it. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you get rid of a guy, you clearly have got your reasons why you got rid of him.
It was interesting because Kliss got dinged in the book, and what Kliss gets dinged on, I know is untrue. That was interesting. That's the first time
You're talking in a lot of vague terms I don't really know how to respond to any of this.
All right, I'll be specific on this one. So Jay Glazer was like best friends with John Fox.
Okay.
Jay Glazer would come to the Broncos practices, Tyler, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 times a year. That's it. But when he would come there, and he would always wear those medium T-shirts.
Right.
Like, the bodybuilders kind of, it was like a little bowling ball there. And so you wear these medium T-shirts.
No neck, just all shoulders. A lot of.
And he's like he's shorter than me.
Yeah.
The dude's like 5'6". And he would wear these like designer jeans that looked like they had
Affliction.
Well, but the jeans it was like bedazzled. Like they were studded sort of like colorful, jeans. Something Mike Evans might wear.
Yeah, right.
And Glazer, so we'd be sitting on the sidelines. Glazer would just walk. I'm talking in the middle of practice, okay? Middle of practice. Glazer would just walk right out onto the field. And we would just laugh at it, the collective media.
Right.
And so we would, we would give crap. The great thing about just hanging out covering the Broncos with the other media is it's like you're a little team. You're your own little team, except you all hate each other.
Hey, look, the new guys around here. You see this guy from out of town?
Right. So we would all have a laugh at it. So we would poke like, Shu and Patrick and the PR people, oh, there's Glazer. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so Glazer could do it, but Schlereth couldn't?
It's stuff like that, right. But in the book, it says that Mike Kliss was whining about it to the PR staff as if it was like a real thing. It wasn't. It was like a goof. It was like a joke.
Why is that even written about in the book?
I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. And it's a lot of stuff like that. Like
Who cares about that stuff?
I don't know. It's in the book. And so I'm reading it and I'm like, well, that's not true. But, but there it is in the book.
Okay.
So it does make you question when you read something that's like there's stuff in there that's kind of true, but it's not all true. It's like, well, what else? And that's a pretty totally minor story. So on the bigger things, like one of the bigger things is, was there a fight? Was there a fight, physical fight between Jack Del Rio and John Elway?
I don't know. Pray tell. I don't know anything about a physical fight between.
Had you heard that rumor before?
No. I mean,
you hadn't even heard that rumor?
First time I'm hearing of this rumor.
Oh yeah, that rumor has.
I know of a Tom Cable fight. I mean, I don't know of any John Elway fights.
Yeah, there was a big rumor that Del Rio and Elway got into a physical fight. And in the book, it said,
what was the circumstance?
It was after the Raiders.
After a loss.
It was after a Raiders. It was actually after a win, I think.
Okay.
And I believe it was the Raiders game. And in the book, it says that Del Rio was standing up for John Fox because Elway had come in the locker room area and was ripping on Fox about something, and Del Rio basically stood up to him.
Okay.
Now, in the book, it said it was just a vocal altercation, but there are other people who have said that it got not like a fist fight sort of thing, but it got physical. Like there was, and if you think of Jack Del Rio.
Well, I mean, that's not overly surprising. I can't say I've ever seen a GM get that. Actually, you know what? I have. I've seen a GM get into a physical confrontation with a player. I've seen that happen before.
What?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could probably guess. Not my. I don't know if that story's out there, so not my business to put out there. But I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it happen. I mean, physical confrontations in the NFL are much more common than you would think.
Okay. All right. Hey, man, it's interesting to read. I mean, it's something that's been out there, and to see it in a book that's signed off by Elway, it's like, oh, okay. So, like Del Rio, Fox, Gase, that last year that they were all together, in the book, it paints it as just miserable that all these guys were looking for other jobs.
Isn't that funny to think about? I mean, they were having so much success.
13-3.
You know, I mean, things couldn't have been any better.
Yeah.
I do remember. I don't know a whole lot about the situation that was going on and certainly any of the drama that you're talking about, but I do recall being in the NFL and looking at the ESPN and seeing that John Fox had mutually parted ways or whatever the term was.
Right.
And thinking to myself, what? John Fox? Like, what are the Broncos doing? Why would they do that? Like, it looked like everything was perfect from the outside looking in.
Dude, you read this book, Elway wanted to fire Fox after the Super Bowl because he felt that the team was so ill-prepared.
Well, he apparently wanted to fire Peyton Manning relatively shortly after that as well.
Sure did. That's fun to read about. And you know who comes across as a little bit of a hero in the book? Is Joe Ellis. According to the book, it was Joe Ellis who went into John Elway's office and said, let's get Peyton Manning. And Elway thought we couldn't afford it, and Joe signed off on it, and away you go. And then in what was Manning's fourth year, they wanted to cut his salary from $19 million to $9 million. $10 million pay cut. Manning and his people weren't having it, and it was Joe Ellis flying to New Orleans to save the day, where Manning got 15, 2-2. 2 for an AFC championship, 2 for a Super Bowl.
Right.
And ended up making all the same money he wanted to. But it was kind of over the protest of John Elway, who wanted him to take a major pay cut. Plus, there was serious concerns that Manning would not be able to effectively run Gary Kubiak's offense. There was actually, according to the book, more confidence that Brock Osweiler, who had better lateral movement, would be better suited to run Gary Kubiak's offense the next year. But Joe Ellis kind of stepped in and was like, hold on, we got Peyton Manning. We got to make this happen.
Well, it's all interesting stuff. I mean, yeah. I haven't read the book, but
there's a lot of people that get trashed in this book. Tebow gets destroyed in this book. Destroyed. On weird things too, man. Like being greedy and like financially selfish. Like there's a story in the book about Janet Elway. John Elway's, was he ex at the time? Not sure if she was ex at the time. But Janet Elway wanting to do a charity event and asked Robbie, I guess, Tebow's brother, for Tebow to speak at it. And
they wanted to charge him
$50,000. And Janet Elway's quote in the book was, my husband never charged money to do something like this. Like, it wasn't just a strange charity. It was like a Broncos thing. You know, it's like, we just do, this is what we do. You know, the quarterback does whatever. But the Tebow folks wanted $50,000 for it.
Yeah, you know, I asked him for an autograph one time.
That's right.
Yeah,
wasn't it an issue?
Well, he signed it, but he had a little comment like, you know, most of the time I sign something, people donate $500 or whatever it is to my charity. You know, like it was kind of like a hint, like, hey, I'm giving you an autograph, so give back type of thing, you know?
All right, moving on. Von Miller today. And we'll have some audio here in just a little bit. In fact, or we're just having some little technical difficulties here, but we'll get it straightened out here shortly. Von Miller today was amazing. Von was incredible today.
He sounds like a dude that's really matured, and I shouldn't say that because I mean I've seen it.
Right. No, you're right.
I've watched it unfold in real time, and I'm really not surprised by it. I mean I feel like for the last year, maybe even longer, I've been fighting on a daily basis. Anytime I would try to insinuate that Von Miller is a good leader, oh my gosh, the reaction that comes in on the text line, I mean it's out of control. But I mean I've watched the evolution of Von Miller in real time, and today was good stuff. Really good stuff. You could tell that this guy, he just kind of gets it. He understands the moment.
He was so good today. I thought the evolution of Von was more or less done. I don't know, man. I felt today this is a new guy.
Well, what you're seeing now, this is kind of the final evolution of Von Miller. This is Von Miller trying to become DeMarcus Ware. This is Von Miller seeing that, man, I actually am at the tail end of my career, man. 10 years. Dude, 10 years I've been doing this thing with Denver Broncos. And I am actually at the point where I have to evolve, and I have to evolve my game. I have to evolve the way I prepare. I have to look like DeMarcus Ware in my preparation. I have to kind of teach my knowledge. I have to pass it on to the next generation. I truly believe that what you're watching right now is Von Miller trying to become what DeMarcus Ware was in his final 2 seasons.
It was awesome. It was one of the first times I just kind of assumed, Von's going to be done after this year, Tyler. He's not as productive. His money's going to be through the roof next year, and there's an easy way for the Broncos to get rid of him. I sat there today, and I'm like, oh, my God. You got to hang on to Von Miller as long as humanly possible.
Well,
that's how I think.
You're going to extremes here. The reality is Von Miller's going to have to produce in a big time way if he's going to be a Denver Bronco. So you wouldn't keep D Ware around for only 7 sacks if you were paying him the kind of money you're paying Von. I mean, see, D Ware had a salary that was appropriate for where he was at in his career, and and Von, he's going to have to get to the point where, hey, if he wants to make $20+ million next year, I mean, you got to justify that with 13 sacks. You got to justify that somewhere like.
You think it's going to be that high?
Yeah. I mean, now I think you could get to a scenario in which, okay, well, let's say that Von comes out and he's got a very similar year, 8-9 sacks, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, you could cut him, or you could ask him to take a pay cut. And, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Von Miller would be like, I've been here. That was my 10th season. Like, all right, we can find some common ground.
So the most interesting thing about that'd be cool is Von, I really do believe is thinking deeply about a lasting legacy, and said he was incredibly inspired and motivated by the death of Kobe Bryant and watching Michael Jordan's Last Dance. He also spoke of reading the Kobe book, The Mamba Mentality, and there was a level of maturation with Von that I just was like, wow. And just little stuff, too, kind of comfortable in his own skin. First of all, I think Von is physically feeling, Tyler, incredible. I think this dude I think his head is clear. I think his body is in probably the best shape he's ever been in.
I bet there's a lot of veterans right now that feel as good as they ever have.
Yeah.
This downtime, I mean, I know that OTAs, you're not out there banging around like you do in a real practice, but dude, it still takes its toll, and you still sprain your ankle, and you still jam your thumb, and you still do little dumb things that your body, it just accumulates over time. This amount of time that these guys have had off, especially for veterans like Von, I bet you they're feeling fantastic.
I bet. It just seemed so fresh and so full of life. And with the red hair, and he's balding, and he kind of has a laugh about that. And, I was like, who is this guy?
Of all the Von Miller things he's done, that red hair just feels like not a It's not the best. It's not the best Vaughn. You know, it's just
he's having fun with it.
Well, no, I'm having fun with it as well. I'm totally having fun with it. But I mean, it's not like it doesn't even feel like it was like a great dye job or anything. You know, it's like he just got like some red hair.
Just got some red hair.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't look like he's had a haircut in a couple months. I mean,
he's yeah. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but he was filled with life and energy. And was just a joy and very deep and talking about what his motivations are and how inspired he is. And basically, if you can think of a criticism about Von Miller, he basically fessed up to those criticisms today. Every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Name any criticism you can think about Von Miller, and he more or less fessed up to it and agreed with it today. So the concept that there's a beef between like what Fangio has said to him and it's ridiculous as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I don't know about that, DMac.
I mean,
I definitely don't know about that.
So Fangio...
Come on. Fangio, what Fangio has been saying about Von Miller, I mean, it's borderline in the same territory as the way he was talking about Juwan James.
Von basically admitted to all of it.
Okay, well, that's cool. I'm just telling you, there's no way that goes over well with Von.
I mean, both things, I suppose, could be true at the same time. You know, he could admit to it and still be ticked off.
Right.
If Fangio were to bring it up, but there's nothing to say, but it's...
I mean, that's him being a good leader. That's him, everything that you just said, like the way he handled it today and fessed up to it and all that. Well, that's him just being a good leader. He's not creating any drama. He's not going to be a part of anything. He's not going to give you any sort of ammunition to discuss his opinion of his coach or anything like that. No, he's just being a good leader. But no way. There's no way that the kind of comments that Fangio has had about Von, that doesn't go over well.
It didn't seem to be an issue today. You could be right. I'm sure you are right. But if you were to say Von has prepared better this offseason than he has for years, Von Miller agreed with that statement today. Von was saying that today. And the inspiration that he's taken from the death of Kobe Bryant and watching the Michael Jordan docuseries is really fascinating, Tyler, because Von is admitting Von, in the book, Jason Cole's book, was called by an assistant coach, not named, but an assistant coach, a goof.
Yep.
A goof. That was written about in the Elway book, that Von Miller is a goof.
Well, he was a goof. I mean, he was Von. He was the fun guy. He was the party guy, you know? I mean, he was the Dancing with the Stars guy. He was the guy living his best life. I mean, Von Miller just lives his best life.
Well, he doesn't want... I took it like he doesn't want to be considered a goof anymore, that's for sure. And he wants to be a leader. He wants to leave that legacy. And we'll get into it. It was awesome. We got a bunch of audio. We'll play that. Vic Fangio, I did ask Fangio, did he regret, kind of throwing Juwan James under the bus? And he did not want to admit that.
You know what? Good for you for asking the question.
Well, by the way, our media today with Vic Fangio was... we were a little soft as a collective.
Oh, here we go. D-Mac, we've been down this road before. We've been down this road. It doesn't go over well.
I know. So I'll be careful about it. I take my slings and arrows, trust me. But we'll get into that. We'll hear from Fangio. Cortland Sutton was cool today. I thought today, if you thought people were bitter or upset or bummed out about Juwan James, I couldn't find him today. In fact, it was kind of the opposite.
Dude, I told you yesterday, it could be a moment that rallies the troops.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, I'm here. You here? Oh, yeah, you're here.
Yep.
I'm here. Let's go. Like, forget the rest of them. We don't need them.
It's like there was just like this Juwan James must have been building, and now that it's just done, it's just.
All right, it's over.
It's over. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on. All right, so a lot of great stuff to get into. And the XFL, I got some inside dirt on the XFL today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the water cooler's next. DMac for Golden Spike Roofing. And, I can see the clouds right now in the tech center. Basically a beautiful day, but those clouds roll in, and boom! Here comes the thunder and the lightning and the hail and the wind, and there goes your roof. But are you all right? Listen, this is simple. Write this number down. 303-942-1386. 303-942-1386. It's my man, Spike McCarthy. Tell him DMac said, hey, and you get a free roof inspection. They'll even help you with your insurance all the way from claim to completion. They do the work the right way the first time in a very safe manner. So, again, 303-942-1386 for roofing done right to the last nail. Called Golden Spike Roofing. Whoa. Well, we just got made aware of some breaking news during the commercial break, Tyler. So here you go for a good water cooler topic for sure. And our guy Adam Schefter will be back with us today and then on a regular basis from now on. Good sign of the NFL season. Adam will be on with us around 3:45. Chassa has moved high school football to February.
Yeah, trying to process that. I'm trying to process that, trying to figure out what my thoughts are. I mean, I guess my initial thought is, well, at least they didn't cancel it. You know, at least they're going to give them an opportunity to have the season. I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't know what they were going to do at the high school level, DMac. I mean,
well, let me get deeper thoughts into football in a second, but let me read the rest of it too. It's not just football. It is, and this is coming. I'm reading this from the Aurora Sentinel, which I love. It's my hometown.
Those are your peeps?
Those are my peeps, yeah. Long-awaited calendar. Colorado is the 10th state to postpone the start of football and has chosen to move it into 2021. According to the calendar, football is set to begin practice on February 22nd, 2021, while boys soccer, volleyball, field hockey, and gymnastics also were moved from the fall to the spring. So again, it's not just football, it's also boys soccer, volleyball, field hockey, and gymnastics. However, boys golf, boys tennis, and softball were approved to compete in the fall already, and the new calendar added cross country to the group. So there are going to be sports in the fall. Now, boy, oh boy, I really, really wish Chassa. I really, 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 really wish Chassa would have added baseball to the fall. I really wish they would have done that. You have a lot of kids that compete both in football and baseball.
Well, it would have been nice if they would have been able to find a way to kind of flip the sports like that. You know, like find the sports that would have worked in the spring, do them in the fall, you know, and that way you don't have to ask kids to make a choice. Like my immediate reaction is, dang, dude, so no basketball. You know,
no, basketball stays.
No, I'm saying like for the football players.
Oh, right. Well,
you know,
practice. No, I mean, you could still play basketball because practice starts February 22nd. So football becomes a spring sport and basketball is a winter sport. So you could play basketball and football. You could.
Okay.
Don't forget, in high school, these sports seasons are short, relatively.
Well, there's going to be some crossover, whether it's track or whether it's baseball or whatever it's going to be. I mean, you got to make a choice at this point, which is a bit of a bummer for the kids.
Track and baseball for sure for football kids. Yes, you're right about that. Yeah.
You know, I actually had breakfast this morning with a high school kid out of Cherry Creek High School, and you know, he's got all kinds of offers already, and was just kind of looking for a little bit of advice. And
Good for him.
It's crazy thinking about. You know, I hadn't even really thought about like the recruiting process with these kids. Like they can't take official visits. They can't go visit the school. They can't go to football camps, anything like that. You know,
I tell you what, if Chassa is listening, if you're listening, or you're somehow connected to him, and it's not too late, seriously consider doing baseball in the fall. You're right about recruiting. All those juniors who normally would have a junior baseball season lost all of it. That it's devastating to the 2021 baseball guys. This is devastating news for football guys too. Trust me. The seniors that have not quite been recruited or need that fall season.
That's right.
But this is the world that baseball players live in. They live in it every year. Where at your junior year is.
Well, what does that do for signing day and everything else? You know, like NCAA is going to have to adjust based off of that.
Signing, yeah, that's right. Because the football signing day
NCAA won't adjust based off of one state. But basically, that just means that's a major. Gosh, what a bummer for those kids.
Yeah, please, Chassa, consider moving baseball to the fall. These kids already lost out in their spring. Most of the high-level baseball kids, by the way, have already played this summer. They're good to go. The fields are in great shape because they haven't been used. You're already doing softball. Softball is happening. Why not do baseball at the same time and allow those kids to be able to play multiple sports? Okay, football that's it. Yeah, wow. I'm trying to digest a high school football season. Practice starts in February, which means the games would start in March.
Is that what that means, or does that just mean that's when the season starts?
Well, February 22nd is when practice starts. So, I mean, you only got...
You got to have some resemblance of a training camp.
At least a couple weeks, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Unless they allow them to practice. I mean, that's the weird part. Like, these high schools have been practicing. Football teams have been around each other. They've been operating as if business was going to be normal.
Yes.
So they've got a lot of time that's already been invested into it. And I guess what happens between now and then? It's just done. You're done today.
I know so many kids that did not get their offers and needed that fall season they needed it.
Oh, absolutely.
It was critical. Okay. Wow. That to me is huge news for our community right there.
I'm glad they didn't just cancel it, though. I'll start with that.
Correct. Fans of that, right? Better to, there was. All right, I'm going to save it because I don't want to be a bitter dude here. But I've been through this now with baseball. Move baseball to the fall, Chassa. Okay, move it to the fall. Give these kids at least give these kids who want to play college baseball a chance when the fields are perfect, when there's no problem in playing. Relatively, you're having softball. If you're canceling softball, fine, but football in the spring. Will colleges follow suit, Tyler? Is it happening here in the high school and it's going to happen in the college and then happen to the NFL?
No. I mean, too much money is on the line with college and NFL. So college, I think it's going to be really interesting. Like, how many weeks can they get into it before you've got a Marlins situation? Well, we've already seen it with many schools. We saw Clemson, like on day one, they had like 20 kids show up with COVID. And we've seen the outbreak in Louisville and other schools. But I don't know what's going to happen with college. I think it'll start on time, and it'll sounds like it'll be a miracle if it doesn't get suspended. But no, NFL, it's going, man. It's going as it's supposed to.
Yeah, because the NFL has human misters that the players walk
right.
under.
I mean, it's from the future and stuff.
I still haven't gotten over that visual.
It's like an instant shower. It's awesome.
You're okay.
You don't have like forget the shower pill. You don't need a shower pill after practice. Just walk through the sanitizer.
And by the way, they don't even pause underneath the sanitizer. They
no, just keep going.
Single file. Walk right through. You're gonna.
What happens if you cough after you go through the sanitizer?
How can that thing really work?
I don't know.
I mean, that really is something from the Jetsons or the future. You just walk right through. You're going to be fine.
Right. Ultraviolet lights and stuff.
And are there any players that are like, hey, wait a second. What exactly am I being doused with here? Hold on.
So this is interesting. They're saying that there's going to be 4 seasons. They broke it down into 4 seasons. So in theory, there shouldn't be any overlap with the seasons.
Okay.
That's cool. I like that.
How does that work? What do you mean?
Well, instead of just kind of having fall.
Wait, when's baseball then?
It's going to go into the summer, I think.
Oh, I did not read that. Is that right? Oh, I like that idea, though. So baseball wouldn't even start till, say, May and go into the summer? I'm actually a fan of that.
Just quick glance at this. That's the way I understand it. But, yes, something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not seeing that from the Aurora Sentinel. But I don't know where you're seeing it. That would be great. You know what? I've been that's why I'm saying the weather is better in the fall for baseball anyways. If it's really a fourth season.
Baseball is May through June after football.
No way.
Yeah.
They're going to do high school baseball May through June.
Cool.
No way. Well, I love that.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you how frustrating it has been watching rained out, snowed out baseball games for the past decade. May through June for baseball, basically when school's done. I like that, Chas. All right, okay, I did not know that. I apologize. I did not know that was part of the deal.
Sounds like a pretty reasonable approach to it.
A 4th season.
You got to move things around. You got to ask kids to play in the summer. But, who cares?
Oh, that's going to mess with the club season and camps and all that sort of stuff for sure. But I like it. I like it a lot. Good stuff.
Oh, man. You get to see kids opting out of high school because they got to go to the clubs.
Cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, interesting news. How about the NFL? What is the latest? How are they handling everything? Adam Schefter, our ESPN insider, joins us next. Oh, this is awesome. He's back. Adam Schefter, our NFL insider from ESPN, joins us now, courtesy of your Colorado Mercedes-Benz dealers. And Adam Schefter, my man, it's so good to hear from you again. How are you, Adam? Boy, I set that up beautifully.
You know what? I thought it was a great lead-in, and maybe it's just him saying it's not great to be back with you, DMac.
Maybe not. Adam, are you there? Wow, I am emotionally destroyed right now. I don't know if I can do. Wow, gone. Really? Now we'll try again. We'll try him again.
Wow.
He was there, I swear.
It's great to be back with you, DMac, you know?
He was there. I'm looking at Adam's Twitter timeline here. Oof. Colts linebackers, Sky Moore opting out. Dolphins wide receiver Allen Hurns opted out.
What are we at now? It's got to be in the 50s.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. Matthew Stafford removed from the reserve COVID-19 list, joining Gardner Minshew as the second starting QB to come off the list. The Lions said it was a false positive test result. Okay. Offensive tackle Marcus Gilbert opting out. And Ben Roethlisberger lost some weight.
And tore a lot of tendons.
Tore a lot of tendons, huh? Off the bone. Ouch. Bills are releasing offensive lineman Spencer Long.
I played with Spencer.
Adam is there. Adam, nice to have you on. How are you?
Tyler.
Yes.
DMac, Tyler, nice to be with you guys. Hope everybody is well and safe back in Colorado. 2020 sucks.
Well done. I mean, I thought you did that great, Adam.
Hey, Adam, can I maybe just start with a personal question, okay? You have a young daughter, Dylan, who's been on TV doing a wonderful job. How are you feeling as a parent? And what is the plan in your area with your daughter going back to school?
Yeah, we're in New York, and my wife and I have had this, we'll put it mildly, debate, DMac. Because I would like her, there's a part of me that would like her to go back to school. But what we heard from her school was not something that we really liked hearing. Like, I think that maybe I'm imagining too much. They want they're not requiring students to get a COVID test before they return to school. Some people might not think it's a big deal. Some people might think it is a big deal. They're also making the parents take the temperature of the child that day. And I also, frankly, in this day and age, there are a lot of people, who work. And one of the hard parts of this pandemic is that, parents can't go to their jobs because their kids are at home. And so I think a lot of parents, and understandably so, that they use school as almost like a daycare. And so if a kid is sick, they don't mind sending them. And I think it's more important than ever that the kid can't go to school. And so there are a lot of issues. And my wife is a type 1 diabetic. And so she's got a pre-existing medical condition. And, I would like my daughter, there's a part of me that would like her to go back. Of course, she's been home since March. I haven't left my house really since March 9th. I've been in Bristol, Connecticut since then.
Oh.
And so we've gone back and forth in this. Right now, I think we're inclined not to send her and let other people send their kids to school and see how it goes. And then we could always send her back if it's feeling like it's okay. But you hear the stories of Georgia and Indiana. The school's open, and they're closed within a day.
Yeah.
A day.
And the reason I'm going there, because I'm looking at your Twitter timeline, and there's more guys, a lot more guys today that are opting out. Juwan James opted out for the Broncos. And so maybe just start there with how you feel about your daughter with school. How do you think these players, or what is your feedback with these players who are opting out and the reaction from the teams?
Well, let me say this. The deadline is at 4 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Mountain on Thursday. So you're going to hear a lot of that this week. And I think the count is up to over 50 players right now, like 51, 52, somewhere around there. And you're going to get more. There'll be more. And number one, at the outset, I begrudge nobody the right to opt out. If they don't feel safe, just like we wouldn't feel safe right now sending our child to school, that's their decision. I also would argue that, in a way, a football environment might be about as safe a place as you can be, assuming that everybody is disciplined and behaves responsibly, because as it's been described to me by the people on the various teams that I've been talking to, they go into the building, they fill out a questionnaire, they take the temperature, they take a blood test, they go inside, another questionnaire. If there's a whiff of anything that is wrong, then the player, coach, administrator not allowed in the building, which is divided up anyway into tiers. So if there's anything that's suspicious, like Matthew Stafford in Detroit or Gardner Minshew in Jacksonville, they go on the COVID reserve list, and then they're activated when they find out that it was false positive tests. So to me, a football building, look, a lot of people don't. We're going to work. You're going. Are you in the studio or are you at home right now?
We were both here.
We just got back, but we're separated. We're in different studios. We can see each other, but we're back in the same building.
On. But you're in the studio, correct? You're both there.
Yep.
Did you get blood tested or
No.
tested before you went in today?
No.
Did you get your temperature taken before you went in today?
No.
Did you get to fill out a questionnaire before you went in today?
No.
No.
Yeah.
So again, in an NFL environment, I've heard people say to me, and I don't disagree. Again, I want to be very clear. Somebody wants to opt out. They've got someone in their family. They got a new. I totally get it. I'm not going to argue with that. But I also could make the argument that it might be safer to be there in that environment, make your money, which you've worked your life to achieve. Like Tyler, these guys have been playing football since their Pop Warner age.
Mm-hmm.
And they've set themselves up to make that money. Now that you've been in the football world and the real world, how difficult is it to go make $1 million or $2 million or $3 million?
Yeah, you're not kidding, man. I mean, you're not kidding, and you really don't. I mean, you know it, but you just really don't understand how much money that is during the time. You know, like you get into the real world, you're like, man, that would literally take me the rest of my life to make what you made in 1 year. You know, I mean,
right?
It's unbelievable. I don't know. See, Adam,
and so it's just different perspectives, and it's all what you feel safe. Frankly, I'll say this. I'm surprised we haven't had any coaches opt out yet. Like, this is a virus that afflicts the elderly. It afflicts minorities. So if you got a minority elderly coach, wow, that's like a double whammy in terms of risk exposure. And to my knowledge, we haven't heard of a coach opting out yet. We've heard about players, but not coaches.
Right.
And that to me is interesting that we haven't heard, like, I mean, I'm not have to name any names, okay? But there are guys that I'm thinking of, guys I know that I've had long-standing relationships with, who've been in the business for a long time, coached for a long time. They're in their 60s. They're a minority, like that. But again, you have to feel safe going into work. And when I'm talking to the people in these buildings, they're like, buildings being cleaned 3 times a day, testing's going on around the clock. Like, I mean, you can catch the virus anywhere. Any of us can. But I would think that a NFL training facility, unless there's an outbreak of some sort, probably less likely these days.
Adam, we're just beginning our visits with you this season. We got to cut it short, just a little technical difficulties in the beginning there, but we are looking forward to talking to you week in and week out throughout the season. So stay healthy, and we look forward to another year, probably the most different year we've ever had of football coverage, and we'll get it going.
Great to have you back.
Yep, I'm excited to be with you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Adam. Adam Schefter, courtesy of your Colorado Mercedes-Benz dealers. Interesting argument, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good point.
I don't want to send my kid to school because X, Y, and Z. But if I were sending my kid to an NFL facility, it would be the degree of safeness.
Which is why behind the scenes, the coaches, although they say, yes, we understand anybody can opt out.
Right.
But behind the scenes, coaches are highly frustrated with players that opt out.
And we'll hear from Coach Fangio about Juwan James, Von Miller, and if you missed the breaking news about Chassa and the sports schedule, we'll recap for that for you next. Hey, DMac, for Premier Heating and Air. So important that you put this number in your phone right now. 303-993-9060. My guys at Premier have teamed up to offer the DMac exclusive AC and furnace sale for the month of August. So if you're working from home, and who hasn't worked to some degree from home more than ever, you can't be sitting there sweltering and putting yourself in a bad position with your heating and air conditioning. Premier's furnace and AC sale could save you up to $3,000 by offering a free furnace with AC install, good for every level of system. They're going to upgrade you to 0% interest with zero money down. Process takes a day. It's safe, and you can trust Premier in your home. Premier's DMac AC and furnace sale. It's a limited time offer, so throw my name in there. It's who I use. With XL rebates, you can save an additional $800. Denver's best value guaranteed. Zero down, 0% interest. 60-month financing. Ask for that DMac special. 303-993-9060, PremierAirColorado.com. We had breaking news about the high school sports schedule during the show. And you know what, Tyler? Thank you for pointing it out. It is a little bit different than what I originally saw because the headline was about football, but it's all the sports, and you were right. I'm seeing clarification on it now. The seasons are now 4 seasons.
Yep.
And everything is limited to what it used to be. So boys golf, softball, boys tennis, cross country, all in season A, which first practice is August 3rd through the 10th, somewhere in there, with the state championships being basically mid-October. So in softball, for example, you get 16 games, not 23, 16. Okay?
Now I'm about to see if you noticed something.
Okay. Yeesh. I think I'll get there.
You will.
Season B basketball max is 16 contests. First practice January 4th, state championship March 6th. Ice hockey 13 games, swimming 7 meets, wrestling 7 duels, and skiing. Who knew we had skiing? I guess we have skiing, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so did you notice that there's about a 3-month gap there? You've got October, November, December off. So they're worried they're worried about the second wave.
I did not notice that. You're right.
Yeah.
October 17th, November, December. Look at that. You have a full 2 months just off of sports. I did not notice that.
Right. So they're worried about the second wave, trying to give a little bit of a buffer period in there, which actually makes it even more impressive to me that they were able to come up with a 4-season calendar like this with a break period in there.
Okay. Football, 7 games. Practice starts on February.
What is it normally? 9?
I thought it was 10.
10.
7 games. First practice February 22nd, state championship May 8th. This is season C. Good pickup on the 2-month gap there.
I had a little tip off.
Oh.
A little birdie. I had a little birdie bird.
I would not have noticed that. That's cool. Field hockey, boys soccer. That's basically March. Unified bowling, girls gymnastics. That's season C. And season D. First practice April 26th for baseball. State championship June 26th. And basically that is the same for girls soccer, boys swimming, and boys baseball, by the way, 16 games, not 23. Soccer, 10 games, boys swimming, 7. Lacrosse, 10. Girls lacrosse, 10. Girls tennis, boys volleyball, 16. Girls golf.
So that's not too bad. I mean, when do they get out of school? It's usually around like the 10th, 11th, something like that, right?
Well, the seniors are done in early May.
Well, not seniors.
Late, right before Memorial Day, late May. Yeah.
Oh, it's that early?
Yeah.
Okay, so they got a full month that they'll be playing
with no school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be an interesting period. I don't think it's a big deal. I really don't. I know it wouldn't mean anything to me. I just want to play my high school sport. I don't care if I got to play during the summer.
In the baseball community, we've actually been pushing for play to continue through June for years.
But you do bring up a good point, in particular with baseball. I know the kids that are hyper competitive in baseball. There's so much travel and there's so much club and there's so many events that you just feel like you cannot miss out on these events. What happens with your high school team at that point,
Well, I guess it depends how good your high school team is and what your commitment is. Listen, I think club sports is vital. It's critical. It was absolutely essential for my son's development. But I do know this. He would rather play for his high school than his club team, as much as he did like his club team. Represent
I mean, you're not
his
committed to those kids. You didn't grow up with those kids.
No.
They're not in your neighborhood.
It's a different vibe.
Your high school kids are those kids have been your life.
I think in general this will go over very well with first of all, it gives baseball, which got spring sports in general just got hammered last year. It gives them absolutely the best chance for success. And so I think that's basically awesome. It means school administrators, coaches, everybody, they have to be active after school's done. The big push why it didn't happen, Tyler, was because nobody wanted to really hang around after school was over, and now they're committed to doing that for these kids, and much fewer games as well. But at least a potential. So creative solution by CHSAA, a reduction in basically everything, a 2-month break, from October through January, 2.5 really, and then a spring season, 4 seasons, and your 4th season goes deep into the summer, into June when school's way done, which, by the way, is exactly the way college spring sports operate because they go well into the summertime when school's over. Happens every year in college sports. All right.
Unfortunately, for all these team sports on the back end of it, it still feels like they're just kind of putting the team sports off and for as long as they possibly can. And so let's hope that they're able to get that in on the back end because it just kind of feels like, all right, well, we're just going to prolong it. We'll put the naturally socially distanced sports in the early goings, and any sport where there's going to be any sort of contact, well, we'll just push it off as far as we possibly can.
The only team sport in the spring, team sport, not that you don't all operate in a team. Softball, that's it. Then you have boys golf, boys tennis.
Right.
Not that you don't have pairs, I guess. Cross country, you know.
No, but I mean, they're all built into natural social distancing.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. To the Broncos. And it was a great day there in Bronco land. And a little bit of a tease here. But here is my guy, Vic Fangio, when I asked him, does he regret his comments about Juwan James's health?
Look at you.
And did it factor into him opting out? And here's what Coach Fangio said. Okay. Now, this is a question for you on the other side. If that's the truth and that's the case, why did Juwan James include what he included in his statement about his health being questioned? Answer that for me next. Hi, it's DMac for Ed Prather at Prather.com. And you got a situation where there's uncertainty in the market. We get that. And you got to move. You got to move not in months, but you're worried to move now. And you're fearful of people being in your home. How do you get it sold? Ed Prather. The Ed Prather team is offering virtual home viewing to buyers by live streaming homes to potential buyers all over the country. They're going to create these viewing parties to market your home to highly motivated buyers. And there's no long-term contracts when you work with Ed Prather. You can cancel at any time if you're not satisfied. Ed is the only agent who can guarantee multiple offers on your home in 72 hours at an agreed-upon price with no repair work. Haley and Javon in Denver talked about having to move in a hurry. We called Ed Prather. He was able to sell our home one day at $15,000 over selling price. Ed did it in record time and made us extra money. Listen, if I had to get out in a hurry, Ed Prather is who I'd call. There's no doubt about it. I want you to keep your family safe and get multiple offers on your home by calling Ed Prather and his team today, 720-650-4959. Go online to edprather.com. That's Ed, Prather.com, 720-650-4959. Hey, just to let you know, we are aware of a breaking Colorado State football story, but we need to get some ducks in a row on that one. We'll see where it goes, but we see it, and people are asking if we see it.
Right.
We see it. We're trying to get ourselves organized on it.
Digesting it.
Right. It's a lot to sort of wrap your heads around, so we're aware. That being said, here was Vic Fangio about, I asked him, when Juwan James wrote about being misrepresented on his health in his statement about opting out, did that have an influence on him opting out? I know you don't know me well, and a false narrative was painted of me last year due to comments made about my injury. Okay, Tyler, how do you... First of all, Fangio did not take back his comments.
Yeah.
He had an opportunity to say, I shouldn't have said what I said. He didn't take that back. And I heard Stink talk about that quite a bit today, very passionately.
Well, he can't take it back now, so there's no point in taking it back at this point. But, if you had an opportunity to do it over again, I would like to think he would take a do-over on it. That created the storyline. That created the drama. That's one of those things that it can stay in-house as long as you keep it in-house. And it doesn't necessarily mean he was wrong, but as soon as you go public with that, you just got to know that the day you call a player soft, the day that you mentally challenge a guy like that, you say, I don't know if he mentally wants to play football or not, well, it's over with that said player. It's over. I mean, there's no bouncing back from it.
But when you listen to that statement, it makes it sound like they've been on the same page and they're communicating and everything's just fine.
No. Here's what that statement meant.
Okay.
That statement meant Juwan James was going to do this regardless. That's what Vic Fangio was telling you. He's saying that, the same guy that I questioned last year, that's the same guy that opted out. So I don't think that what I said last year influenced it. I think that's who he is. I think that's what he was going to do.
Okay. I was told today there's a sense of just kind of relief that James is just, not there.
Well, I could buy that. I mean, I could buy that to a degree. This thing's been hovering for a long time. It was hovering all year last year.
Yeah.
All year long. He didn't go on the IR last year.
Never did.
At any point, they could have gotten rid of it, but it was hovering. It was hovering over Elijah Wilkinson every single week during practice when Elijah Wilkinson was having to give up reps to Juwan James because they're wondering if he's going to come back that week or not. That is hovering. That is taking away from your ability to get the best players on the field. That's taking away from Elijah Wilkinson's ability to become the best player he possibly can. So the entire situation has been lingering, and they were aware that Juwan James was considering this. Elway said, he didn't say Juwan James's name last week, but he did say that he was aware of players that were considering it. And I would assume that he was well aware that Juwan James was one of them because, people around here had heard similar reports.
Yeah.
So when that whole thing is lingering, I think you want that to be over with as quickly as it possibly can because the whole team is now stuck in limbo wondering, do we have a right tackle or not?
Okay, here is more Fangio talking about, Wilkinson, but James too at the same time. And by the way, those were basically the only two questions to Fangio today about the right tackle situation. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask a follow-up. And
That's pretty wild. I mean, the news
shocked.
of the day yesterday, it's insane to think that
I was shocked.
Good for you for asking the question. I mean,
I appreciate it. What I wanted to ask then, though, was do you regret not taking a tackle in the draft?
It's a good question.
But it's a weird process now because you're on this Zoom call, and you do get to ask a question, but, as soon as you ask the question, you go on mute, and then you can't really follow up on anything.
They have to regret that. How could they not regret that right now? You put everything into Juwan James for the second year in a row, and you're just counting on him. Like, dude, we paid you. We need you. So you go into the draft and you don't address the tackle situation, and you say, all right, well, if we're going to have any success, it's going to be because Juwan James is going to play the whole season, and Garrett Bowles is going to get over some of the mental issues that he's had. And it pops up before the season even begins. Of course you've got to be regretting that situation.
Let me ask you this. There was that Jason Lackenfor report about Vic being a little bit out of touch with his coaches and his players, and it seemed to evolve over the season, seemed to be fine. But when you hear that he says, I've been talking with James and everything sounded okay, and he respects his decision. But then you see that James, in his statement, wants to make a point about a false narrative was painted of me last year due to comments made about my injury. Where do you think Vic is connecting with his players? and what does it matter?
Well, it matters. I mean, it matters to one degree, and it doesn't matter in a lot of degrees. I mean, if the guy – I can't tell you how many coaches – actually, I can. I mean, I don't know of any coaches that I had like a personal relationship with my head coach while I was playing.
Right.
Now, I'm very close with Mike Shanahan now,
Mm-hmm.
but even when I was playing with him, I mean, there was a degree of separation between us that is just natural. That's what comes with a player and a coach situation. So, they don't have to be buddy-buddy. And quite frankly – You don't even have to like your head coach. You just have to respect him enough that you trust that he's going to put you in a spot to succeed. So Did the comments from last year affect Juwan James? Yeah, of course they affected Juwan James. Did they affect his decision to opt out? Well, he might have done that regardless, but there's clearly a divide between those two now. And I'm just telling you, man, the comments that Fangio has had about Von Miller, they're very close to on that same level. So when you tell me that it doesn't look like Von Miller had any sort of beef whatsoever with the comments that were made about him, well, okay, maybe he's just being a good leader, but I don't buy that for a second. I think that Juwan James definitely had some beef with it, and I'm not saying it's not right. I think that it's justified to some degree, but I think it's a mistake anytime you come out and you talk about a player like that in the public. I do think that's a mistake.
All right, I do have really good Vaughn stuff to talk about, but we have some huge breaking news with CSU football. I mean, big-time stuff. And Hot Take Tuesday as well will all be part of it. That breaking news coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for Big O Tires. Great news from Big O Tires. They're offering $100 off select sets of Big O brand tires now through August 23rd. Well, we all want to get back on the road. I get it. I feel you. And Big O Tires wants to make sure your car is as ready as you are. So the tires, okay, great. But it's more than just tires at Big O Tires. You can come in for brakes, shocks, struts, oil changes, alignments, air conditioning, batteries. What do you need for your vehicle? And Big O Tires understands tires can be an unexpected expense. That's why they offer no credit needed financing. So no matter what your budget, no matter your situation, they're going to help get you and your family back on the road safely. They're following all the CDC guidelines for cleanliness, and they have curbside and vehicle drop-off services available. Big O Tires is open and waiting for you. Come on now, 36 locations. You can find your close Big O Tires at bigotires.com to find a location near you. I am stunned by this story. And we are reading Miles Blumhardt from the Fort Collins, Colorado. And the headline is this, which just came out less than a half hour ago, Tyler. CSU athletes, staff say athletic administration covered up COVID-19 health threat. This is, again, from Miles Blumhardt of the Coloradan, and we're trying to track him down now. CSU football players and university athletic department staff say coaches have told players not to report COVID-19 symptoms, threaten players with reduced playing time if they quarantine, and claim CSU is altering contact tracing reports to keep players practicing.
Yikes.
They say those actions by the athletic administration is putting their health at risk in return for monetary gain the school would receive if fall sports are played. Football players said they would like to play this season, but don't believe there should be a season given the spike in positive cases on the team in the past 2 weeks and the threat of more once Colorado State's full student body comes to campus. A current football player said, I believe there is a cover-up going on at CSU, but they could only cover it up so long, and now that we have so many cases across athletics, they can't cover it up anymore. It's not about the health and safety of the players, but about just trying to make money off the players. That is a current football player, according to this report, making that statement. Wow.
All right. Well, I mean, these are very strong accusations, and certainly, I mean, if you're talking about having cover-ups or asking kids to not disclose symptoms or threatening them with loss of playing time if they quarantine, clearly we got issues at hand. But DMac, if I were to ask you, would you be surprised over the course of the season if you heard of many circumstances like this? I would assume you would say no. You know, like dude. I just know football. I know the way it works. Who was the help me out here? The DB from Virginia Tech that opted out. Well, anyways, he opted out. And,
yes.
And he said that there were workouts going on with 150 kids in one building, no masks, nothing going on. I mean, absolutely no concern about COVID. These guys are obsessed with one thing and one thing only: winning football games. So, I mean, I'm not even remotely surprised to hear accusations like this. Now, if we hear that they flat out came out and said stuff like that, if they flat out asked them to cover up, I mean, dude, I don't know what the appropriate punishment is. I don't know what you do with a circumstance like that.
My jaw, I guess the cynical DMac shouldn't be surprised, right? It should be like, oh, okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm sitting here with my jaw dropped right now. I don't even know what to say in terms of putting people at risk. This is beyond reprehensible if this is true. If this report is true, if this report is true, Tyler, I don't know what choice you would have except to clean house.
We're saying players and athletic staff, they believe that there should have been a pause that had happened a week earlier than when it began. But new coach Dazio was adamant that he was going to get those practices in.
Holy cow. This is the dudes guy, right?
This is the dudes.
Two dudes guy. Well, this guy, I mean, this is it. This is an if. We're just reading the report. I can't imagine this guy keeping his job. You can't do this. This is the one thing you absolutely positively cannot do. Of all the things you can't do with the coronavirus, this is number one. If you've got to report, you've got to quarantine, you've got to be healthy.
See, here's the problem. I could see the kids covering it up. I could see kids that come in and they've got a cough and they're sneezing and they've got whatever else going on, and they're thinking to themselves, man, I can't go into quarantine. I can't lose my spot.
Right.
That's like a natural thought process of a young man that is trying to protect his
everything.
Right. His future, his livelihood, potential of a new career, all those sorts of things. But the administration above it, I mean, that's their responsibility. That you're the adult in the room. You know, you're the one that needs to make that kid feel comfortable that nothing is going to be at risk if you go into quarantine.
I'm stunned.
Said Adazio and coordinator Chuck Heater rarely, if ever, wear their masks.
Wow. We praised the Broncos last week because we said the best thing that came out of that press conference from Joe Ellis, John Elway, and Vic Fangio is how strict and how strenuous, all of them, props to them, stressed what you have to behave like. John Elway said the team that can handle this the best is probably the team that's going to succeed the most.
Right. And it's true.
Absolutely. And so the message from Ellis, Elway, Fangio was to do all the responsible things, and there you go. Well, that starts with just yourself.
Well, that starts with you creating an environment in which people feel safe in it. You know, and if people feel safe in that environment, well, number one, you've got a fighting chance of staying healthy because it is a safe environment. But number two, you've got the guys that are going to want to, it becomes contagious to try to be responsible.
What a story. Holy cow. That's some hell of a reporting. Miles Blumhart from the Coloradan. Wow. Damn. Okay, and we're trying to track him down. Okay. It's Hot Take Tuesday, presented by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. How's this for a hot take? If this is true, how many people, a hot take is there will be a lot of people fired. Not only if this is true, a lot of people fired, this is the end of CSU football for the year. If this is true. Unless the Mountain West, Tyler, goes to a spring schedule. This is reprehensible. If this is true.
Well, the conference or NCAAs, they're going to have to make a statement about it. They're going to have to be the ones that step in and end it for them.
Are you kidding me? This would be my hot take. This is maybe a virtual death sentence for this program for the year. You just can't do this. You cannot. You have to be the adult. You have other people's kids. I get it. They're college age, but there's still other people's kids' health and safety under your guys. That responsibility, Tyler, is daunting and should be held with the utmost of regard.
Well, yes and no. Like you're right, but I don't know that it's the coach's responsibility to come up with the protocol. No, but it is their responsibility to follow the protocol, and it is their responsibility to create a standard that the players, hey man, there's responsibility for all of us to have in it. But I mean, it's the university that has to come up with the protocol for where these kids are, how they're able to interact.
All right,
all
but the first sentence is coaches have told players not to report COVID-19 symptoms, threatened them with reduced playing time if they quarantine. What?
Gosh, that is
Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's such a strong start and such a strong statement. It almost sounds hard to believe that you would tell a kid to not report symptoms.
Dude, that is a hell of an allegation right there, man. That's an allegation that will cost people their jobs. Wild, man. Wild. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see what happens at CSU based on this report. I got to imagine things are pretty active up in the athletic department right now. So let's keep our eyes on what might happen in this story as the show goes on. This is The Drive on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. All right, we're joined by Denver 7's Troy Rank, our fan Broncos insider, joining us courtesy of Tranny Law. And Troy, you may just be hearing this CSU news, which on the surface is shocking. But I have one of our listeners sending me text from tweets of players denying it. And this is a report published in the Coloradan saying that the football players and athletic department staff say coaches have told players not to report COVID-19 symptoms, threaten players with reduced playing time if they quarantine, and claim CSU is altering contact tracing reports to keep players practicing. Which on the surface, that is outrageous, right? And then I'm seeing at least 6 different players tweeting out that this report isn't true. So I am definitely willing to sit here and take everything into consideration. What is your gut reaction? I know you're just hearing about this, but what is your thought when you hear this? As maybe just as a dad of 2 college kids.
Yeah, it's disturbing. Based on the allegations in it, that you would basically be told to hide your symptoms and be threatened with losing playing time or bench. I honestly, college athletics are so competitive. I can't say I'm surprised, but this is a different animal because you're talking about player safety, not player safety on the field regarding concussions or injury, but player safety regarding a pandemic, and that's where football is, they're challenged by this. Like, how do you play the sport safely? Number one, we're not sure that can be done yet. And how do you follow protocol with 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds when you're not in a bubble? And then the hyper-competitive nature of the sport. And you'd be at a huge advantage if you don't have big numbers and you can continue to keep practicing. So there's a lot of things blending together that can lead to this. Now, this is an allegation. My initial reaction, DMac, is that it is disturbing because the safety of the athlete should be paramount. And we'll see what further reporting comes out here. But if I'm an athlete or I'm a parent of an athlete, I have to be able to trust my coaches and that they have my best interest in heart. Maybe not playing time. I'm talking about in terms of a pandemic. I have to be able, as a parent and a player, trust that. And if that trust is not there, then what do I have?
Well, I'm not even remotely surprised to hear that there's coaches out there that, care about winning football games more than they do. Well, I'm not going to say more than they care about the safety, but they're willing to disregard and put some risks out there. And I guess I translate that directly to the NFL with as many opt-outs as we've had, and Juwan James, the most recent one. What do you think these coaches in the NFL are really thinking about players that opt out? How frustrated behind closed doors do you think they really are?
Well, some of them are, let's be honest. As you just said, professional sports are about one thing, results. So we can't be naive to say they're all like, yeah, do whatever you want. It's great. Do it. They're going to say that publicly because that's the nature of this business, the optics of it. But privately, these coaches want to win. And every time they lose a starter, it hurts them. I don't know that in some cases it reflects how they look at the person as much as it's just how they look at their situation. And, hey, if I don't win, I'm going to get fired. If I don't win, we're moving. If I don't it's just the nature of the sport. And it's polluted in that way. We know that. I covered it. I've covered professional sports for the better part of almost 30 years. It's so hyper competitive that anything that involves you losing a player, it hurts. Right. It hurts. And when you're talking about starters, you know how coaches are, Tyler. They want to care about you. They do, but they want to win. And in a lot of cases, winning supersedes caring. That's just how the nature, it breeds it because it's such a hyper-competitive industry.
Do you think we will see a coach that opts out of the NFL season?
I do not.
Do you know what the protocol is?
Assistant coach or a head coach?
Well, any coach. I guess I'm not counting on a head coach, but any coach.
I could see an assistant coach, and that's something they're still working through, is how are those assistant coaches covered because they're not part of a union?
Right.
It's a different issue that, players can opt out and they get money and they get, it's, hey, you get this $350,000 or $150,000. I mean, there's protocols to allow them to opt out, and that deadline is Thursday at 2. There are not specific protocols that I'm aware of in my research for coaches, assistant coaches. That's a different thing. They're not part of the union unless they were, a former player, but that's different. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if we see a few assistant coaches opt out, but I would be shocked if you see an NFL head coach opt out. I don't see that happening.
All right, turning to the Broncos. And by the way, I have at least 6 CSU players who are denying this report. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you the specifics of it here in a little bit. But turning to the Broncos today, I was so impressed by Von Miller. I thought that it was not only compelling and interesting, I thought it was inspiring to hear Von talk about his process, admit some of the faults, and just a different attitude in general. It was like not a different person, but a evolving person, a more mature person, and absolutely a motivated person.
Yeah, it was the most introspective interview I've heard Von do since I returned to the NFL beat in spring of 2014. I have never heard him be that honest and that reflective. He basically said, he's inspired by Kobe and Michael Jordan and their leadership, and that it forced him to look in the mirror, and he really didn't like what he saw, that he thinks he needs to give more as a leader, as a player. And, and I asked Von later in that conversation, I said, listen, Von, I understand what he's saying, but Kobe and Michael Jordan were not popular among their teammates. That's a fact. And I said, how do you reconcile that with your personality? Because Von is kind of the caulking in the wall. He binds everyone together. I mean, Tyler would know this, but Von's friends with the kicker, the long snapper, the linebackers, everybody. Von's that guy. He's the fun guy, optimistic guy. How do you then become a guy that challenges teammates in a way that makes them uncomfortable? Peyton Manning did that. Michael Jordan did that. Kobe Bryant did that. And you cannot worry about being liked if you want to adopt that leadership style. So can Von find a way to have a firmer hand without losing his personality? That's the balance. But I thought it was easily his most introspective interview. It was like a sobering look at everything he's, from coronavirus to the Kobe's death to everything, the fragility of life, forced an introspection that I don't know that we've ever seen from Von. I mean, sure, people in private maybe know Von that way, but he's never been that revealing in public since I returned to the beat.
Well, you wouldn't know it based off his comments today, and he certainly felt very upbeat, and he didn't disclose anything, but how do you think Von really feels about the comments that have been made about him by his coach?
Normally, if this were last season, I would say it irked him. Like, really? Like, I'm not the issue. We're losing because our offense stinks, and I'm still playing at a Pro Bowl / All-Pro level, and really? Like that, I think that would have been the reaction a year ago. Based on the Von I saw and heard from today, Tyler, I think he accepts it because he came to the same conclusion about his own play after watching the Last Dance, that, hey, I've got to be better. Like, if I want to be – because he's a legacy player at this point. What does he have left? He's the Hall of Fame. That's it for Von. And when you're a legacy player – and you have a good season, it's considered disastrous because you're supposed to be top 10. So I think Tyler, he's not bothered by it this year. Normally I would say he would be irked, but I think this year, based on the Von I just saw today, he's like, hey, I agree. I've got to be a superstar if we're going to get to where we want to go.
All right, and we're going to play a bunch of that coming up here in a second. I agree with you, Troy. And what I said earlier was if you could think of something to be critical about Von more or less agreed with you today and said, here's what he's going to do to fix it. I thought he was a breath of fresh air. I think he must physically feel as good as he's ever felt. He looks incredible, obviously. So, I came away from it like, hey, man, this is good news. This should be great news, and I can't imagine your best player being in a better headspace than Von Miller is right now.
Well, listen, I'm going to ride with Von Miller as I did with Todd Helton. There's certain guys, I'll lose the argument at some point, but Von Miller is a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest Broncos ever. I'm not going to nitpick everything he does because there is a truth to the fact he's not the reason they've had 3 straight losing seasons. The reason they've had 3 straight losing seasons is about 90% on the offense. That said, Vaughn has to play like a superstar, and he's still at an age where this might be his last best chance to be kind of a defensive player of the year type player. He recognizes that. And let's not forget, guys, he's at a crossroads. They have a club option for next year, but this could be it. I mean, I'm not naive to that either. Vaughn knows this is kind of, hey, if I'm going to reassert myself as a great player, top 20, top 15, however you want to categorize it, this is a huge year for him to reestablish himself as all-pro Von Miller, not, maybe he gets 8 sacks, maybe 10, and they win 7 games. This is a huge year for Vaughn and the Broncos, and the Vaughn I saw today has an edge to him, has a focus to him, and it's a maturity of recognizing where he's at in his career. Can he become the leader like a Kobe and MJ? I don't know that that's possible because that's not his personality, but I do know that his motivation and him going all out and guys can feed off that. They can feed off. If your best player is your hardest worker, typically your team is really good.
All right, good stuff, Troy. By the way, I got this text from Jackie C. Hey, DMac, I live in Portland and watch the Mariners. Oh, my God. Do the Rockies want friggin' Brian Shaw back? He is a disaster. Mariners against the A's ahead 1-0 through 5. Bring in Shaw, and A's win 11-1. He is terrible. His lines have been god-awful. I mean, oh, my God, Troy. Have you seen Brian Shaw's lines?
Yeah, last night he got 1 out, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, 5 hits, and 2 walks. So you're talking about 7 base runners to get 1 out.
Yikes.
I mean, he's a gas can. He's a gas can.
Dude.
That's why I said moving Shaw, McKee, and basically Davis is gone now, and I'm not sure he'll pitch for them again. Yeah. It's addition by subtraction. You had to do it. It's not personal. It's a business. You had to move on because he was never going to rebound at Coors, and he may not rebound again. It certainly wasn't going to be in Denver.
Okay, and by the way, Jairo Diaz is not the closer either. Boy, did he terrify us last night. I don't know what exactly they're going to do there. Maybe last night was just sort of let's piece it together and see if we can win, and they did, which is great. But there's no way Diaz can be the closer. It's I don't know who you're voting for, but I'll Almonte? Bard?
No, I mean they like Diaz because he has closing experience. He's been kind of groomed for the role. But Estevez would get next crack at it.
All
Bard's
right.
not ready for that yet. That's too much to ask of Bard, given the story and the arc of the story. Let it breathe a little. Almonte's stuff's intriguing, but it's going to come down between Estevez and Diaz, and it might rotate between the two of them.
Yeah, Diaz. By the way, did he have a nickname did anybody ever call him the Bull as a nickname at any point in his life?
They should.
El Tordo?
That dude just looks like he's talk about just a squat, strong, tough-looking dude. He looks like there's just like
it's a brick house.
He really does, but he scares the crap out of me. I mean, I don't know, man. They won, so I shouldn't complain. But it's like, oh my God. All right,
and they're going against the Colorado kid tonight, Kevin Gossman. So Rocky's trying to go 8-2 for only the second time in team history. And they face the Colorado kid tonight, Kevin Gossman.
What high school is Gossman? Where'd he go?
Grandview. He was there. I don't know if he was there at the same time as Bird, but they both went to Grandview.
Come on, DMac, the king of all high school baseball. You didn't know what high school he went to?
I sort of did, but his brother's connected to high schools, and I got a little confused there. Am I right on that? Isn't Gossman's brother a high school coach someplace? No?
I'm not sure on that. I know Gossman is a Grandview kid, and then LSU. He's actually known more for LSU, obviously, because he was great there.
Right.
But he is a Grandview kid. His number's retired on the outfield fence.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it.
See you, bud.
Yep.
Troy Rank, courtesy of Tranny Law. It's KKFN, HD1 Longmont, Denver, 5 o'clock. All right, I do want to play the Von cuts for you, but the what feels like the big breaking news today is about CSU, where there's claims that I want to get it right. By the way, the guy's on the golf course, so he said yes, but he's on the golf course.
He said it's windy.
Nothing right like writing an incredible, breaking, huge story and then got to get a quick 9
Hey,
in.
man, I put my work in.
Right. Miles Blumhart I'm sure. I don't know. I'd say yes, Richie, if you can get a hold of him.
Yeah, it's probably worth the risk on that one.
Fort Collins, Colorado. Opening paragraph. CSU football players and University Athletic Department staff say coaches have told players not to report COVID-19 symptoms, threaten players with reduced playing time if they quarantine, and claim CSU is altering contact tracing reports to keep players practicing. Okay. Let me read you this, though, Tyler, okay?
Okay.
Because I have, there's a listener. See, this is why I give out my phone number. 719-229-8152.
Don't do it again. Don't act so desperate again.
Toby McBride, CSU football player.
Okay.
This is on Twitter. Lots of information. All coaches wear masks at all times. We fill out a symptom questionnaire daily before we are allowed into the facility. They even provided us with masks and wash them daily. The athlete staffers that complained are the same ones not following protocol. Scott Patchen, who is a CSU football player. Name the sources, because when I was sick, I was urged to call the trainer right away, LOL, and we have a team meeting every morning stressing the importance of doing the right thing, so I'm calling BS. Tanner Hollins, football player, CSU. None, you all listen to this man. Farthest from true, okay? Brandon May Guzman, thumbs down. Ain't no one being threatened. We doing this all of our own health. Tricky grammar. Casey Irons Jr.
Well, they haven't graduated yet.
That's true. Yeah, none of this is true. Casey Irons Jr., one last one. B. Hickerson, not sure his first name. Whoever on the team lying gotta go. This chisel weird. Y'all know damn well CSU go the extra mile to make sure they're following the guidelines. Coach tell us every day if we have any symptoms to stay home and tell our coach. Okay, Tyler, you got the report, but you immediately have players refuting the report.
Well, my initial gut reaction to the article was, well, who got burned? You know, who's upset? Who's the person that has got an axe to grind? And, you know, how accurate could this be? How many sources are we talking about? How many people came out and said this? Is it one kid? Is it one person? I think that's what we need to find out. The headlines of the article, DMac, are so aggressively crazy. It almost feels hard to believe. I could see coaches that would inadvertently kind of insinuate, hey man, like it was just a cough, you know, like you know, you don't have to panic about everything. You just sneezed, you know, there's some allergies going on. I could see coaches that would inadvertently try to do that, but to think that any coach would ever directly tell a player to cover it up or directly tell a player that there will be playing time consequences, it's so outrageous. It's like almost hard to believe.
All right, well, that's 6 CSU athletes directly contradicting the report from Miles Blumhart from the Coloradan. Apparently he'll be at the turn in about 12 minutes, and around 5:15 we'll have Miles on the phone to talk about it. This is one of the most if these allegations are true, the repercussions will be unbelievably
Well, it's got to be
severe.
very, very significant, and it's got to come all the way from the top. And, you know, whether that's the NCAA or whether that's the conference, somebody's going to have to come down on it and just end the season. There will be repercussions to this, and this cannot go on if found to be true. The problem is, okay, well, if it's going to be found to be true, they're going to have to name names, and somebody's going to have to publicly put their name on this, and they're going to have to publicly be willing to discuss this.
No doubt about it.
Because as of now, we've got a bunch of people that are publicly discussing it, and they're all denying it.
Correct. Here we go. It's gonna get interesting up there in Fort Collins. Von Miller today. Let's go through some of these things. I felt Von, like you just heard Troy talk about, was in a remarkably good mood, in great spirits, and it was almost impossible not to get caught up in his enthusiasm and to find out where his motivation is coming from this year. Here is Von talking about what inspired his transformational offseason. All right. He goes on. This is a great conversation. Just keeps going. He wanted to reinvent himself last year and talks about the Michael Jordan docuseries as a huge motivation. So when he said that, when you think of that Michael Jordan docuseries, what are some of the first things that popped to your mind about Jordan?
Well, first off, I could totally see what Von Miller's talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a guy that has kind of achieved it all, what else could Von Miller really achieve? He's got the Super Bowl. He's been Super Bowl MVP. He's got the tattoo to prove it. He's
generational wealth.
Generational wealth. He's got all the money in the world. What is really left for Von Miller? The only thing that is left for Von is to create a legacy like Michael Jordan. That's it. To create a legacy like DeMarcus Ware, a guy that he watched in his final couple seasons and saw the way that he kind of became a mentor for everybody else, dedicated his entire life to it. I mean, D. Ware, you look at who DeMarcus Ware is today, and if you follow him on Twitter or on any social media, his entire life is fitness. His entire life. He just opened up a couple fitness centers, and that's what he was like as a player as well. You know, every single minute that he had, he was investing in his body. And that's what Von Miller's got left. So I could totally see, man. I mean, I could never relate to that documentary because I've never been an athlete like Michael Jordan, you know?
Right.
I've never been in a category like that.
You are.
But Von Miller is. Von Miller is. And so,
is he, or is he close to it? Is he can he get there? Or is he there already, do you think?
Well, which categories are we talking about?
I mean,
here?
we're talking the legacy, the Michael
no,
Jordan
Von
legacy.
Miller's not the best of the best to ever play the game like Michael Jordan, but he's certainly Hall of Fame. You know,
Is he Hall of Fame?
Right now, today, never play another down, Von Miller goes into Hall of Fame.
First ballot?
First ballot.
Right now?
Today.
So we're talking about some sort of legacy on another level.
He's averaged 12 sacks per season over 10 years.
The thing I thought about Jordan, too, that I thought was consistent during that entire docuseries was the chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, till the bitter end with Michael Jordan. I mean, who did he not have a chip on his shoulder against in terms of his motivation? So I asked Von, you know, what's the chip on your shoulder? Third person.
Not just third person. I mean, that was third person nickname.
Third person, nicknames.
That was third person tattoo nickname. What was the other one?
Well, there was the
Sackmaster. And what was the other one?
Sauce. I think that's his DJ name.
DJ Sauce.
Is it DJ Sauce or DJ Sauce? He third-personed himself on two different nicknames back to back.
I mean, that's not up to old Palumbo standards, you know?
Come on.
Palumbo don't play like that.
Palumbo doesn't like that?
Uh-huh.
What's your second nickname? You got to go to the second nickname now.
That's T-Pain.
I mean, the third person, to double nickname third person yourself.
Right. Can't you see that? I mean, if you're a guy that has achieved just about everything, you watch The Last Dance, you're like, man, there's something different about that guy. Like that's the kind of legacy that I want. Now, I think it would be a mistake for Von Miller to try to become somebody that he's not. I think Von Miller is a gravitational force, and he's good the way he is, man. I mean, he is the fun guy. He is the party guy. He is the hang loose guy. He is the do the crazy dances after he gets a sack guy. And I don't think he needs to try to become Michael Jordan and be a jerk to all his teammates and try to separate himself.
Right.
No, that would be a mistake at this point because that's not the guy that his peers know. His peers know the fun Von Miller. But all that they need to see is the dedicated Von Miller. That's the only thing that he could give.
And he said he wants that pressure. Speaking of Kobe. Man, that is a long way from his marijuana part of your life, or in Jason Cole's book, Elway, a biography about Elway that's coming out, where an assistant coach a couple years ago called Von Miller a goof. That is a long way from those moments, that's for sure, Tyler.
Sounds like he's motivated. It sounds like he's speaking the words that his body's already telling you. You've seen the pictures. You've seen the transformation.
Right.
And that told you everything you needed to know.
Yeah.
For a guy to be in his 10th year and transform his body like that, I can't imagine having that kind of dedication to it. Honestly, I can't.
Right.
I mean, by the time I was in my 8th season,
Forget it, huh?
dude, I didn't want to go in the gym. Like man, I don't want to work out. I didn't want to do it. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. I'll do what I need to take care of my body, but I'm certainly not trying to become something new. So I knew that this was going to come into fruition. I saw it all happening by just looking at the photos, looking at the way he's training. Not even remotely surprised to hear Vaughn sounding like a very mature leader up there.
I thought it was great. And I bet if you go, at least with the Broncos website, Twitter, they probably have this. If you can find this whole thing, and it's like 15 minutes long, so there's too much for us just to play just flat out. But he said he should have supported Kaepernick more, so he backed down from that moment. He said that was a mistake. He should have done a better job with supporting Kaepernick at the time. He said he wants to reach out and bond with Elway on a different level. That for a while he was almost a little intimidated about John, but he realizes John's one of the greats of all time, and he needs to learn from the greats of all time, like John and from Peyton
That's
Manning.
an interesting comment. I mean, I don't know. I wonder what's inspiring that part of it.
Boy, maybe I can find it for you.
I guess just talking about the all-time greats. You're just talking about GOATs. You're talking about Michael Jordan. You're talking about Peyton Manning. You're talking about DeMarcus Ware. You're talking about John Elway. You've got one right there in the building.
Yes, it was exactly like that. Research. Oh, I'm not sure. If you guys could find that about Elway, maybe let me know. I'm just not sure what cut it is. But there was another element, and this is cut 3 there, Kevin. The other thing with Vaughn, let's keep it real. Vaughn had the Rona. And he did say that he had a hard time recovering from it. And he does have asthma, Tyler, pre-existing condition here that would make getting the COVID-19 pretty serious. And he was asked about opting out. He said this. We talked to Adam Schefter earlier today. He said he feels he thinks it's safer to be in an NFL facility going through the NFL stuff than sending his daughter to school.
Well, it's definitely true. I mean, there's no workplace environment that is going through protocols like Major League Baseball, like NFL, like
Right.
any of these professional leagues. The amount of testing and everything else, of course, it's 10 times more safe than working at Target.
Right.
Like that part is true, but it doesn't take away danger. The danger is still there. I wonder what Vaughn thinks about a guy like Juwan James.
He talked about it. He said he was fine with it. He said he was fine with it. I was part of the call. He said he was all right with it. Again, I think the Juwan James thing is a little interesting because I don't think James was all that bonded with his teammates, period.
No, like I think back on, Jeff Hireman was a teammate of mine, but he was on the IR, and I really didn't know him. I saw him in the training room.
Right.
I saw him in the players' lounge every
Didn't
now
have
and then.
anything against him.
Didn't have anything against him. I just didn't know the guy.
Right.
I really did not know the guy. As a guy that's on the active 53-man roster, it's a little bit different because you're in all the meetings and you're going to practices and all those sorts of things. But you cannot replicate the brotherhood that is made on the field. The brotherhood that is made of going through a win, of celebrating, of dancing in the locker room, of screaming, of chest bumping, all those sorts of things. You just can't create that.
And Juwan just
off
wasn't
the
part.
field.
He wasn't
Juwan
part of
James
that.
wasn't a part of any of it.
So I don't think they're angry. I don't think they're upset with him. I don't think they have necessarily negative feelings. I just don't think they care that much about it, period. And my experience is that players seem to be a little bit myopic on their own stuff, and players, at least my experience, is they don't necessarily think of the big picture. So
No.
if it doesn't directly...
You can't do it. When you're playing, you can't see the big picture.
Right. So I don't think the players honestly would think about the money, the commitment, and if you're a defensive player, a guy on offense. I mean, it sounds crazy because as sports fans, we obsessively think about all these things all the time. But I think when you're that close to it, I doubt you're considering it. I don't think it's probably that big of a deal.
The offensive line guys do. Running backs, maybe the offense in the entirety, they might to some degree. But yeah, the separation between offense and defense, it's crazy, man. I mean, you hardly even coexist until you're on the field together.
You know what's funny? Despite some sloppy play, to say the least, I think they're way more bonded to Garrett Bowles and are, kind of stick up for him like you would a little brother or something, which is ridiculous because he's older than most of the people. But I think Juwan James.
I don't know about that one either, DMac. I mean, I think
the players are against Garrett Bowles?
I think players get frustrated with players that continue to make the same mistake.
I think Ron Leary was frustrated with Garrett Bowles for sure.
I mean, I know for a fact of multiple offensive linemen that had a very strong opinion of Garrett Bowles over the last couple of years.
Okay. Are they still on the team? Don't say
well,
that.
now you're
right.
trying to put me in a box,
Sorry. That's just my instincts. I can't help myself. All right, you asked about the Elway stuff. I have one more here with Vaughn, and this is about using Elway as a reference. All right, so that's more or less what he said. So there you go. Great, awesome session with Vaughn today. I left it feeling like, oh my gosh. I will say there are very, very few guys, and I understand Tyler, he's got to produce. I mean, I do get it. But when we had Troy on earlier, Troy said kind of the same thing. Like, there's just every now and then there's these guys that you just think, hopefully they can produce. But even if they don't produce as well as they used to, there's these other kind of intangibles that make them valuable. And it does not happen very often. But every now and then there's guys like that.
Well, everything you just said is why I've never really loved the way that Vic Fangio has talked about Von Miller. Because Von Miller has earned the right to kind of have a little bit of a is a down year. Really, I mean, 8 sacks, was it really that bad of a year? You know,
Interesting.
I mean, Von Miller has earned the right to be a legend, to be a persona, to be that guy that you still turn to him. Like when the game's on the line, I don't care if he's had 8 sacks all season long or not. I think that he's going to come up with it. And that's the way you should probably view Von Miller if you're coaching Von. I don't know that it's the right idea to just try to alienate him.
Good point. Well, Von owned it all today, though. He didn't back down from it. He owned it. He was in a great mood. Great mood. He wasn't bitter, wasn't upset, wasn't angry. I mean, was laughing, was having fun, but was serious when it was appropriate. Talked about what he was reading, what he was inspired by. Obviously, we've seen the physical transformation. It does lead you to believe, holy cow, if Von Miller doesn't have a great year this year, when would he have another great year? I mean, boy, does he look ready to go.
Yeah, he's putting in the work. It's
Right.
not about motivation at this point. So if it doesn't show up, if you don't get another 10, 12 sack season out of Von, well, it probably just means that he's over the hill.
Probably. But let's sit back and watch, man. I mean, this guy.
Doesn't it just feel like he's going to erupt?
Yes.
It feels like there's going to be an eruption.
I tell you, it felt like that today, and it felt like I was like, yes, this year. Yes, next year. Yes, the next 5 years. Give me more of this.
You know what? It kind of Michael Jordan, it kind of feels like Von Miller for a year or two. He got into the Michael Jordan of, I'm going to go play for the White Sox.
Right.
Like
right.
You know what? I just don't have the love for it anymore.
Right.
If I ever play another down of football, well, I guess it's been a good run.
Right.
But then all of a sudden, it comes back to you. And you're like, you know what? Forget this. Like, I'm not just out here to exist. Like, I'm out here to dominate.
Right. Because what does motivate you after 10 years when you've done it all? And Von found it. And you know what? It's hard to not imagine that getting COVID was part of it. I mean, it's scary. It is scary. I get it. You bounce back. You're fine. Don't tell me it's not scary and it doesn't get in your head. It's got to. Even if it's mild and even if you bounce back, you cannot tell me you don't go to bed at some nights wondering what the hell's going on. And likely, I mean, I don't think it's likely. I think it definitely happened. Von had some serious reflection about what he wanted this year to be all about.
Right.
And he has turned it into action. And man, oh man, I cannot wait to see it.
Hey, when everything gets stripped away from you, when you don't have the concerts, when you don't have the ability to go to the festivals, when you can't go to the Kentucky Derby.
Right.
Well, you know what? I could go all in on this thing, or I could just sit here and just kind of exist in life. But I'm going to find my passion again, and it kind of forces you to find your passion.
So with all the news we were reporting on yesterday with Joanne James, I felt, in terms of being a Broncos fan and what they're going to – I felt down yesterday.
I like it, dude. I like it. I love it.
But I felt reinvigorated today. And it's like, okay, that is big news what happened with Joanne James. But it really feels like today whitewashed over it. They're going to have to find a solution. It probably won't be easy. It wasn't their plan. But Tyler, they found you. I mean, I get it. It's not the plan, right? I mean, they were lucky to find you.
You don't find guys that have got that kind of experience on the street very often.
I get it.
That was a rare circumstance.
You're unique.
I mean, I am good looking, and dang it, I was good at football.
Even with those short little tiny.
Even with these T-Rex arms.
All right, it's a Hot Take Tuesday. We're trying to track down the dude from the Coloradan. Thumbs up. Next break. Okay, all right.
Cool.
Well, we're going to have this guy on from the Coloradan who wrote this expose piece, but we have 6 CSU players that are refuting it. We'll ask him the details about it next. The Coloradan, Miles Blumhart, the headline reads, CSU athletes, staff say athletic administration covered up COVID-19 health threat. Reading, CSU football players and university athletic department staff say coaches have told players not to report COVID-19 symptoms, threaten players with reduced playing time if they quarantine, and claim CSU is altering contact tracing reports to keep players practicing. And they say those actions by the athletic administration is putting their health at risk in return for monetary gain the school would receive if fall sports are played. This is the article in the Colorado, and that came out a little bit earlier today. Tyler, here, a current football player, no name specific given, but a current football player, quote, I believe there's a cover-up going on at CSU. He said he could not give his name for fear of retribution, but they could only cover it up so long. And now that we have so many cases across athletics, they can't cover it up anymore. It's not about the health and safety of the players, but about just trying to make money off the players. The writer of the article is Miles Blumhart from the Coloradan. Miles, thanks for joining us. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm on the golf course.
Well, good. I hope you're hitting them straight and long and making some putts. I'm reading your story, and the headline in the first paragraph is kind of jaw-dropping. But I've also seen 6 different CSU players, B. Hickerson, Casey Irons Jr., Brandon May Guzman, Tanner Holland, Scott Patchen, Toby McBride, all contradict the story. So what should we know, and why do you think these players are coming out on social media and saying the story isn't true?
We got you, Miles. You might have us on mute.
Okay, now I got you.
Okay, did you hear me or not?
No, I didn't. I got to stand in this one area.
Okay. Your article has some severe allegations, but there's multiple players, and I'll name them by name because it was sent to me. Let's go with Toby McBride, Scott Patchen, Tanner Hollins, Brandon May Guzman, Casey Irons Jr., B. Hickerson. These are all players on the team that are denying the allegations in your article. So I'm hoping that you could inform us why they may be saying it's not true and what information you do have about this story.
Well, I interviewed 10 people, players and Colorado athletic staff members, and I didn't go searching for this story. They started calling me last week about these reports, and they were very concerned. So I gathered information like I always do on a story like this. I just hear them out. Tell me, what did you witness? I don't lead any questions. What did you see? And if you get enough collaboration on the same stories with 10 people, I feel pretty confident in that. Does everybody on the team feel that way? No, I'm sure obviously not.
Well, Miles, I guess the real question for me is this a case of negligence, or is this a case of coaches directly telling players to cover up these symptoms? Because, not that one is really better than the other, but there is a difference.
I don't think there is a difference, right? What world do we live in? Where do you say that to anybody, especially at this time in our world? Absolutely, you don't say that.
Well, no. So what I'm asking is, were kids told to cover this up? Were kids told you will lose playing time, or were coaches just acting in a neglectful manner, putting them in unsafe situations?
What I got from the players is that's what they were told. They didn't think of it as playful or as, off the cuff. We've all played, right? We've all played athletics. We know how it goes. They didn't feel it was that way. If I would have felt from them that it was that way, I'm like, nah, it's not really a story. But they were all adamant that there's major problems in the CSU athletics department. And it starts at the top. Everybody says the same thing. And what they've been telling me is that Steve Adazio bowls over everybody, including Joe Parker. And so what Steve says goes. And he's not a big fan of the coronavirus. He just wants to play football.
Well, nobody's a fan of the coronavirus, but I know what you're saying is, are you implying that Steve Addazio is not acknowledging what CDC guidelines or university guidelines are being laid out. Like he's philosophically against that. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know that he's philosophically against that. Like I said, listen, you try and go through all those CDC guidelines and do all of the protocol that they're asking you to do. Come on, that's impossible. However, the things that they said to me, the most egregious ones are when coaches are threatening your playing time because they don't want you to report, that you have symptoms, because on the last day before their pause, they had 27 people out.
What has the reaction from CSU been to your article? And I guess you're saying Addazio is running things, the head coach, not the athletic director, Joe Parker.
That's what I'm hearing from everybody. And I had a really good conversation with Joe at 1 o'clock today. We did a separate interview. He did an earlier one at 10. I didn't feel comfortable at that point bringing up some of these sensitive incidents that these people told me. So to protect him, I said, would you do an interview at 1? And he was very gracious, and he did it. During that interview, I told him the allegations, and he addressed them in the story as best he could.
Well, what should be done? What happens now? I mean, clearly, if what is said in this article is true, and your sources are all verified, and these kids, maybe they would have to come public. I don't know, but what should happen to the program?
That's not up to me. What I am is I'm the messenger. People came to me. I delivered the message as a reporter. What I've been told by many people is that CSU athletic administration has turned a blind eye to lots of different of these situations. This isn't the end of it. I can tell you that. There's more, actually.
Where is the administration, the president of the university? Where are they at in this story?
Joyce McConnell is the president. I have no idea where she's at. I just worked with athletic department right now because, with COVID, that's their deal. They go through the CSU public health department. They do all of the reports when people talk to them about, having symptoms. I think the other big allegation was the difference in the quarantining of individual athletes, and maybe that's the reporting of it. Maybe the athletes aren't real clear, but from what I was told by these people are very clear, and they're not sure why some of these athletes are getting quarantined and some are not. Joe specifically said they have nothing to do with the reports. That's all through CSU public health department, not through athletics.
Did you reach out to Steve Addazio?
I tried to, and they wouldn't let me talk to him or Terry DeZeo, who is the head trainer.
Who wouldn't? Who? What do you mean they? Who's they? Wouldn't let you talk to him?
The CSU athletic department. I asked to talk to Terry DeZeo, Steve Addazio, and Joe Parker, and I got Joe Parker.
Okay. All right, Miles. Thank you very much. It's a huge story, and we appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on with us.
Thanks, Miles.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, when you do these types of stories, I understand that reputations or careers are on the line.
Yeah.
And so I'm very, very careful in reporting these.
Okay. Thank you, Miles. Appreciate it. I got a very prominent.
So nervous about it. I'm out on the golf course.
I was thinking the same thing.
I'm sorry.
I
can't help it.
I don't want to say who it is, but I have a very prominent CSU alum reaching out to me who's upset. They're upset because there are livelihoods. There's a lot of things on the line with this story.
Well, these are the type of reports that change lives, that change the destiny of a football team. I mean, you
were able to talk to the athletic director, but you weren't able to talk to the coach.
Well,
you've got 6 players that I have sent to me quickly on the team denying it. And the guy that you used in your report is an unnamed player because he
here's the problem with all these type of articles. Whenever you've got unnamed sources, well, the immediate assumption is going to be, well, it's somebody with an axe to grind. That's just what my assumption is. I think that a lot of people have got a similar assumption. So I don't know how much traction this article will get until you've got specific people on the record, like the Virginia Tech kid that opted out, and he said, hey, man, I had to opt out because we were in circumstances where there were 100-plus bodies in the field house working out without masks on. Like, he put his name on it. If somebody were to come out, put their name on it, well, this thing will probably get a new life of its own.
We're passengers on this train. There's no way we're going to pass judgment until there's a deeper investigation into this. But it's hard to imagine there won't be a deeper investigation into this. Hot Take Tuesday. Goodness. Can't wait to get your reaction to this. That's next. Hey, it is DMac and Longmont Ford, your hometown dealer for over 30 years. Bigger and better than ever with a new name, Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. And I hope you were following me on Twitter, perhaps on Facebook, because I was lucky enough for this week to get the DMac edition F-150 Lariat. Oh, my goodness, with all the camping gear on the top and all the bells and whistles. What a vehicle. And my wife and I just said, let's go. And we just drove out to the mountains, and we just experienced Colorado. It was awesome. We had no plan. We ended up at Turquoise Lake. We ended up doing some hiking. I wish I was a better fisherman. But then we drove around Minturn and Red Cliff, over Vail Pass and home, and we just had a wonderful 24 hours. And you can get out there and explore and have some great experiences. And the DMac Special Camping Truck, which I'm lucky enough to have for the week, comes with a Colorado State Parks Pass, a Yeti cooler, which I was lucky to get to, and a fan t-shirt. I got plenty of those. You can email me your questions at dmacdeal@MikeMaroneyAuto.com. The sales team, Brent and Anthony, have set me up. They'll set you up too. Go directly to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com and press that DMac special button. Hot Take Tuesday is brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Thank you, Papa Murphy's. Bump, bump, ba-dum, bump, bum. Order your pizza for pickup today. My kid ordered a pizza for the old DoorDash, and he clicked on something, and he had no sauce on his pizza. The pizza showed up, and he was like, "Where?"
That's an unusual pizza. That's called cheese bread without sauce.
You got to click on everything there, son.
You order pizza through DoorDash? Whatever happened to just ordering through Papa John's or Domino's?
Yeah, we just got Papa Murphy's.
Papa Murphy's.
Right.
Oh, it's Papa Murphy's. Yeah. Take them, baby.
Order your pizza for pickup today. My guys, Papa Murphy's. All right. I'm going to see if I got any response to that little thing we did off the air.
Did I just get a little defensive about CSU?
Did you?
I don't know. I kind of felt like I did.
Do you feel like you did?
A little bit. I don't know. I mean, I'm not questioning the article, and I'm certainly not questioning whether there was a player out there that is reporting these things to Miles. I mean, anytime you've got anonymous sources and you come out with an article like this, there's a part of me that's just like, it's a dangerous game to play. It's a dangerous game to play. There's a lot on the line, you know?
My guy Manny from Fort Collins. Forget you people. Hot take. You ignore CSU athletics and jump all over this. Typical.
Oh, really? Really? I mean, I thought I was kind of grilling the dude.
We
I mean, if anything, I felt like I was being a bad host here, grilling my guest.
I thought we were pretty to the point with Miles about, digging in on what he was reporting.
CSU people. So see, even when I feel like I'm trying to do my best, they're so dang sensitive.
Who's more sensitive, CSU people or hockey fans?
Oh, man, that's like
tight.
I mean, I represent hockey guys, so I'm not going to talk bad about hockey fans. I mean, maybe you will, but not me.
Not me either.
Yeah, CSU fan without a doubt.
Hot Take Tuesday.
One and the same.
We'll see what happens. Obviously, this is a big deal. It has potential to be a big national story. We shall see. It was important enough for Miles to put the story out and then, get a round of golf in. That did happen.
I couldn't help that.
I feel you. I was like, wow, you don't want to kind of...
I know there's a lot on the line.
I mean, it's a lot of work, I guess.
A lot of people.
I talked to this guy at 1. I put the story out at 3:45. I had a tea time at 4:03. Hot Take Tuesday. Am I a jerk?
No, I'm laughing. Your prominent CSU former player that you were talking about, he thinks I should have given it to him more.
Oh, yeah. Hot Take Tuesday. Locke has a so-so season. In offseason, Broncos trade Judy and 2021 first-round pick. Hold on. To the Packers for Aaron Rodgers. Broncos then trade Locke to Chicago for third-round pick. Broncos win Super Bowl in 2022. Reed and Lakewood. Well, listen, I don't think that's going to happen. But I will say there was quite a bit of news today about Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if you caught that. All sorts of SportsCenter, ESPN stuff about Aaron Rodgers today.
Talk to me. I feel like I actually missed it somewhere.
It's just going over what the future is for him. I personally think they made a mistake, and Aaron Rodgers will be in Green Bay for another 5 or 6 years.
Right. As do I, because what's going to happen? You think Aaron Rodgers is going to go out there and forget how to play football?
No.
You think Aaron Rodgers goes out there and has a season like he did last year? Are you moving on from Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Of course not. You think Aaron Rodgers doesn't have at least 3 more years of good football in him? Of course he does.
We realized Tom Brady celebrated yesterday his 43rd birthday.
Happy birthday to that beautiful man.
43. You stay in shape with the rules that exist now in the NFL. You can play till you're as a quarterback.
Modern science that people just ask who was the golfer who's going to live to 120?
Bryce DeChambeau. He's going to live to 130.
130?
Yeah.
Yeah, modern science, today's technology.
He's going to be on the senior tour.
Right. Be 140, 150.
Whether the senior tour is 50 through 90. You go 90 to 130. That's the senior tour.
Right.
Number one on the leaderboard. Hey, it's another par 5, 117 yards. Hot Take Tuesday, the NFL season gets canceled after week 3, causing all teams to go into a lottery for draft positions, and the Patriots get Trevor Lawrence #1. Wouldn't that be something? Dude, that's an interesting take right there. That's an interesting take. The season gets canceled. Who knows how they line up? You just have a lottery for draft position. Wow, I've not heard anybody bring that up. That's pretty good, huh? I mean, I hope it doesn't happen.
That's interesting.
But...
I mean, would that be the best thing to do, or just continue based off of last year's record? You know, I guess you've already drafted one time off of it, so
I think you'd have to do some sort of. I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, you couldn't do that. That wouldn't be fair, right? Give the same team like multiple #1 picks.
It would be the Bengals. I mean, what are they going to do with it anyway? So they'll probably blow it.
Draft another QB.
Bengals,
draft Trevor Lawrence.
I guess you would just do. Actually, you're right. You probably would just keep it the same. You probably the teams still stink, right? You stink. Hockey fan is winter soccer guy. Soccer guy fans are tough too, man. They are tough. They're never happy. Never happy.
I've never met that guy.
Soccer guy?
Yeah, I've never met that guy.
Oh, yeah. I've met plenty of. I played soccer. I am kind of a soccer guy, but like, it's when. Listen, man, hockey guys, and we are the hockey guys, but you can't get upset when people start or do talk about your sport, and you still get upset with them.
Would you believe me if I told you that I will actually sit down and watch an MLS game? That I do that? I can't explain
There's
why.
no way you do that.
I have done it many times.
I think you're just, there's no way.
There's no way?
An entire game?
No.
Okay.